night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke. Your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, a week, your month, or even your year. But I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you like I've been there before. I'll be there for you till there won't be
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
Slaves used to work all day, every day, with no pay. But they got free food, water, and shelter. Today, we work all day, nearly every day, and we get paid. But the money we make, we spend on food, water, and shelter. We're still slaves. The only thing that has changed is the illusion of freedom.
I'm jealous knowing we found something so wild of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground when you say you left.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
I am struggling extremely with mental health issues, and I am trying to do that whilst being FTFE. And unfortunately, talking to flat earthers is quite painful.
criticize. Wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home.
Law. Nowhere in nature or in a controlled environment can we ever produce a volume of gas outside of containment.
What's that?
Has gas been seen or
what's that, brother?
Now let me see you Esta es una historia triste la que le voy a contar. Una historia triste la que le voy a contar. No tiene doble sentido, no vayan a mal pensar.
Gravy make a splash like Pippin. Shit, that's nothing. Splash. Everybody call me Big Pimpin'.
Chicken banana, chicken banana, chicken banana, banana, banana.
I remember when I lost my mind.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Look at here. Covey's here before the intro was even over. Look at that.
Barely.
We got everybody in the audience here. A bunch of great people. Gordzilla's here. Age of crocodilescent, I guess that means. I don't know. That's a new one for me. Welcome to the show. We got Valley Parks here with us tonight. Veronica Joseph. Who else we got? Shawnee B, Ryan S, Cookie Monster. How you doing, my friend? Bedmon. Who else? The Fear. The Fear, yes, they want us to have fear because that's the way that they control us. Who else we got here? Raya Russ. Oh my God. Let's see. Boy, we got a lot. Jeeps was here tonight. Valley Parks, Mr. Tahiti, Nate X. Oh man, we just got a group here tonight. We spent all night in the damn chat calling out people's names, man. There'll be more. We got 76 watching as we speak. That's all right. That's all right. Man, I watched this movie today. It's a new one. It's got that guy that plays Ron Swanson on the Valley on what's that thing called? Parks and Rec.
Oh yeah.
He's that actor. Anyways, he plays this guy, and he's the name of the movie is Sovereign.
I watched that.
Oh my God.
It's fear porn, isn't it?
It was major fear porn. Major fear porn. Really trying to, but everything he was saying in that movie was absolutely fucking right.
Nick Offerman. Yeah, that's how it gets you. They tell you all this great stuff in it, but then yeah,
and then scare the shit out of you and everything with it. Oh, look, it turned it right immediately into domestic terrorism. You know, look how this young boy who was influenced to where he shot those police. You know, come on, man.
Yep.
Fucking joke. Anyway, it was still a pretty good movie. You know?
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Yeah, it was Nick Offerman. That's the guy you're thinking of.
What's his name?
Nick Offerman.
Yeah.
He's a comedian. Yeah, it's a good movie. Like I said, they say all the right things, you know, about sovereign citizens and stuff like that. But in the end, it's just to scare everybody. Like this could happen to you if you try this against the government. You know?
Right. See, he's off his mark, and they made those cops out like that they were such, nice, doing the right thing, Boy Scout type guys, and none of them are ever like that.
I'm not going to give the ending away, but it's hilarious how many times they miss, when they're trying to shoot him, how many times they miss, and he's standing right in front of them, basically.
Yeah. That was a little bit unrealistic. I know that kid that shot the cop right here up the street from me, well, they lit him up. They lit him right up, man. He wasn't coming out of that alive. There's no way. Anytime that goes down like that, they're not going to take you alive. And if you do, you'd wish they would have killed you.
Yeah.
So just remember that if you're ever planning SBC, Hey,
it's funny though. Isn't it funny how a lot of this stuff is coming out now? Like more stuff about flat Earth, more stuff about sovereign citizenship, any of that kind of stuff. I know what I said there, but anyway.
Yeah. That's where the normie world goes with it. So it's something they can understand. When they hear that term, oh, those are those people that hate the government. It's like, where did you get that from? What is your knowledge? Where does your knowledge base come from? It comes from the very people that are trying to keep you out of that thinking. You know, the last thing they want you to think is that you don't need government for anything, when in reality you don't. You know,
no.
I can't think of a single thing today that I needed government for at all. Not one thing throughout the whole day.
Away.
Oh, okay. And some of you may have went back to try to watch last night's stream. They pooched us on a copyright. Okay. From those movie clips that I showed from those old stupid movies.
Yeah.
So I disputed them, you know, and said, no, it's fair use. And it said it could take 48 hours for a decision. I was like, motherfucker, you didn't take 48 hours to come up with this first decision, fuckers. So anyway, if that happens, you know, and you people are like, what happened to last night's streams or whatever, go over to Rumble. Everything is up there. Nothing gets deleted off Rumble. Nothing gets trimmed out on Rumble. Everything is raw, exactly how it went out here.
Only if you went to Antarctica.
Yeah, right. That's the only time it ever gets cut off, and then it gets removed for some.
Yeah, or supposedly went there, I should say.
Well, that whole joke, man. I guess Trump is losing his fucking shit because of all this. I mean, what did they think was going to occur? Did they think they was going to be able to ride this and cover it up and do all this for what, forever?
Yeah, because they have been. They feel like they're immune to it all. That's why they've gotten so brazen, you know, all these years.
Yep.
They just think that, you know, they're immune to everything. They can get away with everything forever. And now more and more people, like I said the other night, the younger generation, that has lived their whole lives with the internet and cell phones and social media. You know, it ain't like us, like where they could hide it a whole lot easier. You know, these younger folks they get to see the whole thing right out in front of them.
Right. And what are you just supposed to forget about it? You know, even if after it's already been seen by millions of people, regardless of whether you scrub it, you just make yourself look worse. You know, and then it's already been seen. What do you think? Now getting rid of it's going to make people unsee it? Come on, man. This is some childish thinking. That's like the little kid covers up his eyes and says, you can't see me. What? Crazy. But that's where we're at with most people anyway, man. Let me check this. What do we got? This is what I was saying. Oh, Trumpy Dumpy. And I love it. I like it when a self-congratulatory fucking blowhard gets his shit blowed up in his face. I love that. I can't stand people like that.
Get your comeuppance.
Maybe it was intentional. I was talking about something related to the Epstein files. I'm just let her look for a moment. I'll be right back.
In the latest Epstein file release, the DOJ failed to redact a substantial portion of the redactions properly, meaning that the internet quickly figured out that they could simply unredact the redactions and see what was being hidden underneath. So we are either looking at new levels of idiocy and incompetence, or somebody did this on purpose.
So they've screwed up a bunch of this. One of the examples is some of the documents that have black bars over some of the text. If you highlight all the text and hit copy and then paste it into a text document, you can see the words that are underneath the black bars, because people are morons. She's saying, well, maybe not. Maybe that was intentional. Maybe they wanted that to happen. They aren't inept. This is like 4D chess. If it was intentional, you know who's not in on it? Donald Trump, because he is losing his goddamn mind. Now, 1 million more pages on Epstein I found. DOJ is being forced to spend all of its time on a Democrat-inspired hoax. When do we say no more and work on election fraud? The Dems are the ones who worked with Epstein, not the Republicans. Release all of their names, embarrass them. If by that you mean when you were hanging out with Epstein, you were still a registered Democrat, then I agree. But this guy just called it a hoax and said there are Democrats in there, release their names. In the same fucking post. Pick an argument, dude. Which is it? Can't imagine why Donald Trump is upset. Can't imagine why he would be worried. This is just one page. Guillotines don't care about what political party you're in. I stand on that.
I agree.
Yeah, and wood chippers.
You got a shirt about that, don't you?
Wood chippers? I don't. I wish I did.
somebody was on here had a shirt that said that. I forget who it was one night. They showed it up here. But yeah, I mean, how dumb is it? Now that's a stupid person that thinks they're smart.
Yeah.
In the same post calls it a hoax and that there's Democrats in there, so release those names. What? Wait, if it's a hoax, what difference does it make?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. That's panic.
That's like when him and Bondi and Rubio and all them were sitting around that table. And he's like, "We're still talking about this?" It's like, yeah, dude, you ran on it. You said you ran on all these issues that you want to cover up now.
Mm-hmm. Every single one of them, too.
And you expected people not to remember any of this stuff?
Well, he got away with it before. He ran on lock her up, and
yeah, build the wall.
Reneged on that, you know.
Yeah, build the wall.
Yeah,
it's like I guess we don't care about that anymore either, huh? Not that I do. I'm just saying it was just one of those slogans.
What about the Fed? I thought they were going to audit the Fed.
Yeah, and
I thought they were going to check out Fort Knox. And what? Boy, he changed his tune on that one, like from singing it to silent.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So most people don't know shit. You know, it's just sad too. I think that their plan of trying to dumb down the masses as much as possible was, for the most part, successful. I think for the most part it was successful. What would you rather have, a bar of silver or a bar of chocolate?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. A bar of chocolate you could eat. A bar of silver, I guess, would be good for trade if the dollar went under, but I don't know.
Well, if somebody offered you that right now, said, what would you rather have, this bar of silver or a bar of chocolate? What would you take?
I guess off the top of my head, a bar of silver.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Not so much with these folks. Watch this.
It's your lucky day today. You win a free 10-ounce silver bar, pure silver bullion, or a free Hershey's king size chocolate bar.
Take this one.
You'll take the chocolate bar. Who needs a 10-ounce bar of silver? Right? Have a good day. It's your choice. A free 10-ounce bar of silver bullion or a free king size Hershey bar.
I think I'll take the Hershey bar.
Go ahead. It's your lucky day. Just fresh out of the refrigerator.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who needs a 10-ounce bar of silver when you can have a good, delicious bar of chocolate, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You'd rather have the Hershey bar than the silver bar?
Yes, I would.
Oh, you would? Okay.
Yeah, the Hershey bar, you can't eat the silver bar.
Yeah, that's right. You can't eat the silver. What are you going to do with a 10-ounce bar of silver, right? You know. Which one do you want?
Probably the chocolate, because I'm a girl and it's been a cranky day.
Okay, it's yours. Eat it quick because it's getting hot out here.
Fine.
Just offering people a free Hershey bar today or a free silver bar. Which one would you prefer?
Silver. I'll take the...
Who needs a silver bar? Lucky day today. A free chilled Hershey bar straight out of the fridge or this bar of silver. It's 10 ounces.
What are you guys doing?
Which one do you want?
Well, I don't have any way to do anything with the silver.
Okay, so you'd prefer the Hershey bar?
Yeah, but is it real?
Yes. Just straight out of the fridge.
Doesn't seem real.
The Hershey bar doesn't seem real.
It's a fucking counterfeit Hershey bar. She just got offered 10 ounces of silver and she's thinking she might have got a counterfeit fucking Hershey bar. Are you kidding me?
I mean, we could go into this coin shop. We could verify the silver bar is real.
No, that's all right.
It's real.
I always take chocolate.
Always take chocolate. Enjoy. You're a winner today. We're offering a free Hershey bar right out of the fridge.
Okay.
Or a free silver bar. It's 10 ounces. It's a little tarnished. Which one do you want?
I don't know. Chocolate bar.
Go ahead. It's yours. You're a winner.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day. You're a winner. You win either a free 10-ounce bar of tarnished old silver bullion or this Hershey bar just out of the fridge.
What is it? What's gonna happen?
Which one do you want?
Candy.
Go ahead. It's yours. All right, we got another winner for the Hershey Bar giveaway. Thank you.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe to my YouTube channel if you're new.
Do you believe that shit?
Yeah.
I'd be like, there's no question. Give me the silver. What's it right now? I think it's $72 an ounce.
I don't know. Yeah, it's up there. At the highest it's ever been, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I haven't checked in a while, but I'm pretty sure it's up at the highest value it's ever been.
Well, here's real quick.
I don't own any of it, so I don't really check it that much.
I have some silver, but not bullion.
Yeah, not bullion. I've got
silver coins. Yeah. Here's how they fucked you in a minute and a half.
This is the story all about how your life got flipped, turned upside down, and the reason why you're a slave to the central banking cartel. In 1791, the Rothschild banking dynasty lobbied for Alexander Hamilton to install the first central bank in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They secured a 20-year charter that lasted from 1791 to 1811. By 1811, the United States refused to renew the charter. They were sick of the Rothschilds. So in 1812, the Central Bank of London, under Rothschild control, financed the War of 1812, where England attacked the United States and burned the White House to the ground. By 1816, the bankers secured a second charter for another installment of the central bank in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. By 1835, after 19 years of economic manipulation, the seventh president, Andrew Jackson, who was fighting the banking wars, did everything he could to kick the bankers out of the United States. This is why he vetoed the recharter in 1832. And he said in 1834, if the people only understood the rank and justice of our money and banking system, there would be a revolution by morning. What did they do? They attempted an assassination. This is going to become a common theme that we're going to revisit. But for now, Jackson issues a specie circular, which means no more deposits to the central banks, only deposits into national banks. He cuts them out of the picture, and he pushes for only gold and silver. What do they do? Send us into a depression. By 1837, more economic manipulation. But the good news is we go to a credit-based system, but one without the central banks. By 1850, the middle of the century, Jackson had killed off the second bank, and there was no more central banks in the United States at that time. By 1861, the United States didn't need the central bankers anymore, but they saw an opportunity. War is the perfect way to divide a nation and get us back into an international debt system.
And here we are.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't the end of the story, though.
I think it may have
Definitely wasn't the end of the story. Hold on.
Yeah, now we're in that wall period of like, you know, where media and TV and all that's kind of on repeats and everybody's in the holiday and, you know, they're hoping that they forget all these atrocities and crap they've committed during this period. Like it ain't like nothing stopped. They're still doing all their stupid stuff like bombs over in Africa and everything like that. But since the media is not there to parrot it for them, you know, everybody thinks, oh, nothing's going on, nothing's happening.
We're still bombing the shit out of Yemen and where's it at now? Nigeria?
Nigeria, yeah. Because ISIS made a comeback, even though that he destroyed them completely.
Yeah, I
Somehow
thought
they're
that's
back
what
again.
happened with that. They're just resurrecting old
Like an
enemies.
STD, they never go away.
ISIS, the herpes of the terror world. They may seem like they're gone, but they'll make a reappearance.
Right.
Good God.
They're very convenient, opportunistic terror organization.
Now, this guy, he was supposedly, let me see, the limo driver in that FBI complaint that accused Trump of abusing that 14-year-old.
Yeah.
That was found dead 2 weeks later. This is supposedly him. Huh.
To Donald John Trump, who was the 45th president of the United States of America. Donald, I know for a fact that you know exactly who I am. Don't even try to play like you don't. You stalked me in May, I'm almost certain it was May of 1995, and you know you did. You called around the different services that were in the Dallas area and tell you that you found the one that I was the chauffeur for. Then you requested me specifically to come pick you up so that you could intimidate me. You even threatened me with your ignorant gold-plated semi-automatic, whatever it was. You did all that because you had raped a little girl around Christmas time of 94, 5 months earlier, who was 14 years old. Now, when that little girl was 7 years old, her and her two sisters became my daughters by choice. I loved all three of those girls more than life itself. And you stalked me in Dallas, I guess because either she or her mother had threatened you with me. I haven't been able to get a straight story out of anybody about it. And you bragged while you were on your cell phone to somebody named Jeffrey, about having raped my daughter by choice. When I pulled that car over on the side of Highway 114, I had unlocked my briefcase and opened the top of it where my pistol laid. It was loaded with some rounds that would have taken your head completely off of your body. And I came within 2 seconds of grabbing that gun and ending you right there.
Oh, man.
The only reason that didn't happen was because the spirit of our creators came over me. Said, you can't put your wife through this, was the thought. So I dropped that car back in drive. Took you on to the airport. Now, Donald, you better listen real close to this, boy. I forgive you. Doesn't mean I'm not mad at you. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be held accountable for that. And then for having my daughter, by choice, from the time she was 7 years old, having her murdered on January 10th of 2000, 2 weeks after she called the police about you, finally worked up the courage to call the police about you. On Christmas Day, she called the Tulsa Police Department and reported you having raped her. You know everything I just said is absolutely true, Donald. You know it because you did it. I know you did it. The girl's mother knows you did it. You bought her 5 houses so far that I know of as hush payments. You started paying hush payments to her. The only way I forgive you is because I understand what influence does to people while we're in these human bodies we occupy. But other than that, you need to stay away from me, Donald. You and your little henchmen, like the ones that have been following following me around for the last 3 or 4 days. And they're, well, I know what kind of vehicle they're in. You need to stop it. Because as you already know, I don't get intimidated. The amount of hell I went through growing up, you ain't nothing. You really aren't. You ain't nothing, boy.
Ooh. And that's something people don't think about, is the impact this has had on people's families. You know, these girls that are no longer with us, including Virginia Giuffre.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and those aren't the only ones. It's people whose lives have been completely upended all because of this guy wanting to get his jollies. You know, that ain't even counting the girl with the baby, that thing with the Lake Michigan shit. That, man, it throws such an image in my head.
Yeah, these people are disgusting.
They are. And here they come out to all this fanfare and regalia like there's somebody fucking special and shit.
Mm-hmm.
All these people talking about, oh, this guy, he's the return of Jesus. You know, the God walks with Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which God would that be? Which God would that be? I just wonder, you know? And he just fucking lies about shit. So it says stupid shit. That's what's so insulting. But he's sitting there going, all these drug prices, I've reduced them by 1,300%, 1,400%. You know what? 100% reduction is free, right? So what? Now you're basically telling me that they'll pay me to use their drugs. Is that what?
Yeah.
People just go, you know, or clap their fucking hands like trained seals and shit.
Too many people are always wanting to go with the lesser of two evils, even though in the end we all know that evil is evil. You know, it doesn't matter what it applies to. But
I hear that all the time. We need to. You pick the lesser of two evils. Yeah, but that's still evil. I want to choose no evil.
Right.
When do we get that option? Why is the only option we have is either full tilt or just some evil? I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah. So it's like they're trying to get.
Both sides say their side is the lesser of two evils. That means that both sides know they're fucking evil.
Mm-hmm.
They're just arguing about who's more evil than the other one. Why don't we get some people that are good? Do those people exist?
Not within those halls, but they're out there. But yeah, it's like here's a shit sandwich. Which corner do you want?
Right, exactly. Which end of it? It's like trying to pick up a turd from the clean end.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, Mike Smith said that silver was at about $80 an ounce.
$80, okay.
Yeah. And Greg B, here, I'll put it in. I'm not sure if he wanted you to play it, or just look at it, but he had a link. I threw it in the regular chat.
Okay.
But nonetheless, yeah, I was just putting it out there.
Gotta get there. Gotta find it. I'm going to be on Tinfoil Sombrero tomorrow at 7 p.m. What is this, Professor? I don't even know what this is about. It looks like a bunch of old men talking.
He might have just wanted you to check it out. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I'll have to check that out later. Let me put a bookmark in that. Do-do. There we go. Where was I? But yeah, this was more his bullshit lying.
I was never on Epstein's plane. That is a lie. In a Justice Department email written almost exactly 4 years before Donald Trump told that lie, an assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York wrote this: for your situational awareness, wanted to let you know that the flight records we received yesterday reflect that Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously has been reported or that we were aware, including during the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. In particular, he is listed as a passenger on at least 8 flights between 1993 and 1996, including at least 4 flights on which Maxwell was also present. He is listed as having traveled with, among others, and at various times, Marla Maples, his daughter Tiffany, and his son Eric. On one flight in 1993, he and Epstein are the only 2 listed passengers. On another, the only 3 passengers are Epstein, Trump, and then 20-year-old redacted. On 2 other flights, 2 of the passengers, respectively, were women who would be possible witnesses in a Maxwell case.
So what the fuck, man? I ain't never been on that plane. You was on that plane a whole bunch of times.
Me either. Wouldn't go on it if I had the opportunity. There is a, I don't know if you saw this. There's he is an ex-middleweight UFC champion. They offered him a fight that's going to be at the White House or whatever. He's like, I don't want to be there hanging out with all the Epstein list. Sean Strickland is his name. He's a little special in the head, but he's funny from time to time. But he's like, yeah, I don't want to hang out with the Epstein list. So he declined the fight.
Right. Fuck yes. Oh yeah. Nice. Yeah, this shit is getting like fucking hilarious. Every last little bit of it is just I'm laughing all day long. I sit here and I watch this shit and it's like, are you kidding me? You know? He changed the Kennedy Center name to the Donald J. Trump and John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts or whatever.
Yeah, I
right?
saw that.
Good God.
It's like put your name on that temple out in Epstein Island. You don't want to do that one, right?
No, he probably don't. But here's what's funny. One of the guys, he was a writer for South Park.
Yeah.
And he bought all the possible domain names for it because he anticipated this happening. He saw this coming. So he bought the domain names. Now, if anybody goes to the domain for, the Trump Kennedy Center or .org or TrumpKennedyCenter.com, it's going to be hilarious fucking shit that he's going to start putting on there. And I'm like, good for you, buddy. Good for you. Because, I mean, I can't, he just got to keep going. He's just got to keep going. It wasn't bad enough that he tears down part of the White House to build some fucking stupid ass ballroom, right? And he redecorates the Oval Office so it looks like Liberace fucking lost his goddamn mind or something.
Yeah, blue load all over the place.
Oh my, yeah, I mean, for real. Well, from what I understand too, Trump's quite a druggie.
Really?
When he was doing this, Celebrity Apprentice and shit, he was all the time like snorting Adderall.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Because he always claims to be a super sober and all that, and doesn't.
Yeah. He bumps the coke all the time too. Yeah, I got a guy on here. He's going to talk about that. He used to work on the Celebrity Apprentice show. He said the motherfucker would be coming out there with powder under his nose and chunks of shit falling out of his nose.
Yeah. Greg said that.
Not even show up. They'd have to postpone shooting or taping because he just at the last minute decided he didn't want to show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a real piece of work, man. He never had to have no consequences for nothing. See, he just is one of them people. He just does anything he fucking wants to, and somebody else cleans it up.
Yeah, it stands to reason. I mean, half the people that he used to bring on that show, they're probably all on the list, and not to mention they're a bunch of drug addicts and all that. Real quick, Greg said that video was at timestamp 20 minutes and 20 seconds.
20 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yep. Icy Spin, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing, Cubby?
Not bad.
Hey, Sav, how are you?
Good. How are you tonight?
I'm good, man. Good to see you.
Let me see the YouTube thing. Interview former Nash. I don't know where I put it.
You out in space, man? What the heck?
Yeah, I took this photo myself. You like it?
It's pretty good. Can't lie.
It's good, right? It's recentering me. Yeah, it's funny what you can do with a little bit of I took this with my iPhone.
If only we
Do a
could
little
get there, huh?
10 second. That would be nice, right?
Oh.
Yeah. 10-second exposure for out in Colorado.
Nice.
You're familiar with Crestone? Have you ever heard
I'm
of
not.
Crestone, Colorado?
Yeah, I don't know very much. Oh,
There's
Colorado. I haven't been to there, but yeah.
There's in Crestone. It's funny because there's it's sort of a cult, and this isn't infringing on anything that you guys go about, but there's a cult about maybe someone can help me out in the chat, but my girlfriend and I at the time we went out here and we got this specific place that we were at, and we went on the we had an outdoor sort of observatory, right? And we just did 10-second exposures. We captured the Milky Way galaxy just with our iPhone, right? And it's just doing a long exposure without moving your camera. It was pretty phenomenal.
When I lived out in Death Valley, when I first moved out there, the first night out there, I was like, wow, look at all these stars, right? And then I thought, as soon as that cloud moves, I'll be able to see the full unobscured night sky. And then I realized that wasn't a cloud. That was the Milky Way. I was like, holy crap, man. I've never seen it like that ever in my life. But there's so light pollution that you can see everything. It's almost like you see more stars than you do black.
Yeah.
Literally. You do.
We probably took, this is one of them. We probably took 10 or 12 photos like while we were out there.
That's amazing.
I have this in my recents, but it's fantastic what you can gather just by doing a 10-second exposure,
Chad, what was the timestamp on that?
20 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah, I've been out of Death Valley too. It's almost like it's like right on top of you because, like you said, there's no light pollution out there, and you can.
Crestone is known for having no light pollution. That's sort of why we booked it. We had an Airbnb out there, and again, it's like a cult town, but at the same point, it's like a place that people go to gather very low light pollution sort of exposures and stuff. So I'll let you ride with this, Saab. That was
here.
So you are seeing the flat now. That's good.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
It says that it's much better, but there is this severe danger of overregulation, which is completely understandable, not wanting a replication of what happened in 2008.
Has the UK got a finance curse? Is it a trick question? Because the UK doesn't have finance. The City of London has, and is not part of the UK.
Good answer. Good answer. It's international, he's right.
The City of London is outside the United Kingdom. Do you know that? It's really shocking. And therefore, it's also not part of the EU, which explains it couldn't be part of the EU because you have to have democratic elections, and the City of London doesn't, right? It's the banks that have the votes, right?
Right.
Per staff,
I never knew
How
that.
do you start
unpicking this puzzle? I never knew that. That's a very useful piece of information.
And of course, it's not part of the
pretty dangerous piece of information.
And it's not part of the UK because the Queen is not allowed to enter without permission. She's not the sovereign, therefore it's not part of the UK. And of course that's since 1688.
I have to make a note of it.
Since the foreign invasion.
There you go, David. That dinner you're going to tonight, just drop that in. Penultimate bit of the speech. They'll love it. Gentlemen, thank you so very much.
So he's right 100% on that. And that's one of the reasons that they had such trouble getting them part of the European Union, getting England in part of the European Union. Because London could not be part of it.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you for that, Greg.
There you go.
No shit.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he had a timestamp, but because I knew it was a longer video, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's a long.
But yeah, I had a good little piece of it. I guess Justin Johnson shared that on his channel too. But anyway, now it's there for everyone.
Now it's there for everybody. Everybody gets to see it now. Yay. Yay for everybody. So yeah, this is getting fucking crazy with all this shit. What do you think? What's your take on all this with the the files that people have been unredacting, the documents that have been uncovered so far, and the blatant.
Talking about the Epstein files?
Yeah. And
I saw that they had unredacted some of them, like yesterday or the day before. I honestly haven't seen a lot of it. So
Oh man. Well, people have been unredacting them themselves because they fucked up. They just put pictures of black boxes over it like an overlay. And people have found out that you go in and you can copy and paste the text into another document and the black boxes are gone.
Okay.
So yeah, there was some shit about the trafficking of a 13-year-old girl who was pregnant and Donald Trump being present when her newborn baby was murdered and thrown into Lake Michigan.
Yeah.
Lot of bad stuff. This thing about all his lies. I've never flown on Epstein's plane, and here now we got everything where he did, like several times. You know, and let's not forget when he was palling around with Epstein, he was a Democrat. People don't realize that, but he was.
Back when Oprah Winfrey sort of had her show, he was a Democrat.
Yeah,
he was absolutely, and he changed. I mean, this is just how politics goes, and Donald Trump understands it more than anybody, right? It's like you play to the crowd. What's most beneficial to him to try and get into office? Of course, like going Republican and change and sort of manipulating, right? Just sort of massaging the take on abortion or the take on foreign policy, right? To just cater to the people that he wants to vote him in. Simple.
Right.
I mean, that's how the politics goes, right? So, and I've always kind of understood that.
He speaks to the crowd. He's a salesman.
Yes.
Salesman. He's not really very bright. And he doesn't have a whole lot of product knowledge. He's just a good salesman.
That's right. And that could go to his acumen, right? Like to the brightness that you say is not. He understands the game, right? I think in a way that's sort of sheds light on his ability to get elected, to win over the people that he doesn't really have a whole lot of interest in really catering to, but to win them over nonetheless. That's sort of I mean, you know,
well,
you talk about what his ultimate goal is, right?
He's certainly lost all that now.
Yeah.
He's
and after
lost all that, I mean, people are looking at him, they're seeing what's going on, they're seeing all the fucking bullshit, and they're you know, people are coming out going, man, I wish I never would have voted for this motherfucker. You know?
Yep.
But what was your choice? You know, they gave you a shit sandwich, and the other choice was a shit sandwich with candy sprinkles.
Yeah.
You know, and so you took the one with the candy sprinkles. It's understandable, you know, but it was still a shit sandwich. And they knew that. They knew that. And then for him to get out there like he did something great, you know, I beat Kamala Harris with all these votes. Dude, that's like claiming to be the, you know, toughest kid on the cripple bus. You know, shut up.
Well, so I'm an independent voter, right? Like that's that's literally my voting class, right? Or whatever you say. I'm not Republican, not Democrat. And so I vote for who I think is best. I actually voted for Kamala, but the point is like I didn't really expect for my class. There was no one in my class that I could expect for really to replace a Donald Trump or really to support a Kamala Harris. So like, what do you do, right? Like,
Right. Well, the reality though, Spin, is this: your vote doesn't fucking count.
Do you not think so?
No, I know so. They tell you straight up it doesn't fucking count. Okay, the popular vote's not used.
Well, the Electoral College is they have to vote with.
They don't.
that's all
they
rigged,
don't.
too.
No,
They don't have to vote for what the
No,
popular
they
vote
don't.
is.
In fact, we had delegates that switched sides in the last election at the last minute. So the whole thing is the thing is this. Here's what it really is when you vote. Because I love this. I hear people say, I didn't vote for this. Yeah, you did. When you vote, all you're doing is you're giving your consent for whatever comes about from that process. In other words, you're saying, I agree with this and I will comply with whatever comes about from it. That's all. That's all you're doing is you're giving your consent to the process.
Yeah.
Okay. I try to encourage people not to vote because it only encourages them. You're never going to vote your way out of this bullshit, ever. People have been trying to vote their way out of this bullshit for years, And all it is doing, it's like quicksand. The more you struggle, the more deeply mired into the shit you become. The more you struggle, the deeper you go into the quicksand.
Yeah.
And that's what this is. And people keep fucking struggling it. It's like, no, just stop.
So
You
what's
see-
so,
you
for
see-
instance, well, I'll ask you, Saab, and then I'd like to ask the same thing to Cubby. Like, what are your political like leanings, right? Like, if you don't, you're, it seems like you're kind of understanding that Trump is really in it to win it, sort of thing.
Well,
and
they
you're
all
not
are.
crazy about the Democratic vote.
No,
like,
I'm
where
an
do you
anarchist.
find yourself?
I'm a political atheist. I'm an anarchist.
Yeah.
So you're sort of an independent, as it were. Like,
No,
is that-
I vehemently disagree with government existing.
Yeah. Okay. Cubby, same thing, I
same.
guess.
Same.
Okay.
And the whole thing with that delegate thing, that's why they redraw these districts to cheat, basically, to
Mhm.
add voters to their side or whatever, you know, and that happens. Like, I live in Illinois, you know, we're run and controlled by Chicago. So it
Mhm.
doesn't matter what the rest of the state, downstate does. Everything's run through Chicago. It's not a fair system. And that ain't just Illinois. So,
Okay.
I mean, as far as that goes, yeah. And I'm on board with Sav. I have no political leanings. Your vote doesn't count. I'd rather see the government dissolve, you know, and something rise up. I don't know what you want to call it from the ashes of that, but it's got to be something better than what we got going now.
Okay.
Yep. The only part of government really that has shit to do with you, and as far as the Constitution is concerned, is the Bill of Rights. And keep in mind, Jefferson had to break free of his diplomatic trip to Paris to come back here to the United States to lobby to have the Bill of Rights added to the Constitution. They weren't going to give it to us. They didn't want it. No. Don't want that. But those were inalienable rights that are given to you by your creator. Now, when I see those being violated, then I'm ready to get my bristles up. Okay. Other than that, I don't give a fuck who. The thing I'm getting like Schadenfreude from is people seeing it doesn't matter. They're all a bunch of perverted, creep, power hungry shit bags. Every last single one of them. That's what they are. Stop encouraging them. You're falling for the hype. You're falling for the PR program. I mean, look at this guy. Trump had this PR campaign out there. They got people saying he was the second coming of Jesus, for crying out loud. They had him comparing him that he was chosen by God to help the United States. Really? Really? Now we're finding out. Let's see how chosen by God this guy is. None of them are. All of them are fucking herpy boils on the fucking nutsack of society.
Well, let's just assume that voting actually counts. Like, for the sake of argument, for a moment, the voting choice, I believe it's called voting choice, where you get your first place candidate, and then you can actually like kind of stagger what your second place
Like
candidate
Alaska
or your third
whatever
place
does.
Yeah, is that a solution to the political system if it actually
No.
counts?
No, because that's immoral. For me to try to subjugate you under what I want done against your will is inherently immoral. So this is
Okay.
why democracy is evil. Like right now, we could do democracy right now. I make a motion that I see flat give each member of the panel $20. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Oh, you're outvoted, flat. Guess you owe us $40. You see, that's democracy. Now you were given a fair vote. You were given a fair vote, but you see how it works? Is that morally justifiable? That we, because a majority of people want to go against your will, that you have to capitulate?
Sure.
See, that's why I think voting is inherently immoral.
Well, and I think that the reason that you think it's inherently immoral is because I think what you say is selected, not elected, right? Like that it's that you bypass the election process, that they know who's going to be elected.
Of course,
and so that's inherently it.
Did you have
immoral,
any
right?
choice in who ran in the first place? No.
No.
Not at all. They just put two ass hats up there chosen by not you.
Sure.
And said, choose one of these two people.
So here's a good example. You say you're independent. I assume maybe that you probably would have voted for Bernie Sanders a couple years ago, right? Look what happened to him, right? He was ousted in favor of Hillary Clinton, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah. I didn't vote for Bernie, but yeah, I agree with what you said.
Fair enough. But you get what I'm saying, right?
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's a lost vote, right? Like, to vote independent is a lost vote.
They're all lost votes, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well, assuming that you think your vote counts, right, Cubby? Like, you think that like eventually maybe like someone that you maybe you do attach to a Donald or I told you that I voted for Kamala in the most recent election as an independent, and I don't know that was a lost vote, but the point is that like, yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, I'm voting for the lesser of two evils, sort of what Saab said. And the point is that with my vote and with maybe even your vote or Saab's vote, we'd like to think that our vote counts. And maybe you guys didn't vote, but I think that sort of my vote towards Kamala is a +1 to where it may not have been. You know, if she wins by one vote, sure, I think maybe that was because of me or so and so in Ohio or in Idaho or in whatever the fuck thinks that it was because of them. But eventually it adds up, right? Like, that's the thought.
Well, not really, because there again,
I'm just saying that's the thought, right?
That's
doing
the
it
thought
as
process. That's what they want you to feel. They want you to feel
Sure.
like you actually had a role in it.
Like you're part of a team.
You didn't. We didn't have a role in it. You know, it's just it's a rigged system. It's designed that way to make you feel like you are actually participating in it and everything else like that. You're not.
How do you explain the marketing push that they had? Maybe not this past year, but like, for instance, like Kanye and some of the other artists. If you remember this, it might have been 2020. It may have not been 2024, but there was a big push about, hey, like the vote counts. Or, you know what I'm talking about, right? Hey, get out and vote.
Sure.
This is money that somebody paid to actually. Did they pay for it for literally for the front that it matters?
They're not really paying for it. You know, basically what it is. Here's what it is. It's basically like an interview process. Okay. And you're up against another guy for a job, right? And it's not really the people that's going to be doing it. It's whoever's going to put on the best show. Whoever's going to put on the best show. Let's see what you got. Okay. And then it's sort of no different than you going to maybe buying a new suit to impress the prospective employer. And your suit might be a little more expensive and snazzier than the other candidate's suit, but he's going to have a PowerPoint presentation that somebody made so he can show, you know what I'm saying? So it's basically just it's a PR thing, but this also gets the people whipped up because you have to have the consent of the people. The power of government comes from the consent of the governed.
Right.
That's the theory, right? So they need us. But if everybody said, you know what, this is a fucking crock of shit, we're not doing this anymore, what would they do? What would they do? We hold all the power. People act like they're whooped and shit, and they don't realize that we have the fucking power. They need us. It's just like, look, since I've called for and other people called for a boycott on some of these globetards and shit, look at their fucking view counts.
Like who, for instance?
What's that?
Who, for instance?
Well, like FTFE.
I don't watch him anymore.
No, they're okay. Case in point.
I don't watch him because, well, for my own reasons.
Yeah, same thing. But the thing is that people, okay, enough.
I probably agree with a lot of your sentiments about him, but it's different. It's not that I don't think he's got the right, the right position on Earth, and that he's trying to kind of sort of go after flat earthers, maybe in the right way, in a sort of way, but he sort of wronged me in a way that I didn't feel like I would like to contribute to whatever it was he was doing anymore.
What it comes down to is that is all they have, okay? Because every one of their so-called claims or scientific proofs have been shown to be nonsense. They have nothing new. Meanwhile, those of us that have progressed through the true earth community, the biblical cosmology, what have you, have actually come to more higher understandings of how these things are possibly working, as opposed to, here we go again. He's going to cry about gravity and Cavendish and all this other fucking nonsense. That's another one that cracks me up right there. You'd figure you would have, I would be goddamn embarrassed if my best proof of gravity was some fucking crackpot from the 1700s and lead balls in a shed. Really? That's the best y'all got? I'd be goddamn embarrassed. I'd be goddamn embarrassed to bring up the Cavendish experiment.
Well, it's easy. It's one of the earlier. I mean, bear with me before you cut me off.
It's the only one.
Before you cut me off, it's an easy thing to go to, and like this is a baseline, like entry level sort of demonstration of gravity. You can dismiss it, but we have other ways of doing it. For instance, they use gravimeters, right? Like for instance, PhD Tony, and you might dismiss him offhand, but he does use gravimetry to identify oil deposits that he sells the information to companies that want to know where the oil deposits, the mineral deposits are, and they pay billions of dollars for that information.
How does that work, a gravimeter?
For gravimetry, what he does, they use satellites. There's two satellites that I know that there's at least two satellites that his company owns, and what they do is these satellites will be able to use gravity to identify where there are high density areas underneath the surface of the
high
Earth.
density. So that would mean that in these high density areas, gravity is what, stronger?
So just imagine that just for the sake of argument, just imagine that it can identify high density areas with
well, that's density. That's not gravity.
But what he does is that basically will take this reading that they use from gravity. They can identify high density areas using gravimetry measurements and sell it to companies for billions of dollars and tell them where to drill. When they want to identify certain mineral deposits that they're after. They're a watch company, Rolex, for instance, and they want to know where quartz is. Where is there a high density of quartz, the specific element quartz? They can identify things like this, or they can say, hey, there's oil here for ExxonMobil, and say, hey, we know there's oil here. We will sell you this information and we'll tell you exactly where it is. We'll give you half up front and you pay the half on the back end, right? However they want to structure it. But the fact is it's a multi-billion-dollar industry that he.
Okay, I don't care about how many billions of dollars. I want to know how it works.
But he used gravity.
No. I want to know how it works. So
let me see if he's available. He might be able
wait a second. Listen to me. This gravimeter, right?
Yeah.
So if it's it's indicating a higher amount of gravity where these deposits are at?
Wherever their satellites are hovering over, right? Like they will be able to tell. Like this is a layman's interpretation. I'm going to reach out to PhD Tony and see if he's available. Maybe he can explain it.
I'm not really interested in talking to him. My point being that if there's a fluctuation of gravity due to deposits in the ground, then that means that gravity is not a constant. If there's more gravity or less gravity because there's a deposit in the ground in some certain area, that means that is either more or less than the supposed constant of gravity. This would also mean that they have obviously isolated gravity, or they are just merely using a different unit of measurement instead of pounds. Because when you're measuring density, that's not gravity, that's density. If you have an area that's more dense than another, that's not gravity.
Well, but what they can do is they can take their gravimetry measurements and they can see very dark areas, right? Like again, right? I'm a lay person. They can identify dark areas underneath the Earth's surface and say, hey, these have characteristics of X. Right. Or these have characteristics of Y.
How does that equate to gravity?
because they know that for instance, like with using gravimetry, they can say that, hey, these are only characteristics of chemicals within X amount of like the range, right? They can say that these are quartz or I don't know, quartz or X or Y
So
or
they're
Z.
just basically analyzing the density of materials. It has nothing to do with gravity at all.
Well, this is one example of how he uses gravimetry for his
Right.
company to make billions of dollars a year.
But
They
see,
do it
that's
well. And
okay.
again,
That's
I'm
his
speaking out of
story. I don't believe that he makes billions of dollars a year.
that's fine, right? And I'm just speaking
But the
on what
reality
he
of it is
said.
this:
I'd
is
love
that
for him to explain it in more detail, which is why I
Well,
reached out to him.
I don't dispute that you can actually detect higher and lower density areas within the crust of the Earth. That's yeah, okay. So what?
Yeah.
How does that equate to gravity? That's what I'm trying to get at.
That's one example.
A gravimeter, what is that actually measuring? If you're measuring gravity, that means that you've been able to isolate gravity.
Well, imagine that you're a submarine, right? This is another example, and that you're trying to remain stealth, right? If you're trying to remain stealth, you will not use things like sonar or radar or things that people can detect, right? However, you can simply use gravimetry sort of techniques, and you can use
displacement. It measures displacement waves.
but you can actually detect mountainous structures near or close to you by using gravimetry, and you can avoid them.
It's measuring displacement.
It's virtually undetectable though when it comes to a stealth mode.
I understand that. It's not measuring gravity.
What is it using? What sort of?
It's the displacement of the material.
They're using gyroscopes. They're using gyroscopes.
Yeah.
And there's a slight deviation on either side of where they're measuring that allows them to geolocate where they're between and avoid certain rock structures when they're under fucking water where they can't.
And how does that have anything to do with gravity?
It's using gravimetry to be stealth.
That you guys claim that the gravity is a downward acceleration due to mass.
Yeah.
Okay, so then how is it detecting any gravity of things that are vertical off of the very object that's causing the supposed gravity? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you can actually focus your gravimeter, right? It sounds like it's fantasy. I'll grant you that.
It is.
But you can focus. You can say it
call
is. That's fine.
You can call it a unicorn.
You can focus your unicorn laser, right? You can focus your unicorn laser towards the unicorn laser mountain, and you can determine whether it's close enough to where you're going to unicorn laser fucking run into it.
That ain't got nothing to do with gravity. I've got a fucking laser that does that right now in here. I got one. I use it to measure square footage of rooms with, so I can figure out chlorine or how much paint to use or whatever. That ain't got nothing to do with fucking gravity.
It's beyond my speak, right? Like where we're at right now, it's beyond my ability to kind of like go into it and
that's what's ridiculous about it, because it has a word in there called gravimeter. Okay.
Gravimeter.
A gravimeter, whatever.
Yeah.
All right. That would mean what? What does that actually mean? You've isolated gravity now, and you know what is gravity and what isn't gravity. You can tell somehow what it is. If you've isolated gravity, then it's no longer a theory, right? Then it's just.
Well, I mean, you're familiar with the law of gravitational.
I'm familiar with what they say is a law of gravity, but it's not a law at all. It's just somebody said it was a law. Nobody's ever observed two objects drawing together merely due to volition of their existence. No one has ever witnessed this, ever.
Then why is the law of gravitation a thing?
Because they have to try to sell their heliocentric nonsense. That's why.
Well, F equals GM1 M2 over R squared, right?
Where'd you get the R value?
Well, you can measure it, right? I've mentioned this to you on the last stream.
How do you get an R value on a pear-shaped spheroid?
Trigonometry is one way you can do it. You can also measure it by shooting radar at the sun.
It's going to be different everywhere.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
It's going to be different everywhere because it's not a sphere, right? It's an oblate spheroid. So therefore, you can't use spherical geometry to figure out shit because you have to use.
You don't use spherical geometry. Use trigonometry, as I mentioned already.
Trigonometry doesn't use arcs.
Yeah.
Trig,
Wait a second.
triangles, trig.
No, you use
trig.
no trigonometry, right? You use a two different points on the summer solstice, for instance, right?
Okay.
On the equator.
Which would be,
and you have the chord measurement between these 2 points. Say you're in Ecuador, and say you're in the middle of Africa. I don't know.
Wait. That's the
fucking
sun. We're
Chile.
talking about the Earth. We're not talking about the sun. Who gives a fuck about the sun?
You
The
can measure the radius of Earth by measuring the distance to the sun.
Only if you how do you measure the distance to the sun?
Well, the sun is a half a degree in angular size, right?
I can make this cigarette go a half a degree. And it's
Yeah, but we can make measurements on Earth. We know how far it is from, like, say, Chile.
Only if you assume a distance and a size. Your distance and your size of your sun is assumed.
No, it's not. It's
Yeah,
measured.
it is.
Reference point.
Well, yeah, exactly. What was your very first reference point for the sun's distance?
The very first reference point, let's just say it's Chile or Ecuador.
It can't be spots on an
a
object
solstice.
that you're trying to figure out the distance. And we're not trying to figure out the distance between two cities. I want to know the distance between the Earth and the sun.
I thought you understood how trigonometry works.
I do. So we have to have.
How does trigonometry work?
We have to have
side, angle, side, right? Or angle, side, angle.
And you need a size. How do you get a size and a distance with only one point of reference?
Well, you have two distances, right? You have from you and the observer, right? Like, say you're an observer that has the sun directly overhead on the solstice at solar noon.
Okay.
Okay, let's just call it Chile.
Okay.
Whatever else at the exact same moment in time that's on the latitude 0 degrees, in other words, on the equator, shoots a measurement of the angle, right? So you know that your angle is 90 degrees to the sun, and you know the distance to you and the second place.
Okay.
The chord distance going through the center of the Earth, assuming a globe, and you know what the angle that they measure to the sun is. Now you have the side,
I know.
You have the side. You have two angles, and you can measure the distance to the sun simply.
Okay, so you're talking about a square, b square equals c square, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about Sakatoa, right? The way that we
all
can
right,
use.
Great. How does that give you 93 million miles? Show me any two measurements on Earth where you're going to get a square that's even going to come close to a square root of 93 million miles. You're never going to get it. You're never going to get it.
I have it. You can say never. I have it.
Now, wait a second. Copernicus knew about this, right? He knew about trigonometry, correct?
Possibly.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did he only come up with 3 million miles?
It's has to do with the equipment that he had available at the time. What was his error bars?
You mean they didn't know how to measure angles and shit in the Copernicus's time? Because that's all you've got is angles. You have a point of light in the sky. You have no idea how big it is or how far away it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to answer that. 3 million miles is off of the current
3 million. Listen, they
accepted
went from
value.
3 million miles.
Yeah.
And kept increasing it over time. In fact, when Newton did it twice, came up with two completely different numbers. I think it was 24 million miles, and then it was 58 million miles the second time. And his statement on that was, whether it be one or the other, it doesn't matter. It suits our purpose. It suits our purpose, which would be what? Convincing people that they live in a heliocentric universe. That's what the purpose is. Okay. The reality of it is to be able to tell the distance and size of a single point, regardless of how many degrees of movement you see on it, is not going to come up to 93 million miles at all. Because you even take the distance between those two cities that you just put.
Yeah.
You figure that distance right there. And there's no way that that's going to be a factor in 93 million miles. Not at all. And this is why I guess a lot of people that go on the fool's errand of trying to measure the sun end up with about 3,000 miles, is by using that very trigonometry, which I will add does not involve curvatures at all. Straight lines, trig, triangles.
Would you allow me to present evidence of the sun not changing size, which I tried to do last stream?
Okay, yeah. Listen, I'm gonna on that note.
You can refute it on
Okay,
the fly.
wait a second. I'm in agreement. It doesn't appear to change in size very much, although from day to day and from
Not at all.
season to season, I see it change size.
Mhm.
But how far away does something have to be, and how big does it have to be in order to get that effect?
I told you 44 million miles. Do you
That's
recall
it?
our last come?
I couldn't reduce the size by half and the distance by half and still get the same effect.
That's more than half, but yeah, you
If
can
I
see it changed by like
reduced
2
it,
pixels.
so I could reduce it in size and get the same effect regardless of pixels.
And it's because of, like I mentioned to you, I've done it with the moon also, and it changes 6 pixels throughout the 6-hour time delay, and it's simply
Awesome.
because of the fact that that there
So your
is
claim
a
is
noticeable.
that it can only be done at a certain distance and a certain size. That this effect only takes place because, let's face it, on a globe Earth, the sunset, you're moving away from the sun. As the
We're
Earth
moving
is
away from the sun
rotating
at
and
what,
the sun is
1,000 to
going down.
1,500 miles
What's that?
over the course. So, like, what? How fast are? Let's just say that the circumference is what, 25,000 miles for the sake of the discussion, right?
Okay.
Do we agree on that somewhere in there?
If you want to go with that, we're just using it for shits and giggles anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let's say like from sunrise to sunset is 12 hours. That's about 12,000 miles.
Okay.
12,000 miles. What is the 12,000 miles over 92 million miles? What is the ratio of that?
I don't know.
By the way, that's an angular ratio. We'll
Yeah,
just give it the
15
fact that
degrees.
we're extending it linearly towards the
15
sun.
degrees. It's 15 degrees.
Well, that's not how you would necessarily calculate it. And
Sun moves 15 degrees every hour.
But now you're getting into angular. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt on this, right? We'll just say
15 degrees, and I can have it close and half the size. I could have it a quarter of the size and a quarter of this distance that you claim and get the exact same effect. I can do that right here in this room.
We're talking about a 1.3 degree noticeable. I'm sorry, 0.013 degree noticeable if we calculate it for a percentage. 0.013043% angular size change.
I'm going to show you something. I'm just going to show you something real quick.
Show me.
This is a great.
Talking about 12,000, and that's if I'm giving you linear, right? It's not linear, but I'm saying even if we extend it linearly 12,000 miles towards the sun, because it's going to be an angular change where it's going to be very, very minimal, like, I don't know, 3,000 miles. We can do the math. We can figure this out, but it's not 12,000.
See this crystal ball right here, right? I'm going to.
Yeah. Can you grant my wishes?
Forward. I'm going to extend my arm forward. You can see it change in size, correct? It appears to change in size, right?
Sure.
All right. Watch this.
Mirror, mirror on the wall.
Watch this. Okay. Here it is.
That's green screen, by the way.
How's this? You don't see a change in the size at the same distance. Now, I recreated your effect that you said could only take place at 44 million miles. I just did it in a matter of 6 feet. Merely by...
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I
you
scaled
didn't.
everything down. Is all I did was scale it down.
Allow me to show it, and then the audience can decide, right?
Okay. So I don't see anything back there.
Wait a second.
Again.
I've got
Here's
it.
the effect again. Okay, I'm going to go move the same distance.
Remember this, audience.
Okay, and we're going to go all the way back here, and we're going to go like that, the same distance. Look at that.
Yep.
Look at
I
that.
saw it.
I recreated
Mhm.
the exact same fucking effect in only 6 feet. So my point is this, regardless of what you see happening, doesn't indicate that it's 93 million miles away. Seeing it not appear to change size or change size much during the course of a sunset doesn't mean that it's 93 million miles away. You see, you can get the same effect regardless. And so it's not a point.
May I share? Thank you very much. I'm gonna walk through what this observation is. This was an observation from Red's Rhetoric in Tampa Bay, started at 7:26 in the morning. What I did is I built a Python program to show here, if you look at the outer rim, every single frame of this, it was a measured diameter based on the pixels of this perfect sphere, right? And all it was it's showing the pixels that, by the way, right now we're at what, 9 a.m., almost 9 a.m. Okay. The point is that when we actually get up where we can see it, right? At the very beginning, there was a little bit of bowing. You'll notice when it sets, there's a little bit of bowing, and it's because of the refraction that takes place when the sun is setting, and it will kind of bend inwards towards the upper part and the lower part of the sun. But regardless of that part, the pixels stay at 684. They might shift to 682, 686 here and there because of error bars. The point is that when we're looking at it on a flat Earth, we would expect there to be a noticeable change between 2 to 3 times.
Why?
Because it's a
I
local
just showed
sun.
you that I can recreate the same effect in a short space.
When the sun hits 12 noon local, we would expect the sun to be at its peak in
Okay.
our visibility, right? Like right here, we would expect to be highest.
Well,
As
right
it goes
now,
away
like-
from us on a flat Earth, as you say, from perspective, right? As it continues to go away from us, right now it's almost 1 p.m. It's going away from us. We would expect at this point for it to be becoming smaller and smaller and smaller until it gets out of our sight. If it was
like this, but I just demonstrated to you that you don't need that distance to do that. That is not an indication that you're on a globe or that the sun is 93 million miles away. Because as I just indicated, all I have to do is scale it down and I can recreate the exact same effect. It's not an indication of distance at all.
The point is that the sun does not change size as
Okay,
you would expect
so
on a
what?
flat Earth. At
Well,
12
no,
noon,
that's
it
as
would be
you
a
would
bit
ex-
above
no,
your head.
as you would expect on a flat Earth.
Explain
I don't
then why
expect
does it
that on a
change the
flat
same
Earth
size?
because I understand the perspective. I just showed it to you.
The perspective allows it to stay the same size. Is what
I
you're saying,
just
right?
proved it to you.
Do it again. I'll pull this off.
No, I did it
I think-
twice. If you weren't paying attention, that's because you don't want to know anything. Because I
Okay,
went
so
through the
you're-
trouble of getting rid of my back screen and turning on the overhead light so that I could give you a clear example of the demonstration. And as I demonstrated, all I needed to do was scale it down. You're expecting this, and I backed up and showed you that I was still close and that the sun right here appeared to change none in angular size because of that distance. The same.
So you're
effect-
located in Virginia, yeah?
I
And
am
Shy
located in
Shy Cubby is in Chicago.
Real quick, you're always trying to think of what you're going to say next. You weren't even listening
why
to
you
what
didn't-
he was
I
saying.
heard
You
exactly
just
what he
missed-
said.
So what did he say?
He said that I'm thinking that it's going to change this amount, and the fact is that it doesn't change this amount at all. And he pulled it across the screen. He backed up. He didn't say a whole lot, Cubby, but maybe you could elucidate on what I missed.
Hallucinate? No, I'm good.
Elucidate. In other words, elucidate means
Yeah,
to
yeah.
like further kind of sort of
Yeah,
explain
gotcha, buddy.
something that I
And
might have
the
missed.
sun is seen at different sizes a lot of times throughout the day at different altitudes. The moisture in the air plays a lot to do with it as well. Okay, when you're looking linearly straight ahead, you're looking through a greater amount of moisture than you're looking through when you're looking straight up. And so that's going to be a factor involved as well. So this doesn't mean that the sun is 93 million miles away. It doesn't mean that it's 836,000 miles in diameter. It doesn't mean that the earth is a globe. It merely means is, wow, I don't see the sun change in angular size, but I'm going to straw man it and say, as we would expect to see on a flat earth. No, that's as you straw man to see on a flat earth. As I just demonstrated, it can be a local sun and still not change angular size by the time it goes out of your sight during the day. Now, a real good indication of that, though, is in the high altitude balloons. The high altitude balloons, even on the dark side of when it's nighttime, can still see the sun on the day side of the earth. And it appears much, much smaller than it does when it's over the daylight side, or when you're in the daylight side. So, you know, you're viewing it from a limited perspective on the ground. Okay. But at the end of the day, this whole thing right there doesn't prove shit without the accompanying straw man statement that goes with it, as we would expect to see on a flat earth. No, that's as you would expect to see, because you have a misconception of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so not a good argument at all. This is why I often say things in the sky are worth shit when discussing the condition of the ground that you're standing on.
Would you agree that this is a good demonstration of what the globe says should happen on their globe model?
Because it's also accompanied with a straw man argument.
What's the globe say that's a straw man, right? When they say that the sun will not change size.
Because you assume that you would see it change size.
No, we don't. No, we absolutely don't. We assume that the sun will not change size.
You don't assume that you would see it change size on a flat earth?
On a globe, it should not change size.
On a flat earth, do you assume that you would see it change size?
Well, when we actually do the measurement, we say this will change size between 2 to 3 times if we're on a flat earth, but on a globe earth, it will not change size at all.
How did you figure that it would change size 2 to 3 times on a flat earth?
Well, this observation takes place over Tampa Bay, right?
Right.
So what we do is we look at Tampa Bay on a flat earth model and we say, oh, on Tampa Bay flat earth model, it looks like the sun's going to go here and then it's going to go there. And when we measure the peak at 12 noon from when we're measuring it, we can determine the angular size of the sun. And then we can determine the angular size of the sun when it's about to set. And it should be about 2 to 3 times.
Here's the case. Well, that's your assumption that it should be. But the whole the reality of it is, you were viewing it on a flat earth.
Yeah, I was about to say, why would you
were viewing it on a flat earth?
We viewed it on both, and we determined which one makes more sense.
How did you make an observation on both?
We took a flat earth projection of the globe, right?
And you made your
the
size
Gleason map.
Of your sun. You made the size of your sun what? And your
we
distance
set it
what?
We set it to the angular size, which is a half a degree that's measured throughout the day. Right?
Wait, what?
This is 682 pixels, but it's a half a degree in angular size.
It's going to depend on the moisture content in the air and everything else, man.
Nope, because this is well above the moisture.
So you were able to, so you assumed a size and a distance of the sun.
Yep.
Okay, well then that's probably why you had a problem.
This is
why globetards have problems, is because everything that they base everything off of is assumptions.
Yeah, it's assumptions based on 2 different models, and we go with which one works.
We're not on a
right?
model, and if you think you have,
you don't have a model, so there's no flat Earth model.
Hold on, you don't either.
Yeah, we do.
No, you don't have a working model.
Yeah, have you ever heard of Stellarium? You want me to bring it up?
Stellarium doesn't reconcile the physical impossibilities incorporated in your globe Earth belief.
No, it does.
No, oh, it does. So
yeah, absolutely. It makes what you say to be impossible possible because you don't understand the model.
Wait a second. How is?
I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up.
I don't care. I want to see reality. I want to.
What do you want to see?
Okay, I would like to see a demonstration, a scientific demonstration, verifying the claim that gravity holds air to the Earth.
On Stellarium.
Stellarium is a computer program. I want to see
it's a model.
visual. I want to see a repeatable and demonstrable experiment verifying this claim.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Not a computer model. I can make a computer model that shows an elephant spinning its tail around and flying like a fucking helicopter. It doesn't make it reality.
Actually, you know what? That would be a great segue. If you can show the elephant spinning its tail around, that might get the audience over until
And
the
as
next
he hovers,
demonstration.
he'll remain over the same space.
That would be cute.
The thing, the reality of it is that is a main basic physical impossibility that makes your model non-working. The second one is the physics of water. Okay.
Yeah.
So despite what you think you may see, looking at long distance objects and things like that, the physics of water dictate that could never be, because water always seeks level. It never convexes around an object and assumes its shape. It doesn't stick to the outside of things and become oceans and shit like that. I don't care how many basketballs you spray down with water and try to say that the cracks are like rivers and lakes. That's nonsense. Okay. The reality of it is a dynamic pressure system such as we have, a fluid pressure system, cannot exist without physical containment. Ever. This is the center of the universe. You're in it.
So you've made this remark, and you said this the other day on your stream, that it cannot exist.
That's correct.
Water cannot convex to a ball. It doesn't matter. Blah 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 blah. That's a positive claim. You would agree, right?
It's axiomatic, really.
So what you're saying is that it's beyond testable.
It's not beyond testable. It's very testable.
Well, when you say axiomatic, we have to accept it as true, and then we can test things.
Well, let me ask you this: have you ever been able to transport a volume of any kind of fluid from one place to another without it being in a physical container? Have you ever been able to acquire a specific volume of any fluid without a physical container?
Let me point you back to a demonstration that you gave me. Do you remember when you said that there was a vacuum sealed container within? You said that there was a box that had a sealed door, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah,
and it was inside of a vacuum, and when it opened, it would equalize, right? That was sort of the consensus we came upon. This was sort of a response, right? If you remember that you had this response to what I said, that gravity would be different at certain altitudes. And this was not a demonstration of how gravity would be at different altitudes, right? This was your response to the fact that gravity is less at different altitudes. We talked a little bit about scuba gear.
What you call gravity, things weigh more at higher altitudes.
No, they don't. No,
yes, they
absolutely
do.
Don't.
Absolutely, they do. In fact, things will weigh more inside of a vacuum.
Inside of a vacuum, sure, at the same altitude. Show me how they weigh more at a different altitude inside of a vacuum.
It's simple, because the pressure is different. The pressure is less. It has everything to do with the outside pressure. Has everything to do with the medium. If I increase the density of the medium, the weight of the object lessens. If I decrease the density of the medium, the object's weight increases. It's that simple. As soon as you start to reduce the pressure inside of the vacuum chamber, the object on the scale inside the vacuum chamber immediately begins to gain weight.
So the point is that the gravity does not change with altitude.
But you didn't. Well, that's right, because there is no gravity.
It doesn't change
density. It's
in
all
the negative sense.
The buoyancy.
It doesn't become heavier with altitude, like you said.
Yeah,
you've never demonstrated that.
Yes, I can.
Do
you want the demonstration?
Yes, demonstrate it, please. Yep. Thank you.
Right. A moment.
That's what I was after from the get-go, and you showed me the.
I've showed it on here a number of times. All right, just a moment. Okay, I gotta unmute that. Go over to, whoops, wrong one. This one, share the screen, bring this up, do that over, pick it. Okay. Let me get it up to where he starts doing the
chamber, and you'll see that when I remove the air from around it, it suddenly starts to get heavier. Okay, let's put our empty bottle on here. So right now it weighs 11.434 grams. Let's turn on the vacuum. And it immediately starts gaining weight. It's already gained 0.3 grams.
And I should mention that we're using grams here. This is a measure of mass, but when you use it for a scale, you're actually measuring a force, not a mass. And it's called gram force, abbreviated GF.
Whoa, it's at 12 grams already now. So it's gained almost 0.6 grams, over a half a gram of weight, just by removing the air around it. Now this effect doesn't just happen for air in a bottle, but it happens for anything, including you. For example, I have this guy here standing on my scale. So he's starting off at 19.81 grams. As soon as I turn on the vacuum though, he starts to gain weight. He's already gained around 0.02 grams already, 20 milligrams. 19.84. So he weighed around 0.15% more just by being in the vacuum chamber. Before we continue with our experiment, let me tell you about our sponsor today.
So do you see what I'm getting at? Now, it's just like it's the same thing if you put, that's like, how do you weigh air, right? How would you weigh air? You have to have it first in a container.
You're muted, by the way.
You have to have the outside of the container at a lower pressure than it is inside the container before it will even register any weight. So you either have to compress air in the bottle for it to weigh on the scale, or you have to reduce the pressure outside of the bottle for the air to register a weight. It all has to do with the density ratio to the medium that we're all living in. Once you go into a different medium, another fluid medium like water, your weight completely changes. In fact, if you really think about it, when you're swimming across the lake, you're literally flying over the surface of the earth. The surface of the earth is well down below you, and you are flying over the surface of the earth merely because you've changed your density ratio to the medium, which is really remarkable. We're kind of rare that we would be a land animal, that we would be a creature that lives on land, because most of the earth is water. Our physics really should be, if you think about it by the majority, it should be concerning water and not a gas medium. But that's what we are primarily concerned with. And the problem is people can't see the forest for the trees. In other words, they don't consider the medium because you're immersed in the medium. It's that simple. It really is. There's no magical force it's pulling on anything.
May I speak?
Yeah, go for it.
So what you showed me was not a demonstration of altitude decreasing with gravity.
What happens at altitude spin? Does the pressure go down? Does the air
pressure goes down?
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what did we see happens when the air pressure goes down?
What you can do is a demonstration of gravity at different altitudes with a vacuum, right?
We
You can
just
show a demonstration of
we
that.
just simulated a different altitude.
not
We
with
just
different
simulated
altitudes.
a different altitude, didn't we?
No, you didn't. You just
We didn't?
all you did was suck the air out of the container and show
Yeah.
how it weighs more, which
Yeah.
I agreed with because that's
Right.
what the globe model says.
Right.
When
No,
the
it's
air
not.
is
Well, wait,
removed,
hold on,
yes,
wait,
it
that's
is.
what the globe
Wait a
model
second. Let
says?
me
So wait a second,
elaborate.
your globe
Let me
model
elaborate.
talks now?
Let me elaborate. Okay.
Okay.
When you suck the air out of the container, you
Uh-huh.
suck the air out of every part, which you love to elucidate on the fact that the gravity is pushing in on you from all sides, right? You
No.
remove that from the equation
No,
about
air
the pressure.
pushing in.
Yeah, pressure. Right, sure. the effects of gravity from that pressure that's pushing in on you become zero. When
That's not the
essentially
effects of gravity. How is that the effects of gravity?
when you remove all of the air that is helping to support anything that's more dense than it, because it's being sucked towards the earth, whenever you remove it.
Wait, why wasn't I sucked toward the earth in the lake?
Do you think that there's air below you when you're walking around on the ground, right? Well, like, so you go outside your
Why
house.
would there be air below me?
Are you breathing in oxygen when you walk outside your house?
I'm breathing in a large amount of nitrogen with trace
you know what's a good point, right? Say you go to your car, right? You go to get in your car, you want to drive, I don't know, to go see something cool. You just want to see fireworks on the 4th of July, right? You hop in your car. When you were walking to your car, did you have a lack of oxygen at any point?
No, why would I?
That's a good point, right? So it's all around you. It's homogeneous from the ground up to your face. If you were laying on the ground and you did an army crawl to your car, let's just say you did an army crawl and you said, I'm going to hop in my car and I just want to do this for whatever the fuck reason. Would you have passed out and died?
No,
because there's oxygen at that level. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Because of gravity.
Well, wait.
I'll say it because
wait.
It's
Hold
fine.
on. Hold on.
I won't even assert that. I won't even assert that. I won't even assert that.
1 second. You keep saying it's because of gravity.
I will not even assert that.
I want proof that it's because of gravity.
I'll take it back. I'll take it back for the time being. Right. So, what can we conclude from the fact that we can actually breathe in oxygen at whatever level that we're at? When you're looking at this demonstration from Action Lab, and he sucks the air that would have been available to us, that would have been actually allowing the weight of this, whatever the fuck, from the shoes to the ceiling, would have allowed this to be less. When we remove that, there's nothing to support that would have been under it, right?
Exactly.
And so once that's removed, there's going to be a higher weight. Simple. Raise the altitude, do the same test, and show me what the answer is.
Just to elucidate a little bit. So in other words, what you're saying is that when we change the ratio of density between the object and the medium, that we see a change in weight.
When we remove the air that is
whatever
supporting,
medium, whatever
supporting
medium.
the object, when we
Whatever
remove the
medium.
air, there's
Yes,
nothing
I
to
agree.
support it. There's
Well,
nothing to
there
support
is.
it.
There's
No.
Wait, the vacuum is
Tell me
not
what.
the vacuum is not a true vacuum. It's just a very low pressure system. A true
Yeah,
vacuum,
but it's less
cannot
than
be
what it
achieved.
was.
So that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. Thank you.
So it weighs more.
Exactly.
Why should it weigh less?
Why would it weigh less?
That's the point. The
Right.
globe model doesn't
So
say it
what
should weigh
happens?
less.
What happens if that has nothing to do with a globe or anything else? It's your claim
That's the
of
point.
gravity.
As I said, this is what we were arguing about, was the difference in altitude. And you
Yeah.
showed me this garbage.
Right.
This
because
is
the only
great. This is a
difference in
great
the
representation.
The only difference in the altitude is that the pressure gets less. That's
F
the only
equals
difference.
GM1
Well,
over
that's a nice little
GM1
sport.
M2 over R squared.
Where'd you get
It's
the R
a-
value?
We measured it, and
How
I've
do
told you this
measure an
before.
R value on an oblate spheroid?
We can call the measurement 1 for the sake of
And where
argument.
did you
The
get
fact
measurement?
is,
You have to
we can
have the
we can
measurement.
imagine that it's an R1.
Well, that's exactly what they did, was they imagined it, because you don't have an
No,
R
they've
value.
measured it.
No,
They've
they
measured
haven't
it. And you want to
measured
throw a
it.
roadblock, we can call that the measurement is 1
There
meter.
is no measurement.
Doesn't fucking matter.
There
The
is
fact
no
is, when you go up in altitude, the gravity is less. When you go lower in altitude, the gravity is more. Do you know
But
what
you end up
counteracts that?
weighing more.
Do you know what counteracts the gravity?
Because we just demonstrated that when the air pressure is less, that
What
weight
counteracts
is
the gravity, Sav? What
Okay.
counteracts the gravity?
What
In
gravity?
our model. In
Wait a
our
second,
model. In our model.
I don't
in-
subscribe to a model. I'm
In
going
our
by
model.
reality, brother.
Internal critique.
Okay.
What counteracts the gravity in our model? What counteracts it?
I don't know what kind of fantasy bullshit y'all got. What counteracts it?
You know, like when you get on the gravitron at the fair,
Yeah,
right?
that's centrifugal force.
There you go.
Okay.
Yep. Which is
okay.
virtually
So now you've got two claims
at the
You've got
equator, which
gravity
is
and movement, which you don't have proof of either one.
that's what counteracts gravity, and it's
You don't-
much
that's
less
what
than
you
the
think
gravitational pull.
counteracts gravity, but you still have not
That's why critical thinks experiment is so valuable.
You got to be shitting me. He didn't put out anything that was
because the
valuable at all.
centrifugal
He didn't
force
even
is virtually
calibrate his
zero in
scales.
Antarctica.
He didn't even calibrate his scales, for crying out loud.
He did.
No,
he
he didn't. No,
Let's walk
he
through it.
did not.
Can I pull up his videos? We can go
I've
over it.
seen his fucking video on it, and he didn't calibrate his fucking
Have
scales.
you shown them? Have you shown them on your stream
No,
so that we
I
can
have
dissect
not
it?
shown them, and I'm not even getting into that FTF, into that stupid fucking final experiment nonsense.
Had
because
nothing to do with the sun, right? It, just had to do with his location on the Earth.
Another
Had nothing to do with the sun.
non-experiment that was done improperly. We saw it. We've been over it.
Mhm.
Catch up, for crying out loud. Catch up.
Why was it improper? I haven't been here. Explain it to me, and
didn't
I'll
calibrate his fucking scales.
What causes a scale to be miscalibrated?
Because he moved them.
What? So that causes a scale to be miscalibrated by taking the scale.
Yes. You are to calibrate a scale every time before you take a measurement. My God. My God. Come on. There was nothing scientific about a goddamn thing that they did down in that joke of a fucking story that they did.
Well, that was faked according to you, but let's assume it's real, right? Like, let's just pull yourself out of your body for a moment and say it was real and they calibrated this.
Okay.
It was miscalibrated, right? What causes a scale to be miscalibrated from Australia to Antarctica?
Okay, the fact that you're taking it in your luggage compartment on in an unpressurized aircraft in the area that's not pressurized, you're taking that fucking thing up through there into the cold. You haven't bothered to calibrate it. The thing's got metal parts in it that are going to contract because of the fucking cold weather. My God, how many different factors do you need? And why was there such a problem with doing it in the first place? Why not just go ahead and calibrate it like you're supposed to, like any goddamn scientist in the world would do? For crying out loud, bro. Listen, the reality is this. Here's your big fucking reality, right? This whole argument wasn't settled because some bunch of fucking asshats from YouTube went down to goddamn Antarctica. Okay? It wasn't.
But you were on that stream on this.
Final shot themselves in the goddamn foot.
You know what would be a good comedy relief from this tension that we have is watching Karen B go fucking.
I don't have any tension. What I'm trying to get at to you is that you're saying
That was
you're
a
talking
funny-
about a distance to the sun that you have no idea of.
Well, do you remember what Karen B said in your exchange?
Just listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
You were told this fucking shit. Okay, you don't know any of this. You were told this stupid shit. You don't have a firsthand observation of a globe. None of us here do. None of us.
But it doesn't matter.
And you go by, you've never witnessed it. You know that there's physical impossibilities that cannot be reconciled, yet you still want to fight for this thing that's in your imagination. I don't understand it. When every observation you have indicates that you are on a non-moving level platform of some kind or another. That's your observation. Somebody had to come along and tell you, hey, despite what you see and feel, that's all wrong. You're actually on a ball that's going at phenomenal speeds through a fucking void and all this fucking nonsense. Well, how do you know that? Well, because see the sunset? What? Because the fucking sunset? Every time you guys go to talk about the earth being a globe, you have this assumption of it and want to look at the fucking sky.
Yeah.
Astronomy is not science.
No, science is about assumptions. You know this.
No, it is not.
Yes, it
Science,
is.
no, it is not.
Okay, I'll
Science
pull it up.
is about finding the mechanisms behind natural phenomenon, things that we witness. We want to know, why does that happen? So you make assumptions initially in your hypothesis, correct? You go, I think it's because this, that, and the other. Now, that's why a hypothesis can have assumptions in it to begin with. Okay.
Do you trust Berkeley.edu?
Do I? No, I don't.
Can I show it anyways?
Yeah, you can.
So so
as soon as
so
I
that
finish,
people can mock it.
have you actually listened to anything that I've said?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right.
You said science is about assumptions that they made
No,
up from the
it's
get-go.
not about that. No, that's not what I said at all. So you have
That's what you said.
No, I said the assumption aspect of it takes place in the hypothesis. Okay.
Yeah.
Assume
From
that
the
this
get-go.
is taking place because of this, that, or the other. So what's the next step?
Tell me,
Okay.
because
The next step is
you're talking about the basal level.
Yes, I am. So
Yeah.
we look and see, has anybody else looked into this? Have there been any other experiments regarding this? And if so, what were the findings? If you don't find any or anything that's sufficient to your satisfaction, you devise your own experiment or even repeat one of the other repeatable experiments that's listed in the research. Okay. So then you embark on making an experiment to try to test your hypothesis. Now, in this experiment, for instance, why do things fall to the earth? Well, first off, all things do not fall to the earth. Only heavier than air objects fall to the earth. Because when I put them in a different medium, I get a different reaction completely. So what do I want to look at? I want to know what's the mechanism involved. So you guys even did it with the vacuum chamber, right? You dropped some objects in a vacuum chamber and measured how fast it took them to fall from a certain height. And they came up with a consensus average of 9.8 meters per second squared, or 32 feet per second per second. Okay, so we have that. What did we change between dropping the objects in a vacuum chamber and dropping the objects not in a vacuum chamber? What was the one thing that we changed?
We removed the air.
That's right. We removed the medium. We thinned out the medium. We didn't really remove it. We just made it very, very low pressure. And we
But
saw
to the point where we could make measurements.
Okay. So, well, we could make measurements otherwise too.
Well, but we could determine the difference and
Right.
with air and with very low pressure.
Right. So what did we determine there? We determined that the medium, changing the medium, changed the observed effect. We didn't fuck with gravity. We changed the medium. That means that the medium, the air, was the independent variable in that experiment. And that by modulating the independent variable, we found out that you changed the observed effect. So gravity didn't.
Can I ask you a hypothetical?
What's
Do you
that?
think that if they did the same experiment, let's just say Action Lab put on a coat, he went to the top of Mount Everest, right? And he removed the air from a container, a vacuum chamber that he had at the top of Mount Everest, would it weigh more with zero air in that gravity environment than it did?
No, you've already put it in an environment by putting it in the vacuum chamber. You're
Well,
creating that
say it
environment.
started.
Location
it started
doesn't
at
have anything to do with it.
Say it started at I don't know, 7 psi or 6 psi, whatever the fuck the top of Mount Everest is. Would it weigh more on a scale if he put a scale on an exact same experiment? If he was on the top of Mount Everest, would it weigh more?
It'd do exactly the same as it did here. It would probably start out weighing more.
So hold on, when you remove the air in the action lab video you showed, right? When you remove the air, it weighed more overall, right? Say it weighed like 7 grams and then it was 12 grams at the end.
Yeah.
Would it weigh more? Would it be the same sort of
your start weight would be less because you're already at a low pressure.
Would the end weight be less or more than the end weight if you were closer to the earth?
It would be the same. Doesn't have anything to do with your proximity to the earth at all. It has nothing to do with that. No, it doesn't. When
the mass
wait. Outside of dropping shit on the ground, when have you ever observed two objects drawing together merely because they exist?
Well, you're not going to like the answer, so I'll defer.
Well, if
The
you're going to
answer
point to the
is
sky and say, I saw some lights that they seem to go toward
you
each
don't
other.
like the answer, so I'll
That's
defer.
not an answer.
Stig, welcome to the
When
party.
in nature have you seen because you don't even know what the fucking stars are or anything else. So here on Earth, where you live at, have you ever seen two objects draw together merely by virtue of their existence?
I did mention the Cavendish experiment.
That's not nature,
and
is
you
it?
didn't like that. It is
Well, that's
nature.
not
No.
nature, is it?
Well,
First
the
off,
natural world is
we already
anything within the universe.
We already agreed that the scientific method starts with an observation, correct?
It does. It starts with a question.
all right.
It starts with a question.
Someone would have to observe.
It starts with a question.
That you're trying to prove, which no one ever has.
Starts with a question, Saab. The question might be, hey, why did the stars move that direction? Right? And then you form a hypothesis.
Based
you say,
on
I think it's because it's because we're stationary and the stars are moving.
What are the stars? How big are the stars? How far away are the stars? And
that could be part of it, but a basic assumption.
Just looking at two objects that you can't test and assuming their properties, which you can't test.
Pull it back.
And then
pull
trying
it back.
to devise an experiment on Earth with something.
Say you're the first person on Earth.
Did Cavendish think that stars were made of lead?
Think about a very basic hypothesis. You're the first person on Earth. You look up and you say, oh, I noticed that these stars tend to rotate or they look like they're moving across the sky. We don't even need to use rotate.
Okay.
And then you might form a hypothesis. I think that the stars are rotating because they are moving around us because we're the center of everything. This is what happens. And then we can measure it, right? Then we can say, if this happens, this is what we would expect for the stars to say. And then someone might come along and they say, you know what? Yes, that's what happens with the stars. However, what we notice is that there seems to be something going on with retrograde motion with these things that might appear closer. How can we actually hone into that and have a better understanding of where we
here's the answer. You can't. All you can do is look at it and make your hypothesis. And that's as far as it goes. You have no way of testing it. And as I pointed out before, you don't know what the stars are. You have no idea how far away they are. You don't know if they're even a physical object. You don't know anything about it. Nothing in the sky is even in the realm of science because beyond hypothesis and observation, you're all done. The scientific method hits the roadblock right there.
This is a friend of mine, Sig. Sig might be able to propose a different solution.
We can make predictions what the things are going to do in the sky.
So?
What do you mean?
They're just repeating.
That's what science does. Makes predictions and falsifies things.
No, it doesn't. Science
it does.
finds the mechanism behind phenomenon. That's what science does. Science finds the mechanism behind phenomenon, observed phenomenon. We see something happen, we go, we want to know why that happens.
It can. It doesn't have to.
It does, because if you stop at hypothesis and cannot test the hypothesis other than watching repeating events in the sky, which have kinematographic equivalencies, they have kinematographic equivalencies that work on the flat Earth as well. So that's not a point to it. Pointing at the sky is not an indication of the Earth at all. First off, astronomy is not science.
You can have a how mechanism, right? But you don't need it as long as you're making predictions or falsifying your hypothesis.
That's astrology, okay?
No, it's not.
Astrology, okay? Predictions,
no, it's not, okay.
And then what do you do with that information?
Listen, for instance,
who gives a fuck that this star is going to go over there? Who cares? How does that do anything for you at all?
Well, let's just put satellites in orbit and shit.
Well, you're not going to put anything in orbit. That's just science fiction bullshit.
Right, satellites are fake. I got it.
C. Clarke, and they decided to try to make it like it's a reality. It doesn't happen because here's the problem with that. You have to get out of here to be able to orbit any goddamn thing.
So
and you're not
satellites
getting
fake,
out of
I
here.
figured that.
You're not getting out of here. Nobody is. Not alive anyway.
Well, not getting out of the solar system anytime
Oh,
soon.
you're not
that's
getting
for
out
sure.
of the Earth system. There is no solar system.
Oh yeah, every probe we ever sent is fake. GPS
Yes,
is fake.
it is 100% fake.
That's
Because
world class
how did they
bullshit.
get
all
them?
this.
Let me ask you something. How can you get through? How did you get the probe through the containment?
There's no dome.
There has to be.
Says you.
No, says science.
No, science.
Yes,
does not
it
say any
does.
such
Then
thing.
go ahead and show me using the scientific method a specific volume of gases without physical containment. Go ahead. And I don't want to hear you point to some
wait,
bullshit
hold
in
on.
the sky and say, look at there's Mars.
What about?
no,
I mean,
use the
the
science.
topic is flat Earth,
bullshit.
right?
You laughed about it. You think you're smart and shit. So I want you right now to cite or show the experiment.
Which
that
experiment?
verifies that
It's up to you,
gravity
buddy.
has any effect on gases. Go ahead. Show me that gravity can be a containment.
Do you remember, Stop, when
No,
I mentioned
actually, science, Bob the Science Guy, who you hate, just did that the other day.
How did he? Good. Tell me how he did.
Why do
it.
you guys always go to
Pull it
someone
up.
else?
I know.
Pull it up.
Do your own. Do your own.
The equations.
I don't want
I
an
mentioned
equation.
my
I
own.
want a fucking physical, goddamn, repeatable demonstration.
Okay,
All right,
motherfucker.
care about
What
the
happens
math.
when
Make
you
math
what happens when
confusing.
you're in a cave and you die? You remember this, Sob? Sit your ass down.
Who are you, man? Quit.
Well, anyway.
Enough with the tough.
Oh, do
guy
you want to
thing,
hear it,
please.
Bear?
Flat Earth, right?
Bear
is
of
the topic.
Christmas
So,
present?
what about countless pics from?
Wait a second, Sig. Wait a second, Sig.
Wait a second, Sig.
I'm gonna wait for this motherfucker.
We got the
to sit
alpha
down.
over here telling you what to do. Give it to me, bud.
He's fine. He can say what the fuck you want. Shut up, Cubby.
Give it to me,
Listen,
bud. You're the tough guy now.
Jerry Fletcher
You
slash
get,
Sob.
you get a little bolder. You know. You
Yeah,
let
I know.
yourself get a little bigger than your
Getting a
brain.
little pumped up on his
Yeah,
own.
they're absolutely full right now. All right,
Your balls a
motherfucker.
little bigger than
Listen,
your brain, there, buddy.
when you
high
die
on
in
your
a
own
cat,
supply
when
there.
you die in a cave, when you go the wrong direction, does your fucking air supply when you die, is it way less than when you were on the fucking surface?
I don't know. To be determined, I guess.
Oh, okay. Well, what if they weighed it when you were on the surface, motherfucker?
I don't know. What if a meteorite crashed into the people that were fucking weighing it? What if the Wolfman came out and jumped out of the bushes and bit me in the neck? And you know what the fuck is this what if shit?
The answer is yes, you idiot.
No,
All
it's
right.
not.
Why do you guys
Yeah, it
always
is.
get mad? Like
It
towards
weighs
the end,
more
it always-
on the fucking boat than when they pull the fucking carcass up that died because he ran out of air and they weigh his gas tank. It weighs less than when he was on the boat before he
Well,
went
sure.
down.
No, you know what though? It's not empty.
No, it is fucking empty. It's
No, it's not.
14.7
Lose the
psi.
argument.
Yeah,
No,
it is.
No, it's not. It's the same pressures outside the tank.
Yeah, the pressure that caused him to fucking die, right? Because there's no oxygen left.
Well, how do you weigh air?
I just told you.
Oh, so you have to have it
14.7.
in a container.
Barometers.
Wait, hold on. You had to have it in a container, didn't you?
No, you just use a fucking barometer. You
A
know the answer to
barometer
this.
on a scuba
Yeah.
tank.
There's hectopascals involved.
Okay.
You don't like those.
Oh, I don't.
When you weigh your
make
when
a
you
lot
fill
of
your tire up to
assumptions,
40
James.
psi,
make
do
a
you
lot of-
realize?
you make a lot of assumptions?
Do you
And this is
realize
why
that
you're
40
stupid.
psi?
all
plus-
of them, pretty much.
What your tire pressure is 40 psi plus 14.7 psi. You realize that, right?
No,
Yeah, you do.
no.
You
it's
won't
not.
overinflate it on a cold day because
No,
you
it's
know it'll
not.
pop, right?
No, it's not. It's
Why
not.
will it pop when it gets
Pressure.
Oh,
warm?
are you telling me that it's actually 54 psi?
54 and a half.
It's
Yeah,
above
if it's at
ambient.
40.
Then why does the register only read up to 40 then?
You can
Oh, that's a
calibrate it
great
either way.
question. That's a great question. Sid, go ahead.
14.7's outside of the tire.
You can calibrate it either way. There's gauge pressure and absolute pressure.
All right, cool. So can you, as I ask you to demonstrate or cite the demonstration of a volume of gas without a specific volume of gas without physical containment?
Yeah, Jupiter.
That's not a demonstration. That's a claim.
Oh, it's not gas mostly?
I don't know. You claim it's gas.
That's a good point.
I don't know how the fuck you would know that. I don't know how the
I believe
fuck
they
you
call
would
it the
actually know
gas
that.
giant of the fucking solar
I
system.
know what they call it. I know.
We
what they
don't
call
see
it.
comets crashing
I know
into it.
what
We
they
didn't
call
send probes into
No.
it.
Sure
No,
do.
we
All
didn't
right, well,
send
anyway,
anything
what's
to
your
it.
best evidence of
So
flat
wait a
Earth?
second. Wait a second. So outside of your fantasy world, you have no scientific demonstration of your claim. Is that what I'm to understand?
You're. Well,
Is that
that's
what
a-
I understand?
That's
Is
what
that what you're
pseudoscience
telling
does.
me?
Expects unrealistic expectations from science.
What do you mean unrealistic expectations? You have a claim that imposes
What claim? What claim do I have? Go ahead.
an open thermodynamic system with fluid pressure.
You mean thermodynamic?
That's what I just
What
said.
about
No, you
thermodynamics?
said thermal.
Okay, so you suggest that there's an open system with pressure. Okay, that's a physical impossibility, and you needs reconciliation.
No,
All the tards tonight.
forces.
Wow.
All you need is forces.
Okay, great. Show me a force that's suitable to contain a specific volume of gas as it pertains to Earth.
Well, for a planet-sized thing, it's gravity.
Well, that's your claim. Can you show me the experiment that verifies your claim of gravity?
Well, not on
having
Earth.
any
You can't
effect?
do.
Do you have
can't show
any experiment that verifies your claim of gravity having any effect on gas behavior?
Yeah.
What?
The pressure gradient.
Well, wait a second. I agree that there's a gradient. And in order for there to be a gradient, there must first be pressure. Okay? The pressure cannot be the source of pressure. Do you understand?
No, that's not how that works.
It can't be the source of
If
itself.
it's forces, it'll work just like a
What
container.
force? What force?
You know the force.
Okay, well then prove to
That
me.
Einstein superseded
Prove
Newton.
to me that gravity is the cause of the pressure gradient.
Never mind these obscure, unreasonable gas things.
No, those are.
What's your best evidence for flat Earth?
Those are two of my best evidences right there. And you cannot reconcile them.
You're shifting the burden of proof, buddy.
Yeah,
we don't
It's
have
just
to prove that.
unreasonable expectations is what you
How
guys
is it an
have.
unreasonable expectation?
Because that's what you guys do.
That's not unreasonable expectation. You claim
You want water to stick to
you
a ball
claim
on
that
a giant ball?
You are claiming that something physically impossible exists and that we're in it.
It's an observational fact.
It's an
Sal.
observational fact.
Prove it for him.
When have you ever observed a specific
Gravity is
volume
just
of
an
gas
observational fact that we have theories about.
that we
Who
have?
is this,
what?
Brenda Light? Who's talking right now?
That would be me.
Yeah,
Sig.
no, you sound a little
Hey.
fruity, but anyway, go ahead.
Whoa! Why does it sound
What's that?
pretty, man? Come on. He asked you for
I don't know.
evidence.
You guys,
called
you
him
guys are the ones that
fruity.
pass pictures
Come on,
around
dude.
of me. You tell me, Pat.
Monkey, you got a lot of balls coming back here after your
Monkey,
performance the other night.
He's sour that I showed his brick wall on my.
Did you?
He's sad.
That's-
Listen, I chose not to show it, Cubby. Like, come on.
I don't care what you do, dude.
Do you want me to show it again?
Go for it.
Hey,
I can
stop.
care less, buddy.
What about
All right,
curvature?
don't put it on the
Wait a
t-shirt.
second. Sig,
You
they
know
got a
what?
point
You know what I
before.
think is cool though? Thank you for letting us all know what would get under your skin.
Exactly.
You see, because you assume
He asked
that
for
things that
royalties.
get under your
I didn't
skin,
say
get
a
under
word
other
about-
people's skin, but you're only telling us what gets under your skin.
It's called
That's what you're doing.
projection.
You see,
It's called, you know what gets under my skin, Sav? Dishonest, lying pieces of crap.
yep, me too.
That's what gets under my.
Me too.
Well, then don't
Let's
stop
start-
being one.
let's start
Stop
from
being
there.
one.
Let's
Really?
start from
I would
there.
like you. I would like you to go ahead and prove that anything I've said is a lie. Go ahead.
You want me to just sit here and go through hours of content of you?
I'd like you to just bring up
saying
one
the
thing.
disgusting
One
May I-
thing. One thing.
I'd like to
You only
propose.
need one, not all.
I'd like to propose. I'd like to propose something, Sav, if you don't mind.
Can we keep it chill tonight? 'Cause I don't.
We
I'm
can.
sick
Up
That
to
would be
you.
up to you,
Sav,
Pat. Pat,
Sav,
just a minute,
correct me
Sig.
if I'm wrong. Wait a second.
Just a minute, Sig. Pat, that would be completely up to you. You came
That's
on
me.
here the other night with a snoot full of liquor, thinking you were 10 foot tall and bulletproof, and you made a complete ass out of yourself. Now, I want
I
you to
wasn't paying
know.
attention.
Now, wait a
Yeah,
second.
sure.
Yeah, they were.
I'll give you that one. Yeah.
And I want you to know
could be
that
better.
my hand is still extended if you do decide
Get the fuck
to do
out of here.
something about
I
your drainage
don't.
problem.
Maybe a fist
It's
bump
not.
sometimes. I would never shake your
Yeah,
hand. buddy.
give a fist bump. So the
That's
point
all
is this. All right. The point is this is that Saab, what you say is wherever we live, there's never anything with convexity as it pertains to water, right?
Well, other than your waves and shit like that, but they don't stay like that. No, of
Sure.
course not. Of course not. The
And
physics of water will not allow something to convex around an object and assume its shape. And I
Right,
know
and I've
you're
mentioned
probably gonna
tides.
throw a fucking water droplet or some dumb shit like that. We're not talking about surface tension. We're talking about substantial volumes of water.
And I've mentioned tides, even as it pertains to the Great Lakes, and you hand wave dismiss it, right?
Great Lakes. I'm from Michigan. I know better. Come on.
You
Really?
you
Okay,
say you know better.
Sav, you're
But they
from
always
Michigan,
watch
right?
us, Sav. They still don't know this.
Sav, so how much tide is in like Lake Michigan?
There's
Not a
no
lot,
tide.
right?
There's none.
Very, very tiny. Very,
None.
very
There
tiny.
is. It's very
Mere
small.
centimeters at
It's
most.
like a few inches, or
They
yeah,
measured
it's
it.
very small.
Now
But
how
it's
much?
measurable.
Size of their peckers.
Now how much tide is on a the ocean,
That's fun.
Pacific Ocean?
Good job.
Huh?
What in the fuck does tides have to do with the fact that water will not convex around an object and assume its shape?
Well, because we can measure, we can actually predict the tides based on the moon's position.
Wait a second. You mean to tell me that
You
the
didn't want to
moon
let me
is strong
finish?
enough to pull
Can I finish?
billions of tons of water, but nothing
Wait,
else?
let me finish. Let me finish,
can
and
see
then you
it
can.
from space.
Hold on, we were almost there. The fact is that tides will be based on the moon's orientation to Earth, right?
That's
So,
a myth.
for instance,
That's a myth.
It's not a myth, buddy.
That is a myth.
go ahead. You know what?
Tides
I'll allow it.
happen
Just,
all the time
Icy, just
on
let 'em
regular
cook. Just
schedule.
let
They've
'em
got
cook.
nothing to do with that. You're making a correlation bias right off the bat. I'll use my example once again. Monday through Saturday, there's a red car that goes by my house at the same time every morning. Shortly after that, my mail arrives. That must mean that red car going by makes my mail arrive, because on Sunday, that red car doesn't go by, and on Sunday, I don't get any mail. So that must mean that the red car going by my house means that the mail comes because of it. Now,
What was the conclusion, though? Like, what happened?
Well, I mean,
to
there
where-
it is. That's
someone realized that wasn't the case, right? They disproved it.
Well, of course. Now you could disprove it, or it could be an indirect correlation as well. Okay. So,
well, guess what? Someone came along and they said, "Oh, the red car just shows up when it shows up, and it doesn't have anything to do when the mail arrives." Because we realized that the USPS has a schedule. They have a schedule, and there's a guy that has a manifest on when he delivered the mail, and it has nothing to do with the red car. He has no idea that the red car exists.
Hold on, Spin. What if the red car is the mailman and he's on his way to work, and then shortly after, I'm like one of the first streets on his route? So indirectly, it did have a correlation. Now,
does he have a manifest?
As tides are concerned, which don't prove that the Earth is a ball at all.
Well, let's just say the red car is the reason, right? The red car guy has a name. He has a manifest. He has an employment ID.
Yeah.
And he shows that that's his route. And he shows up on 11X, whatever the fuck, every day except for Sunday. We have a better understanding of why he showed up and maybe why he didn't when you expected him to. We have a better understanding. Same thing that someone with a layman's knowledge of how the Earth works might say, "Oh, look, the stars are rotating at 15 degrees. Well, why is that? Is it because we're the center of the universe? Well, we see retrograde motion, right? You understand like how we could sort of graduate to a better understanding.
Or a false understanding, because as I said before, you don't have any way of actually testing this.
We could find out the guy's name, right? That was in the red
No,
Corvette.
I understand that. In that case, we could. In that case, we have access to the post office. We have access to the road. We have access to all these things. Not so much with the moon. Okay. Secondly, the thing is that it could be, but it's not gravity. And here's the reason why.
What is it then, Saab? Please.
What do you mean? What is it? I don't know.
It's not gravity. What the hell is it?
Well, wait a second. Maybe there's some kind of a pumping system that's at work.
Pumping
Maybe
system.
it's the fucking, who knows? Like how a swimming pool works. You know, a swimming pool, they've got that shit where it filters. The water it'll drain a bunch out and go through a filter cycle, and the water level goes down, then it goes back up because it's not pumping anymore. Who knows? But the bottom line is, to make a correlation bias based on something that's never ever been proven, and for the most part is just bullshit. It's magic duct tape to hold your planetary nonsense.
What, the things fall at a 9.8 feet per second, meters per second?
And they don't fall at that rate in water.
Nor should
the
they.
Earth is 70% water.
Anyway, let's keep it directly more about flat Earth. You've seen high altitude pics,
sure have.
Amateur rockets like a couple of years ago, 295,000 feet, I think, or 300, even with rectilinear lens.
Yeah.
So you think all those people are in on it too?
What do you mean that they're in on it?
Well, I mean, you can see curvature in them pics with a rectilinear lens.
That's what he's saying.
Well, do you though?
Yeah, clearly.
I don't. I see where it fluctuates and changes.
Yeah. All right. Good. I'm glad you brought that up. You know about barrel distortion.
Hold on, Sig. Common sense kicks in though. Common sense. As soon as the idea of convexity comes into your mind, common sense should kick in. Right there.
Listen, that's
the behavior of water.
That only happens with wide-angle lenses.
I don't care what you think you see.
Yeah, well, here's
the point. The physics of water will not allow that. So what you're seeing is an optical effect and not a physical effect.
Even
because common sense.
Even if it has a wide-angle lens, right?
I don't care. Water.
I don't care what. I didn't even make my point.
Water physics dictate that convexity is impossible. Do you not understand that? What part of that
see it from high altitude balloons and rockets and satellites?
You are seeing it. You are imagining curvature or seeing an optical effect.
Tens of thousands.
Okay, then make water convex.
All right, but here's the point.
Make
now.
water convex. In fact, I want you to, and you shoved away from my last request, which was to give me the experiment.
So you're saying it's barrel distortion or whatever, right?
It could be a number of things. The bottom line is the physics of water will not allow it.
Well, anyway, when it is barrel distortion and the horizon is near the bottom of the frame, that only flattens the curve.
Cool. Are we going to discuss photography or are we going to discuss actual physics?
Hey, Sav, how you doing tonight, man?
Technology.
Did you come up to talk about photography or physics?
You don't think pics from space settled the question?
There is no pics from fucking space. Get off
high altitude pics then.
High altitude pics. Wonderful. Cool.
Space is fake. Gotcha.
What about them? They don't show a globe.
Well, they show clear curvature.
Well, you might think it's curvature, but a lot of times I say, hey, that looks a little curved, and I'll put a straight edge up against it like that and go, oh no. But in any case, common sense kicks in.
There's many pictures of the entire sphere
from space. Kicks in and says water will not ever do that. Now, you remember when I asked you before you segued off onto other subjects.
Well, you should keep it to flat Earth.
I am keeping it to flat Earth. So I want that demonstration that verifies your claim of an open gas pressure system. I want to see the experiment that verifies that claim that gravity has an effect on gas behavior.
All day.
That's what I want.
An observational fact that anything with mass accelerates downwards.
Well, how do you?
And that forces can hold gas.
Wait. You got a problem with that too, because how do you obtain a mass of any gas without physical containment? Now, if you're saying that gas accumulated here because of gravity, that means that it did it small bits at a time. And that would mean you would be able to demonstrate gravity having an effect on gas behavior on a small scale.
Because not on Earth.
You cannot have any specific volume of gases.
Not what that means, really.
then how do you get a mass of gases without physical containment? How?
A mass of gases?
How do you get a mass of gases? That's your claim, is that the mass of gases is being attracted to the mass of the Earth, isn't it?
I'm going to look in a telescope and look at Jupiter.
I don't care. Can you go there to Jupiter and you test that shit?
Do you have to?
No, you can't.
You don't have to go there.
No, I want the science. I don't.
Yeah, you want something unreasonable.
I want actual science. Science is
No.
unreasonable. Looking at shit in the sky and making up a story about it is not fucking science. I want the actual science behind it. I want the demonstration that verifies that gravity has any effect on gas behavior.
Hey,
Well,
Sean, can I ask you a question too?
they use
Right
it in
quick?
the charts for like pilots and shit.
Would they use it in? They use an
Yeah,
experiment.
because you can't use
that
just the
verifies
ideal
that.
gas laws and shit. You have to use the like barometric formulas.
So you mean like several gas laws that are working in conjunction with one
Yeah,
another? Perhaps?
kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? So we got like a temperature gradient, and we've got a compositional gradient that takes place because you start to lose some of the elements in the mixture, and Dalton's law dictates that the pressure will decrease as a result of that. We've got a larger dispersal area. We can mix those three things together, and voila, a fucking gradient. What do you know?
I get.
But you know what? We had to have a contained volume of gas in order to do that.
All right, you expect too much from science, but
That's not expecting too much from science. How is that expecting too much from science?
Because everything you bring up is like unreasonable.
I got a question for you, CYG, whatever your name is. How do
go
you
ahead,
measure
Raj.
curvature, dude? How do you got a measurement for a curvature?
You know his
Yeah,
name. Raj.
RZAs.
Let me
RZAs, Roger?
Let me just get this straight. Let me just get this straight. You're telling me that it's unreasonable that when you propose an axiomatically impossible physical fucking condition.
Not axiomatic.
Says who?
Yes.
What do you mean says who?
It's not axiomatic.
It is.
No, that's
No,
what
it's-
you guys say. It's not.
100% axiomatic.
what
You know
the
why it's
results say.
axiomatic? The tires
gas
on
laws
your
are
car
exactly gas
prove
laws.
this. Okay? But you're suggesting a physical impossibility that has never been observed in nature one fucking time, except when it comes to your Earth and your
Jupiter,
fantasy
Saturn,
space
telescope.
balls and shit, and your fantasy space balls and shit. Okay, that's the only place that we see this off here and we assume that it's this, that, and the other. You don't have any science behind it. None. There is
All you need
absolutely
is the
zero
observational
science
fact
behind. There is
sometimes.
zero science behind your claim, dude.
What claim?
That you can have an open system with gas pressure.
Obviously, it's an observational fact.
No, it's not. It can't. How is it observational?
Look in a telescope. Look at Jupiter. Saturn.
Look at a telescope.
So what? I
Dude.
look into the sky. How does that mean that a gas can be contained without physical containment?
Well, it's obviously containing itself, isn't it?
Where?
What
Where's
gas?
it containing itself? I'm in it.
What do you mean?
What are
Have
you,
you got a
what are you
sample of
talking
gas
about?
from
How is
Jupiter?
looking at Jupiter going to be
Yeah.
proof of shit?
What do you mean? We've seen comets crash into it. We crash probes into it.
When
We
did
know
you
it's
see a
gas.
comet crash into Jupiter?
What?
You ain't never saw no.
I mean,
comet
asteroids,
crash
whatever.
into Jupiter.
Yeah, it happened.
Where?
It happened.
Picture of it, there's
It
video. of it.
happened. I got
You got it?
video of the Death Star blowing up Alderaan too. Does that really happen too?
But what about flat Earth evidence?
What do you
Never
mean?
mind.
Dude,
Wait,
you
did they
want
say that it
evidence?
was real? Bob, did they say that the Death Star was real?
Well, you didn't
Oh,
say it
God.
wasn't.
You don't.
Yeah,
do
they
it,
did.
Where?
Yeah, it's Hollywood.
Where?
Yeah.
Well,
So
so
is
what?
NASA.
So is NASA.
No,
They
it's
have
not.
like 12
Yes,
FX,
it is.
FX
Well,
videos. Why do they need
So you
those?
say, show us the curve. We launch rockets
Show me
and
the
balloons
curve.
and
Yeah, measure
satellites,
the curve is
and
what I
it's not
said
good
earlier,
enough.
dude. You got
I
a
didn't ever
measurement
say
of
show
curve.
me the curve. I ain't saying that. I'm saying show me a goddamn gas pressure or a volume, specific volume.
know,
of
you're
gas
sticking
without
to that.
containment. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying show me the physics of water doing what water never does. Go ahead. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's unreasonable because you're on
Why
a
is that
giant ball of
unreasonable?
water on it.
Because they're impossibilities that you claim and can't prove. That's why it's unreasonable. Is it unreasonable for me?
It's
to ask
unreasonable
for
because
proof
it's
of gravity?
unreasonable.
What?
It's unreasonable because it's unreasonable.
It's unreasonable because it's unreasonable. Dude,
Yeah.
you need to be
You
in
want
Washington,
water to
DC.
stick to a ball on a planet.
We're not on a
right
planet.
underneath you.
We're not on a planet. We haven't determined that yet.
It's
You
an
have a
internal
positive-
critique,
you have a
Saab.
positive claim, man. The burden of proof's on you.
Well, assuming we're on a planet,
It's
that
an
would be an
internal
unreasonable
critique,
expectation.
Saab. Yes.
Okay,
Internally, if you were to assume that we were on a planet, we would never say that gravity would be overridden by a simple water sticking to a ball experiment while on the planet.
Well,
And you know that.
First off, you're assuming that gravity's real.
It's an internal
Well,
critique,
it's just
Saab.
the
No,
observational
you
fact
are
that things fall.
you are assuming something that's never been proven.
It's an internal critique,
Things
Saab.
fall at a certain
If
rate.
gravity is
No.
real, then this is what
If.
we would expect.
The
We
if.
would never expect for water to stick to a ball while gravity of the planet is also
So
impacting
then all you
the
have
experiment.
is a story. Then all you have is a story.
That's easy for you to say,
No,
right?
All you need is
that's exactly
observational
what you
facts.
just said. All I have is a story. I have absolutely no demonstrable proof.
And we
of
could
it.
quantify some of those observational facts and make predictions with them.
That's
so
right.
what?
Yep.
Prove
that's all we
gravity.
need to do.
Hold
They've
on,
been making predictions.
no. Prove that gravity was the
Well,
cause.
technology can do that.
How?
Cameras, rockets, and satellites.
Okay, how are they going to prove that gravity is?
They
the
sent the
cause?
pictures of it from space. That's
You
how.
take pictures of gravity.
Of water sticking
How the
to a
fuck do
ball.
you take pictures of gravity? What does gravity look like?
Water sticking to a ball. I thought you
We
were
can
talking
show the curve from space.
Can you?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
That's good. I got a question for you. How do you measure curve over distance? Tell me.
RZAs.
No, tell me how how surveyors measure curvature over distance. What is the formula?
RZAs.
No, that's not the formula at all.
What do you mean
dude.
the formula?
Yeah, it's slope over distance is how you determine how curved an object is or a
No,
landscape.
you're not
Yes, it
dealing
is.
with a ramp.
Look at any,
You're not dealing with a
Well,
fucking
venus
ramp.
angles, if they sum to more than 180,
So the Earth is
then
a
you know
slope?
it's a convex
No,
surface.
I know how you guys
I mean
do
concave.
that.
Yeah, convex.
No, you actually go over distance and you have a drop over distance, dude.
That's right.
Physical drop from the horizontal plane.
Hey, Brenda, can you back away from the mic a little bit? You're a little hot.
Yeah, we have some class.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know I was too loud.
And
Oh,
is that
wow.
Brenda?
Confirmation. Thanks.
So,
there you go.
basically, what you said was that it's unreasonable for me to ask you to prove the impossibilities that you propose. That's what you just said.
No. They're observational facts that we quantify and make
Well,
predictions.
beyond observation, you observe, these observations ended up making them have to revamp their whole formula and everything and include now dark matter because it wasn't working the way that it should from their observations and their fucking predictions. This is why
It
things
works
in
fine in the
sky-
solar system, though.
nothing in the sky is in the realm of science at all. Okay. This is why you idiots looking up into the sky and calling it science. I don't know what the fuck that is.
What about looking back from the sky to the earth with technology?
When are you going to do that?
We have done it. We've
No,
been doing
you
it
have
for
not.
decades.
Not outside of a
Yeah,
science.
we're the
fiction.
evidence that it's all fake, including the amateurs.
Okay, so here's the problem you have. One, no amateurs have ever shot a picture of the Earth as a globe.
Well, not the whole Earth, no, but enough
no,
to see the
no.
curve clearly.
Well, or what
I've
you
got it
think
right
is
here.
the curve. But there again, common sense should kick in, and you know that water will not behave that way.
Well, you see it sticking to the bottom of the
no,
ball.
you think you're seeing that. You're not.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. Because we
Yep.
know that common sense would kick in, and we know that water will never do that. Otherwise, you would have a demonstrable experiment proving that it will.
But that's not flat Earth
You would
evidence.
also have a demonstrable experiment proving
Now
that
we're going back
gravity
on our
has
evidence.
any effect on gas behavior, which you don't.
Are you familiar with Mage 2, Sav?
No.
Yeah, we know who
Okay.
Mage is, dude.
May
we don't
I
want to hear
present-
it.
Here's
I'm
the-
sorry, Roger. Is your name Sav?
Before you even get into your little pictures from space and your rocket ships and
This
your
is what it's
planets
like.
and all of your fucking
Yeah,
Johnny
rockets are
Rocket
fake.
horse
Yep,
shit,
gotcha.
okay?
No, we didn't say
Before you
rockets
get
are
into
fake.
that,
We know.
you
They
have
can't
to
fly in a vacuum.
Okay.
Sorry.
So this is what we first have to do. We first have to make sure that we could actually do the things that you propose, like sending things out of Earth's system and off to these other planets. And in order to do that, you're going to have to prove that physical containment is not there, because there is no other situation ever anywhere that anybody has ever observed in nature or in a controlled environment where a specific volume of gases has existed without physical containment. That is all there is to it. So before you go into your little sci-fi fantasy world, we have to reconcile these physical impossibilities. And the way we do that is using science. And what you guys do is not science at all.
What about reciprocal zenith angles to measure curvature?
Yeah.
What
I
about
saw
them?
main
Yeah, what about it? Go ahead. What's wrong with it?
Yeah.
They're cool.
Why does it match
Is that
the globe?
suddenly
It doesn't.
going to make the physics of water change?
No, I'm talking about
No,
just
it's not.
curvature.
It's never
Just
going to
curvature.
it's never
Dude.
going to make the physics of water change, and it's never going to make the physics of gases change, is it?
Yeah,
so I
the
don't give
obscure,
a shit.
unreasonable
I don't
things
give. I
about
don't give
fast and water.
listen, I don't give a flying fuck if
You don't
see
care about
3
curvature,
balls.
then.
I don't care if you see 3 balls.
You don't care about planets,
I don't care about planets,
satellites,
No,
telescopes.
I don't. I'm talking about the Earth.
GPS.
I got
None
something
of
for
it,
you,
right?
Sab.
It's all
Let me show.
bullshit.
Let me
Now,
show
what
something in the
there's no
foundry.
MRI, right? Because math is evil bullshit.
What are you talking
No,
about
no, no.
MRI? What the fuck would MRI have to do with the Earth being a goddamn globe?
Well, there's a lot of
Let
evil
me-
math
no, listen,
involved.
stop conflating your pseudoscience with actual science.
You're the one with the unreasonable expectations from
How
science.
is that unreasonable?
How is
Let
what
me
unreasonable?
explain something. Let me explain something to you, Sab. Share my screen real quick, please.
All right.
It's gonna take less than 90 seconds. So this is an image from Mage 2 by Mr. Sensible, where he sent a balloon, a weather balloon up. At this
balloon.
rate, it was at 37,000 meters, aka 37 kilometers. What you see here is simply a what we call a left and a right based on the a high contrast visualization of what he's seeing and what you actually see in the observation. The top line, if you see the red dots, that was drawn in GIMP. I drew that in GIMP. It's a straight line. The dots on the top part here are representative of a straight line. Okay. The bottom is the same exact thing. We have a straight line drawn. You can see that there's noticeable convexity of this bottom blue line, which in the exact same way, this yellow line up here, this blue line down here are physical strings that were taught across the observation. Okay, imagine where we're at right now from the camera's perspective. There are 2 physical lines, one yellow and one blue, that are drawn taut against the apparatus that the camera is set in. So these lines are seen throughout the observation of this weather balloon. The middle line here was drawn simply in GIMP to show from the edge to the other edge, where it's a straight line and it's just simply showing where the atmosphere is shown from this point of view, where it's this is the actual visualization between these 2 lines. Okay, if we open it up with a high contrast view, what you can see without any manipulation other than upping the contrast is that there is a noticeable convexity where what you might expect, what you might expect, allow me to finish, I'm almost done. What you might expect, since there is outward convexity of this line, you might expect for there to be outward convexity below this middle red dotted line. Instead, there is upward convexity of this line, which settles on the edge here, and you can notice a clear, distinct upward curvature when what we might expect to be a downward curvature, as to use this line as a simple reference point. This line is virtually unaffected, right? And the question is, why using this middle line as a reference when we might expect there to be downward convexity, since it's closer to this line, or at least middle convexity? In other words, zero.
Well, I don't know how you would be
curvature.
able to see any on that bottom line at all. I just
No. And
Well,
can you give me the
we're
actual
drawing.
video?
You know
We're
what?
drawing
You know what
a
would
red
happen?
straight
You know what?
line.
That's very interesting. But then
Yeah.
the common sense kicks in again, and the physics of water is remembered. We go, there can't be any convexity because water won't behave that way.
Imagine that we don't know what water does, right? And if we
Well,
look
I'm
at
not
this,
going to imagine that
Hold
because
on,
I
dude.
do know what water does.
Dude,
Okay.
dude, can
So
you-
in
can you
other
send
words,
me Vince's video?
imagine that you don't know fucking shit about fuck, right? And that we're gonna just float this story. Well, that's exactly why they did it when you were 5 years old before you knew shit about fuck.
So Icy, can you send me Mr. Sensible's video on this? I would love to see his data. What was the temperature at that altitude?
I can send you all of the data. Absolutely. I have it pulled up right
I'm
now.
going to get the refraction index and see what would actually be pulled down as opposed to pulled up.
Okay.
Cole pulls images down. So yeah, temperature would have a lot more.
Are you going to
do
watch
with-
all 3 hours and 43 minutes of it?
Dude, I've been through Mr. Sensible's bullshit before. Okay.
Should I post it in the private chat, or do you want me
You can put it anywhere you want to. I'll do a
I
show.
don't think
on
I have
it. We'll
posting
take it
permissions
apart.
on.
Yeah.
All right. There's his full length video.
And
I'll
then
send my
I need
CDN juxtaposed JS embed that I did so that you can look at it and compare to the timestamp.
Yeah, I need to know
That's the
how
second-
high you
that's the
was.
second
I
link.
need all his data, dude.
Yeah.
All I need-
That's the first link that I posted in the private chat is the 3 hour and 43 minute.
I got some
uncut
curves for you to spin.
that I pulled this from.
I
So,
got
yeah,
some curves
absolutely.
for you to spin.
Okay,
There's the curves
What
for
you-
you, baby.
yeah,
There's
the-
some
the-
curves.
Can you pull up that pic I got?
Don't make me adjust my pants halfway through your stream. Sauce.
Okay.
Yeah, some good shit.
Okay, I see. The second one is just a picture. Is the first one a video?
The first one is his 3 hour and 40. Listen,
Okay.
Roger, just pay attention.
That's all I
for a
needed to
moment.
know, dude. That's all I needed to know.
3 hour and 43 minute stream, uncut. Second one
Yeah.
is what I did. I did the juxtaposed.js where you can see the
Oh, if you
what I presented on
horizontally
screen.
compress that, you could clearly see it.
I'm not looking at compression. I don't worry about that.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I'm going to
do
use your
anything
guys'
bad, Roger.
magical
It works.
refracted index. That's what I'm gonna
Mathematically,
do.
it works.
No, I'm going to use your guys' refracted index.
Mathematically, it
Contrast.
works.
It does.
You know what? I can describe anything with mathematics. It doesn't matter. Mathematics is
Well,
just another way of
We figure that straight lines are straight no matter what the angle is, and only curved lines get accentuated when
But
you.
then common
Right.
sense kicks in, and you go, you know what? Water won't behave that way.
Always back to the water and the gas.
Yeah, I'm sorry, babe. Those are the two things that destroy your whole
Still
little
ain't flat Earth evidence, though.
What's that?
Bob, do you mind if my friend Wes comes on? to talk
Yes.
for a few months.
Wesley's not allowed to come on here, and that's
No, he's not.
That's the
He lost via the voting
entire,
process.
the
That's
entire
democracy.
audience said
Yeah,
don't.
You know what? Sometimes we make exceptions when we're in the
Yeah, well,
God's
sometimes
chair.
you might
Sorry.
make exceptions. A
I'll
lot of
back-
times I don't make exceptions.
I don't care.
Okay. Okay.
Wes going to have his moment. He's going to debate me probably on Flash's channel, so don't worry about it.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, he lost the voting,
Yeah.
and
I'd
that's
like to see
democracy
that.
at work.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Wes
Why
can go
is it
either
though?
way.
Why is it that Wes? Why is it? What did he say? What
He's
what
pretty
got under your
chill,
skin?
ain't
No, he's a hypocrite, dude. He claims he claims to be a biblical guy, and he doesn't go with biblical cosmology at all. He goes with you guys'
He's a
pseudoscience.
fucking child. Okay.
Yeah.
He is middle-aged man that acts like he's about fucking 12 years old. And I have no time for somebody like that. I really don't.
Do you have similar feelings for people like I don't know, Sig and I, or
Well, I don't. You start pushing it from time. Sig's not been too bad, but you start
No.
pushing it.
It's
But
rhetoric
it ain't been
with you.
too bad. You'll know because you'll be gone. You see. So you can go ahead and push that envelope as far as you want to, you know,
Shoot
but
me in the
sooner or later
face.
it'll rip.
I mean, I feel like I've pushed back on some of the things you've said, and you've let me do
Yeah,
it, which is
Listen, that's
respectable.
That's not a problem.
Yeah.
That's not a problem. But see, there's those physical impossibilities that need reconciliation, you know, and you only make it worse when you claim that something you see in the sky, like Jupiter, is a big ball of gas, because again, You cannot demonstrate a ball of gas collecting together under any circumstances other than physical containment. It's a fluid. Fluids don't have shapes.
You can't make a planet.
You can't make planets. Nobody can make a planet.
And that's how much gas it takes.
Well, where did the gas come from?
Well, God, geez, getting into cosmology and shit now.
Well, I mean, you would have to have an instance where for some reason it decided to gather or get together instead of going by its natural behavior to spread out and fill the empty space.
Well, have you ever looked up an accretion disk, Stav? Do you know what the globe model says about what an accretion disk is?
We're not testing models. We're testing natural laws, dude.
No, he's this is an internal critique based on the way that he proposed the question. Where does the gas come from on a
And you're
globe?
bringing in another science fiction bullshit to
No.
verify something, and it's
An
like
accretion disk.
Okay, go ahead with the accretion disk.
Well, an accretion disk is just matter, right? It's just dust that eventually coalesces into a globe.
Gases
right?
are not dust.
Yeah.
Gases are not dust.
No cause there at all.
Okay.
Eventually, like I said, right? The gases, the matter that's not gaseous.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what kind of matter.
Yeah, the matter eventually coalesces into a sphere. I said globe, but remove sphere or globe and call it a sphere.
Wait a second.
It coalesces because of
Cool
gravity.
story. Where did you have any demonstrable proof of this?
Yeah, I've got how many planets are in our solar system that you
I
can
don't
look
care.
at?
Did you see them be made?
How many stars are in the sky?
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of them. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Well, there's clumps of shit in the universe. That's all we know.
Oh, God.
Well, that's right. That's all you know. You look up and see clumps of light. That
Well,
is all.
the point is,
back
the
to
point
our
is,
facts.
you have
on a
no
local
idea what
on
they
a
are.
local
You have no idea what they are. You have no idea what they're comprised of. You have no
on
idea
even a local level on even
You
a
have no
local
idea
level.
how big they
What
are.
local level? Where?
On a local level, we can watch Saturn do exactly what we expect Saturn to do. For
Well,
instance,
so what? And you mean
the
the same
moon,
thing it's been
one of
doing
the
for
moons,
thousands of years?
yeah,
we
and one of
repeating events.
yep,
We're
and one of the
watching
moons,
repeating
the moon.
pattern.
Yeah.
one of the
That's
moons
not
called
prediction.
Titan.
That's
One
not
of the moons called
prediction.
Titan. Well,
That's
I'm
not
gonna
prediction.
lay out a prediction if you allow me.
Post-prediction. You're making
No.
assumptions again.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
You made an assumption.
One of
There's
the moons that
around Saturn.
one of the moons of Saturn called Titan, we predicted, the globe model predicted that it will cast a shadow on Saturn at X date and X time.
And
And
did
guess
you
who?
witness this shadow yourself?
Yep.
Yes.
Where?
Red's Rhetoric and
So you
the
didn't.
Drunk Debunk
So
Show.
you didn't witness it yourself. You got it secondhand from a less than
Friend of ours did.
In real time.
He watched it live. is
Of
what
a
he's
live
saying.
stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
Roger saw this.
didn't
Roger saw
really-
it live.
You didn't
No,
really.
no,
By the
no,
way,
hold on.
Roger, back me up. Don't leave me out to dry.
Hold on,
Roger.
wait,
Does it matter?
Can
Thousands of people
No.
do it.
I
No,
say
listen.
I witnessed the Death
I didn't.
Star blowing up Alderaan?
Roger, you saw this happen.
No, I
Don't
didn't see it
sit
happen,
here
but
and
I
lie.
know he did do a stream when it happened. But the point is, you saw a shadow
s-
on a. No,
Don't
hold on.
you-
No.
don't you
before
dare
go any
lie,
further,
Roger.
Stop. You pre-assume there's a moon going around a planet in a vacuum
No, we
without
don't.
any evidence
just-
that it actually is one. I
We
mean,
saw
anything
that there
that
was a
has shadow
prediction.
on
We
something.
shot a telescope at it, and guess
You
what?
mean
It happened.
It was a post-addiction.
Nope.
Yeah.
We knew
Based
that it was
on
going to happen
repeating
because
events.
of a prediction.
So wait a
We
second.
watched it happen.
So not science,
Mm.
not science. More like Psychic Friends Network or something.
Pretend that you thought the sun was going to come
Where
up
was
and you
the
wanted to
science?
witness
Where
it.
was-
Oh, God,
Where
help you.
was
So
the science part?
Pretend that you
Where
you
was the
wanted to see if the
science
sun was
part?
going to come up, and you
Spin.
shot a video at the
Spin.
horizon and you saw it come up.
Where was the science part?
Prediction.
No, that's not the science
that's not a
part.
scientific
Yes, it
prediction
is.
at all, dude.
That's
No.
hypothesis.
Yeah,
Where was
we
the
made a
science
hypothesis
part?
that we'd see the moon cast
Well,
on
wait a
Saturn.
second.
That
How did
happens
you
once every
determine-
26
how would you
years.
determine that it was a moon?
We saw the shadow. That's the best.
Wait a
What
second.
other observation do you have?
You saw something that you
We
thought
don't-
was
we
a
don't-
shadow.
We
don't
saw.
think
How
that.
did
We
you
saw the
test
shadow.
any of
We
this?
saw the
How is
moon.
any of this? How is any of the data tested?
May I present it to you?
I want to just summarize. How was it tested? I don't care what they looked at. I don't care what they
There was a
thought
prediction.
they saw.
Okay. I'll
how
summarize.
did they verify that what they saw is what they say they saw?
Sure, I'll summarize. Okay. There was a hypothesis that Titan's moon would cast a shadow on Saturn.
Okay.
We pointed a telescope at it prior to it casting a shadow, and then we saw the shadow with the moon in scope. We saw it cast on it based on the prediction. We observed it, and then we observed.
You thought that, okay, so this thing's going to pass between this object and the sun, and we think it's going to leave a shadow. Well, that's a hell of a fucking prediction. I'll tell you, I predicted if I go outside that I will cast a shadow in the opposite direction of the sun. Wow. Now,
well,
I can prove that I am me. And
it is just 3D geometry,
right?
No,
really.
no, that's not science, dude. Not at all.
Where's the science aspect of it, though? Where did they
prediction?
No,
prediction. We predicted it would happen.
Not science. I want you both never to say this ever again, because it's not.
No,
science is not predictions.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
No,
it's mostly predictions and falsifications.
Right.
No. In order to have a scientific experiment, you need an IV and a DV that you can manipulate and vary, right?
Usually.
Okay, now where did you vary anything in that experiment? It's a scientific experiment.
The time that you looked at it.
That you
We
looked
waited
at it.
for it to
Now,
happen.
Really, that determines the facts of the matter, doesn't it?
Time can
Time
be
is
an
always
IV.
an IV, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's not science, dude. That's
Can
astronomy.
you read that to me, please, Spin, right there? This definition of science. Can you go ahead and read that?
You could pull up
the systematic study of structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against evidence obtained. Yep. Okay.
Okay. So not predictions.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
no.
see what the definition of science is?
It is.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
We just showed
If
it
you
to
couldn't
you.
make
Steve.
predictions, it wouldn't be of any value, really.
What was your dependent variable
The
in that?
prediction
in the
is
hypothesis?
only part of the hypothesis.
Yeah,
what
dude.
don't you understand about that?
Yeah,
if you don't go beyond
what
the
happens when-
hypothesis, how
What
do you
happens
get-
when the prediction
how
comes
do you
true?
get
Verifying
beyond-
the hypothesis.
You're
Right.
looking for a cause. Look, is this
You don't
science?
always need
Is
a
this-
cause.
am I actually doing science? I
Or
predict
a correlation.
If I let loose of this layer, it's going to drop to the ground. Did I just do science?
Well, it's an observational fact.
Okay,
That's
well,
not
yeah.
science.
Is that
And then
science?
you can make
though?
quantify it like
Where's
Newton
the
did.
sci- What do we want to know about that? That's a no duh, right? That's a no duh. Okay. So what would be scientific in that observation?
Well, Newton's law of gravitation just quantified it
or
without a
basically-
how mechanism, just the what, the
Or
quantity.
how?
what it will
Yeah.
do.
Why? Why does that happen? That's what. we
Well,
want to find
Einstein
out, right?
says because space
Well, I
time.
don't care what
bends,
he
all
says.
that.
He was a
Yeah, whatever,
plagiaristic. He was a plagiaristic cross-dressing Jew. I don't care what
Whatever.
Einstein said.
Of course,
No, he was.
you got to
Okay.
go there. He
Well,
married
why
his
wouldn't I
cousin.
go
Yeah,
there?
that
My God, that's your hero.
That makes him
for
wrong
Christ's
because he
sake.
married his cousin.
That's your,
and he's a
your
Jew.
hero,
Yeah.
and he was not a scientist either.
Yeah. And by the way, Newton was a syphilitic banker who was the
Yep.
head of an institution that was very corrupt. No, he
Newton
is.
was a
It's
genius.
a fact. Yes, he was.
Because he
He
had
actually controlled the
syphilis,
mint.
all of his theories should be thrown out, is what you're saying, right, Raj?
No, he
Well,
was an
here's a
alchemist.
problem.
first of
Hold
all.
on. Here's a problem. Was Newton a schizophrenic?
Does it matter?
Well, here's why I ask.
Doesn't
Here's
matter.
why I ask, because he stated that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred or transformed. He also said that a physical object cannot move without a force being applied. Force
May I show-
requires energy.
Energy.
So, where is gravity obtaining the energy to transform into a force?
Well, gravitationally, that your conservation of energy you're thinking of is
No, I'm talking
it-
about the
You throw
creation
that word around
of
too fast.
energy.
it always trades between potential and kinetic
Right.
with gravity.
Yeah.
So it's
Okay,
nothing
but
ever
still,
gained or lost.
is there perpetual energy?
In a sense, yeah. Orbits. I mean,
Then that violates
it's
energy.
perpetual as it gets. I
Then
mean,
how
billions
does
of years.
how does mass? Where does the mass get the energy to create
Well, it doesn't use the energy.
Well, you have to let me finish before you can answer.
I've heard you say this before, and I know your point.
All right. So where's it getting that from?
Well, I just told you it doesn't really use energy. It's always trades between kinetic and potential.
How can you have a force without energy?
But in a sense, yeah, it's like there's an infinite energy or something. But
It can't be.
That's not exactly what they say.
No, wait a
but I
second.
get
It
your
can't
point.
be. Don't you see the
It is
violation?
mysterious.
Don't you see the violation?
There is no violation.
There's no
you're not
violation.
creating energy.
So
It's already
mass,
there, right?
wait a second. So mass just creates energy?
Would you allow me to present to reset for a moment?
Right?
Hold on a second. What's
It's
it?
just a. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just
No,
the
I'm
definition.
listening to you, Stig. What?
I agree. It's like kind of a interesting point. There is something
Interesting
mysterious.
point. It's
Yeah,
it's a goddamn Ouroboros.
But it doesn't make the Earth flat.
It doesn't.
Oh God, help you, dude. That's all you're worried about. You're worried about the convexity of the Earth.
That's the way you guys
really
go
are,
on about
and
it.
the model you represent. That's all you guys are here.
Don't
for.
you
All
understand?
these things aren't really the globe model.
If
It's
I
just
have
science.
falsified
No, it's not science.
3 of
They
your
just told you
physical impossibilities that you have absolutely no reconciliation for, then that's all you have is a story.
Yeah, all we have to do is make useful predictions and falsify shit.
No,
Right.
get off
Yeah.
of this
Well, on
prediction,
that note-
dumb shit. Get off of this prediction, dumb shit. I
Let
just
me
showed
allow
you
me
that
to
is
present
not
on the big
science.
screen. Allow me to present on the big screen,
All right.
and I'll be done.
And there's another link in the regular chat for you, Sav, if you
Real
get
quick.
around, if you get around to it.
Yeah, one sec.
It's talking
One
about
sec.
predictions and
I
stuff.
want you to find the word prediction in there for me.
Wait a
while
sec.
I
That's
link.
that's your screen, Sav.
I understand that. I
He knows
want
what
you
he's
to
doing.
find before I pull yours up. I want him to show me.
Well, IV and DV isn't there neither. I mean, you could pull up a million
This
definitions.
is that's
Wait
an
a second. Wait a second.
all-encompassing-
Experimentation pretty
Yeah.
much covers that, unless you want to
Yeah.
get detailed into
get
the
into
experimentation.
Yeah, well,
Sure.
hypothesis kind of covers predictions.
Yes,
May
They
I
either
propose-
falsify or not.
but that's not the whole bit of science, is it?
Let me
Exactly.
propose
So
a
why'd you bring it
disagreement,
up?
and let me propose a small disagreement in your version of science, and
That's not my version.
based.
That's
it's
not
not
my
my
version.
Well,
You see
the
what I
natural
did?
world, right?
Hold on. That's
natural
not my,
world-
That's not my definition. Okay.
It's
I
your
just
natural
went into-
world.
All I did was go into a search engine right there, and I said science definition. Boom. First thing that came up. Nothing
Right.
about fucking predictions.
Well, we have to peel back the onion, Saab. Like on
Yeah,
on
that's
a basal
bullshit,
level,
Saab.
right? We have to. Like if we're going to get to the bottom of this, right? We'd have to look at definitions like, okay, the behavior of physical and natural world. Well, what is natural world? We would have a disagreement on this, right? Okay, thank you. Allow me to walk through this.
Why would we
I
have?
have a better definition of science if you want it.
Would
I have a
you
better
allow
one.
me? Would you allow me to read through my quick slide, and then we can
Hold
circle
on,
back
wait
to
a
natural
second.
world?
I never said it wasn't a part of science. I said it wasn't science in itself. You
It's a
say that we make
fundamental.
predictions, and then that's good enough.
No, what I
It's
said
the fundamental part.
that
Yeah, but
that's
So,
what makes
yes.
it
you
useful.
skip
is
over the
prediction.
cause part.
So how do you test?
Prediction is a fundamental aspect of science that involves forecasting the outcomes of future events or experiments based on hypotheses.
Right.
Predictions are essential for the scientific method, allowing scientists to test theories, make informed conclusions. They are derived from hypotheses and
Wait,
can
wait,
relate
hold
to
on.
both
It lets
future
them
and
do
past.
what? It lets them do what? Did it say test theories?
Mm-hmm.
To test theories and make informed
then you
conclusions.
Then you don't stop at the fucking hypothesis, do you?
Right, we continue,
Okay.
right? We gather
So
data.
then
They
the
are derived from
predictions,
hypotheses.
You guys focus on predictions and then stop.
Just allow me, I'm almost halfway done. They are derived from hypotheses and can relate to both future and past experimental results, providing a basis for testing those hypotheses. Predictions are often framed in an if-then format, indicating what the observable results will be given specific conditions. The ability to predict involves using data, trends, and insights gathered from prior observations to make educated guesses about unknown outcomes, such as forecasting weather or determining molecular structures. Thus, predictions bridge hypotheses and conclusions, establishing a framework for testing scientific ideas through empirical evidence.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I
empirical
disagree with
evidence.
part of that.
There-
I
that-
disagree
there's-
with
there's
that
your final
because
capstone.
you can't come to a conclusion without testing it. To jump right from hypothesis to conclusion based on observation is not science. Sorry.
And you
Well,
need to go back to
the predictions and the data discovered thereupon
Based
will
on
either confirm.
Based
They
on
will
assumptions. Based
They
on
will.
assumptions that you never
Well, science
tested.
is based on assumptions.
Yes,
Listen, we've
but you
already
don't
confirmed
stop-
the
You don't
assumptions.
stop with the assumptions, stupid ass. You check whether the assumption is correct or not.
Yeah.
We've already confirmed the assumptions,
you
stupid
haven't.
ass.
You made a
Yes, we
correlation
have.
bias.
And
No, you
in
haven't.
when we do hypotheses, we're basing the hypotheses on whatever the experiment is,
Right.
based on assumptions that we've already confirmed.
Okay.
Simple as that.
So I mean, like
Okay?
with gravity, okay. Did you take all the variables into account after you get done, assuming that gravity caused that effect?
If you're
How did you
assuming that
determine gravity was the cause of the
Yeah, that's what I'm
observed
going with.
effect?
Right. If you're talking about a specific experiment that we're doing that relies on the assumption that gravity is true, then yes, we will assume that gravity is true for X amount of whatever
right.
data that you will
100% of your
deny.
experiment.
That's not what was asked.
But in other scientific,
How would you know? How would you go about proving that gravity is the cause of the observed effect? Without assuming, how would you go about it? Or you can assume, I think that gravity is the cause of this effect. How do you go about proving that gravity was the cause?
okay, say okay. Well, do you want to walk through it, or you just
Well, you never
your conclusion is
prove.
going to be that doesn't prove anything? But allow me to walk through an example.
DV, independent variable, dependent variable. You
Well,
need to
allow me to walk through an example.
All right. So
bef-
here's the
before you
thing. I
start
got
it.
this object. I let go of it. It drops to the ground. Your
Yes.
hypothesis is it's due to gravity. Okay.
Yep.
How do you
Sure.
go about proving that it's due to gravity?
What I would do first is I would take what you dropped. What was it? A calculator? What was it made
Pack
of?
Cigarettes.
Pack of cigarettes made of paper and tobacco. Nothing that's like has any gravitational potential, right?
Well,
So what
everything.
we do.
whoa. That's proving things again.
I'm sorry.
Everything-
Nothing to do with
according to
anything
your-
that has
according to your
electrical
model,
electrostatic potential. Like in the
yeah,
sense of
Everything has electrostatic potential.
everybody does. Yeah.
in the terms of some sort of electric potential that would be is it a conductor of electricity?
Everything is.
The paper?
Everything
So it
has
conducts
elec-
electricity. Okay,
everything's
maybe it has a very low. Maybe it has a very low. So we take something like, I don't know, an aluminum. We drop an aluminum stick. We drop a fucking vibrator, right? An aluminum vibrator. Let's just go out there and we drop it, and we say, hey, listen, if there's electrostatics involved, this would drop faster because the electrostatic potential of the Earth, which is a positive, it has a positive charge, would attract this negatively charged above, or it would repel it. Right? There would be a difference.
You need
The fact is that we
hold on, wait. I didn't ask
when we
you to
drop
prove,
this.
Wait, I didn't ask you to prove electrostatics.
No.
Right.
I asked
So
you.
what we're doing is we're determining on if electrostatic potential has any impact on us dropping this metallic vibrator, right? For
that idea.
Did
whatever.
they do any electrostatic potential elimination when they did a drop
Well,
test?
listen.
Any
If
other
we
time?
drop the vibrator, right, and we drop the pack of cigarettes, and they have different results, then we would say, well, why is that, right? We would say, okay, maybe electrostatics has something to do with it. Maybe we need to try and remove that by dropping it in a Faraday cage and getting it as close to electrostatically. Absolutely, we could remove all the electrostatics from the equation and then see, hey, what is causing this effect? But example,
let's assume you remove the electrostatics and there
Yep.
was no change.
Yep.
Now what?
We could safely assume that electrostatics had no impact, little to
But
no
we're
impact
trying to determine
on
that gravity
the
had-
drop.
We're trying to determine that gravity was the cause.
That's right.
Okay. So
Yep.
we found out that electrostatics had nothing to do with it.
Yep.
So how do you prove that it was gravity that was the
Well,
cause of the observed effect?
We look at the other possible reasons that could be causing this. What would
Okay.
you put forth of
I would-
magnetism?
If you run out of reasons, you kind of stick with what works.
Yeah.
Well, that's sort of the conclusion, Sig. But the fact is we look at all of the other things that we know to exist, pretend we have no idea what the fuck gravity is, and we say, hey, we observe this phenomenon.
You really
right?
don't
we observe
have
this
any
phenomenon.
idea what the fuck
All
gravity
right.
is. Yeah.
So we
But
could do these observations, and I noticed that when I drop this apple, for instance, okay, I drop the apple, it wants to go to the ground, right? But the interesting thing is that if I drop the apple into a lake, as soon as it's out of the air and it's into another fluid medium, now it floats above the earth. It's actually floating above the earth.
So we don't do it over a lake, right?
Well, wait a
We
second.
go to a lake. Maybe we try it over a lake eventually to figure out how buoyancy works, right? But that's not part of this experiment.
Hold on, wait.
It's not part of
Because
this experiment.
My theory is not gravity. Okay. My theory is that it's a density ratio between the object and the medium.
That's a good hypothesis. What we could do is we could do it in this
Demonstrable
scientific
as well.
environment.
It's
We could do it-
demonstrable as well.
Remember when I said my third grade nephew has done this experiment? He drops the RC car. Let's imagine it's an apple, right? But we do it in a controlled environment.
Uh-huh.
And we don't move from that controlled environment until we're ready to do a secondary experiment, right?
Uh-huh.
So on the order of the first experiment, we drop an apple, we drop an RC car. For some reason, the kid's handling a fucking metallic vibrator. We don't know why. We don't tell them what it is, but we do different electrostatic potential elements, and we see, hey, these all seem to drop at around 9.88 meters per second.
Yeah.
Right. And then we might say, hey, electrostatics might have an issue to do with this. So
But
maybe
see, that
in graduate school.
electrostatics weren't part of my hypothesis. Part of my hypothesis was the ratio of density between the medium and the object. Okay. So I wouldn't just keep dropping objects in the same medium.
Yeah.
I would drop them in that medium, and then I would increase the density of the fluid medium.
How do we do that in a classroom setting?
Well,
Density, mass over volume is not a direction.
What's that?
You don't get a direction from density.
That's absolutely correct. However, everything does want to sort and go towards equilibrium. This is the condition that is set right now. We can change that condition temporarily, even in a vehicle. I've shown it before with the helium balloon and the regular air balloon, that when the acceleration of the vehicle causes the density of the air in the rear of the vehicle to increase temporarily, the helium balloon moves forward while everything else moves backwards, because we change the density ratio. So we change the direction, but we have a set condition and a set direction where everything wants to sort based on its relative density to the fluid medium.
Well, no, it's not based on density, because you don't get a direction vector from density.
I just showed you that you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
You got that direction from the way you were accelerating in the car.
Then why did the balloon go forward?
Because you were accelerating forward or backwards.
I was accelerating forward, which means
Does the
everything
balloon
should go backwards.
Does the balloon have a parabilic arc?
What?
No.
Does the balloon have a parabolic arc in the car?
All, dude. You
Does it settle at the gravitational potential of the Earth when it's done?
There's an assumption there. There's another one.
Potential of Earth.
Yeah.
That is a myth.
So it goes straight out and it just hovers in the air, is what you're saying? It just,
No,
it just
moved.
sort of...
It moved in a linear direction. It didn't move up and down. It moved in the direction where the least dense air was at in the vehicle. And when they took a turn, right?
Yeah,
but it went toward against what you would call the gravitational pull. Okay.
That gradient in the car was created because of your linear acceleration.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
But
what
there's multiple
that was merely the method we used to change the density ratio of the air inside.
Now, what
the
about
vehicle.
when you're not moving and you just drop an apple?
Yeah.
What if you go over a balloon, a helium balloon?
So what? You drop an apple, it goes to the ground. I drop an apple in a swimming pool.
Down.
I drop
The point
an
is
apple
there's
in a
multiple
swimming pool.
forces. There's the
Wait a
buoyant
second.
force and there's the gravitational
There
force.
is
There's
no such
multiple
thing as
forces.
buoyant force.
Yeah, there is.
No,
There's
is
not a
not.
density force.
No, there's
You've
not.
already agreed there's not a density force.
No, the only force involved is displacement.
Yeah.
Density is not a force. Neither is
I know
relative.
it's not. I know it's not. I never said it was.
But you need a force to get a direction.
No, you,
That's right.
you apply energy to it.
Equilibrium, man. This
I
equilibrium
totally
is that
disagree.
simple. I drop your apple into the lake. Now what happens? It floats. Why?
Just because
it changed the medium.
predicted by gravity, actually.
No, it doesn't.
It's by
Yeah, it
gravity.
does.
I thought
Buoyancy
gravity
needs
pulled
little g.
everything to the center of the earth.
What's the
Right.
buoyant force? What's the equation for the buoyant force?
Rho
Looking
GV, I
right
think.
now. There's
Yeah,
an equivalent-
Raj, go ahead and look it up and announce it.
No, I'm not going to
I'll
look it
wait.
up because I don't subscribe to buoyancy. It's a shoehorn for gravity, dude. It really is. You can laugh at me all you want. That's the only reason.
No, I mean, it's funny. You won't actually say, "Hey, this is what the buoyant force is," but I disagree with it because you're afraid of it, right?
Well,
No, I'm not afraid of it, dude. I just
Then why don't
agree
you?
with it.
Why
I don't
don't you
agree
talk
gravity
about what it
exists.
is?
Wait,
I
why
agree-
doesn't gravity? Just a second. Why doesn't
You
gravity?
agree buoyancy works?
Why doesn't
No.
the gravity pull the apple down to the ground in the lake?
Because of the buoyant force.
Oh, because of the buoyant force. So if there's a
That's
buoyant
right.
force, there must be what's the other force? A density
Do you
force?
agree that there's a buoyant
Whoa,
force?
gravity.
Whoa, 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 whoa. If buoyancy is a force in one direction, then density has to be a force in the other direction.
Density is not has no vector.
Not a
so it's
force at all.
gravity.
It's not. Then how can buoyancy be a force?
Because little
buoyant-
g is in the equation.
Oh,
Little
That's
g.
right.
What is little g in the equation?
Just
What
in
is-
acceleration. That's
what
all
does,
it is.
what does that represent?
9.8 meters per second squared.
Okay,
Right.
so then
No,
it's
At the
a
surface,
number
anyway.
with an
Another
assumed so it's a number with an assumed cause. So it's 9.82 meters per second squared. I don't think so. I think what it is, it's the weight. Okay.
But weight is
the
mass
weight.
times g.
F equals ma.
Okay.
Yeah.
Weight is actually in an air environment. Okay.
Like just
it's
still
a
weight in the
quant-
vacuum.
What's that?
Just still weight in the vacuum.
I understand that. And it's going to be more.
Not much.
It's still going to be more.
So what?
Why would it be more though?
That's what
We
it
went over this
predicts.
What
earlier.
happens to the weight? What happens to the weight if I increase the density of the medium?
That's what buoyancy predicts.
What does it
Oh,
happen
it
to
pre-
the
it predicts
weight
things,
of
doesn't
the
it? Predicts-
object when I increase the density of the medium? Does the weight decrease?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
And it's
100%.
predicted by buoyancy, which has little g in it.
Well,
No.
that's no. What you're assuming a cause.
No, it does. It has it in it.
I know it does. So prove that prove that the g is actually due to gravity.
Buoyancy is equivalent to the
I
density of
didn't
the
add
fluid
that.
multiplied
I
by the
gravity,
volume
dude.
of the fluid
Prove
displaced by
that
the
G
object multiplied
proves
by
that
gravity.
Prove that
Who
little
displaced it? The
g-
weight displaced it, dude.
Holy fucking God. Prove that the little g is caused by gravity. Because I could just change that little g to an A for acceleration.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can.
You can call it Q if you want.
So
Right.
we don't, it doesn't necessarily mean
Or can
that
you
it's
do it
due
at
to
any
gravity, does it?
distance
Oh,
from the
hey,
planet?
did you hear words coming out of my face?
Go ahead, Saul.
So if you're going to put it in there and say that it's due to gravity, prove that it's due to gravity. Because otherwise, I can use an A in that formula and
You
get the
can.
same results. I can
Only
just,
on the
I can
surface of
just
the Earth.
use, actually, I can just use the weight of the object.
Only on the
I
surface
don't have
of
to
the Earth.
calculate dick. All I have to do is set it on a
You
scale.
could figure out the acceleration at any distance from the Earth with
Who
Newton's
cares?
universal formula.
Who cares? How does that mean that gravity is responsible for it?
Can I ask you a question
Because
too?
it's
Right?
in the goddamn
How did-
equation.
It
How did
doesn't
Newton-
matter if it's in the equation.
It
You
makes the right
assume you're
predictions.
assuming the cause is gravity. How do you know?
It's just a
the cause-
name. In this
how do
case, it's
you
just a
know that the
name.
how do you know that it's caused by gravity?
Not
It's
a
just the
cause.
name of the observational
Then it
fact.
doesn't
of-
make a shit's worth of fucking difference if it says G or an A. So it doesn't matter
does,
in the buoyancy formula.
because you
In
can't
fact,
use A.
Newton, it was 1900 years after fucking
Sav,
what's the dude's name?
A won't work 1,000 miles from the surface.
Oh,
What?
The G changes depending on how far you are away from the Earth.
Have you
Right,
been
right.
there?
It increases.
How did Newton
What do
test
you mean?
this
You
out?
could measure it. Go to Mount Everest. You could measure it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it
No, that's
increases.
density.
Why does it increase when you get further away from it?
No, it decreases.
No, it doesn't. You will weigh.
Well, no. Once the
It
buoyancy
decreases.
isn't a factor,
You will. Well, wait a second. Buoyancy is always a factor. That's
Nope,
the point.
it's not always a factor.
Yes, it is. Tell me a condition. Tell me any condition where an object is not subject to a fluid
ISS.
medium. Huh?
Once you're in orbit.
Always
Oh,
with your
God.
fucking science fiction.
Yeah, orbits are
nonsense.
fake too. I know. We got
It's
that.
always with your science fiction nonsense.
Airplane.
Show me an instance. An
Parabolic
airplane is in
flight?
a fluid
No.
medium. Air is a fluid medium. Sorry.
Yep, but it has. But guess what? Over 10,000 feet, we already talked about
Air
hypoxia.
is a fluid medium. There is never an instance where
nothing
not
to do with it.
not
Will
subject
you
to
die
a
with
fluid
rapid
medium.
decompression at 30,000 feet if you don't
There's
get down
still
to
a
10,000 feet
fucking
within 10 minutes?
medium there,
The ocean
dumbass,
is
or the
fine.
airplane wouldn't fly.
That's
If
right.
there wasn't a medium
So
at
you understand.
30,000 feet, if there wasn't a fluid
nothing to do with
medium at
gravity.
30,000 feet, the airplane would not fly. Do you
Right,
understand
because
that?
because of gravity.
No,
Oh,
because of
God.
air.
You're not going
Because
to
of
get your
air.
direction with
You ever feel like you're walking
What if you
into
tried
it?
to fly at 30,000 feet on Jupiter, right? Assume Jupiter had an atmosphere.
Oh my
you
God!
think at
Well,
30,000
what if
feet,
Mickey
you would.
Mouse?
You're
What
making
if
more
Mickey
assumptions.
Mouse came out of a hole in the wall and laughed and offered me a piece of cheese right now?
Thought experiments
What
are
if-
not allowed here.
What if the flying monkeys from
No,
the Wizard of
physics is.
Oz came down? You know what the fuck is all this science fiction?
I don't know.
shit?
Can they? Do they have oxygen masks that have fucking enough potential for 10 minutes before you die at
They're in a-
30,000 feet?
Listen, at 30,000 feet, you're still in
Yeah.
a fluid medium,
Yeah,
dumbass.
density causing things to fall in a certain direction is a fantasy.
I know, but
directionality is not
hold on,
constant.
wait a second. Where's the densest medium?
Much like
This
a
is a
man being
great.
woman.
No, this is a great point that Sig brought up. Saab, do you agree that density does not have a vector?
Of course not.
So you disagree?
So you can't predict the motion with
Yes,
your.
you can.
RDD.
We can
No.
use the same rate. Listen,
No.
I can drop shit in this fluid medium of air, and still it'll go at the same speed. It's still going to go at the same speed. I don't claim some mystical fucking duct tape that never been proven is the cause of it.
All you could say
Because I can actually use the medium as the independent variable and prove that a change in ratio to the medium to the object is going to change the weight. Every time.
Have you ever seen the density tower experiment?
Exactly. And how
On the
far,
zero.
how fast, how deep.
So who came first? Archimedes, or was
That's
it
right.
Archimedes or was it Newton?
Of course, Archimedes.
Okay.
And then they figured out what G was.
Almost 2,000 years later.
Yeah, but Archimedes would only tell you if it would sink or float, not how far and how fast.
No, he knew what was going
No,
on.
no.
Yes.
No,
They use it for
Yes.
to build
it's
boats,
just
dude.
will it sink or float? That's all you could come up with
And
without
how
gravity.
did how did he do that?
What do you mean how? Just
How did
how
he
you're
do that?
saying.
How did he determine
just
that?
observed.
Trial and error?
Different density things, how they stack.
Ah, isn't that
Yeah.
interesting? So
It's bound
Archimedes
equilibrium.
had already figured out buoyancy
Yep.
long before gravity was even a thing, almost 2,000
Yeah,
years.
but completely incompletely.
What do you mean? All he
God.
did was instead of G, he
Just
used
knowing if something's going to sink or float doesn't tell you its exact motion.
What do you mean? Neither does the buoyancy formula, dumbass.
Yeah, I know, but gravity will.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it'll give you the direction and the speed, and with
No.
buoyancy. Oh yeah, what do you mean no?
Otherwise, you wouldn't have to manipulate the medium and put it in a vacuum
You
chamber.
don't have to. We're talking about like how
It's not consistent, bro. It falls at
Dude.
different speeds all over the place. They had to come up with an
you know how much
average.
the boat weighs and the volume of the air.
Listen. Prove that gravity is the cause of the observed effect.
We just
That's all
assume.
you got to do.
Yeah, there you
Assume
go.
it is because it works until you come up with something
No,
better.
it doesn't.
But
it
we know
doesn't.
it's not just density.
Wait a second. Forget the number. The number
I've got the solution.
doesn't mean
What are you
shit.
gonna do with just your density?
The number doesn't. I didn't say it did. I said it has to do with the ratio of density of the object
Right.
to the medium. The ratio.
It's kind of like specific
Ratio
gravity, but that's
to
just
the
for water.
medium. Why?
Let's watch
Because
this.
gravity is
Let's
space
watch
to
this
Archimedes.
density tower on a zero G
I've
plane.
seen
Oh
it.
yeah,
Watch
what
what
happens?
happens.
do that. We know what's
Infinity
gonna
tower.
happen.
Hey,
You're going
Sal,
to accelerate, go down.
When are
Allow
you
me to present
ever,
it.
Let me ask
No.
you something. When are you ever in free fall?
Allow
you
me
could
to
go
present
on
the
and
density
promise-
tower
When
on a
are
zero G
you
plane.
ever in free fall?
On a zero G plane.
You're never on a zero G plane. That's not a natural.
This guy
environment.
was.
Nobody experiences that unless they purposely make the condition, and then it only lasts for a few minutes. So
Yeah, this
when
guy named
I
Flat
ask
Earth Keys.
you, is
His name's Flat
anything
Earth
here,
Keys.
when
Don't
is
care.
anything on Earth ever subject to free fall?
See, there you
About
go. On Earth,
5 seconds
unreasonable
after I start playing this, you'll witness it. They'll start floating.
Yeah, before that, Sav, can you
They're
check out that
following
link
you,
I
not
put in the
floating.
regular chat? Because you've had enough
I'm
time.
sure they know density towers.
Yeah, we know.
separate
We've seen the
the free fall.
experiment too, dude. We know exactly what's going on. We can
Maybe you'll have an
describe it.
explanation for it after I play it.
Absolutely, we've already seen it. We've
Euro
already
Net
explained
Force.
it.
Yeah, what's the explanation, Raj?
Is this the one with the GoPro or with the GoFast?
No,
Yeah,
there's
it
a
just says the
density
density
tower on
tower.
the plane.
You're talking about. I'll be quiet. I'll wait until it's my turn. Go ahead.
There you go.
Hubby's got some shit.
Wait, let me get this going.
Are you asking me to do it now? Is that what you want? You mean to
I'm waiting for
describe the
Hubby's
effect?
going to share something.
Oh,
We can watch it.
the GoPro rocket, yeah.
It's going to hit the dome any second.
No, it's not. The dome's higher than that, dude.
Notice how quiet it got because of the lack of atmosphere.
Until you piped up.
Yep.
That's true.
Atmosphere? That's an oxymoron, by the way. You can't have atmosphere.
We can
You
call
have
it
to have-
Atmo. Okay,
Yeah.
fair.
Atmosphatics.
No, it's not flat, dude. Gas forms to its container, dude. That's
Atmo.
You have to have a sphere container to have air.
Fluids do not have a shape.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
They're not bonded either.
Yo, D-spin?
Yep.
We know what it is. It's a break.
It's about to hit second stage, right? Ignition?
Yeah, I think that was the apex.
That was it, dude. That was the end of the flight.
Oh, okay.
You never watched this before?
I've probably seen this, yeah.
So what was the point?
I don't know. Who put it up? Cubby, you did?
Cubby shared it. Cubby will have something to say. when
That's
it's
Cubby
done.
then.
He'll
This is
have
for
something
Donald.
to say.
I was just sharing it for somebody in chat.
Oh, it's
Oh, yeah, it's cool.
Okay.
How long is this fucking thing? 4 minutes?
It looks like he's falling in an orbit now.
There's a little curvature there too.
There's
Yeah,
a
I saw it go
convex thing,
both
too.
ways. I saw
Yeah.
it go both
Yeah,
ways.
but when it's in the bottom of the frame, that only flattens the curve and it's still curved.
No, I actually saw it go into a cup.
Yeah, that's what wide angles do. But
Well,
when it's
yeah. Point.
when the horizon's at the bottom of the frame, that only lessens the curve, but yet it's still convex.
No, it made it
He's
go
right.
the opposite direction.
Yeah,
Nope,
very-
absolutely a fact.
What he's saying is correct, though. Can we agree that wide angle lenses are meant to show more of the image and they're not meant to be a measurement tool?
You know that objects in
None of the
air
optics are measurement tools, dude.
However, with that being said, right, what Sig said is valid in that it should be bowing opposite, it should be bowing down in the bottom of the frame, and we don't see that.
It
Listen,
should
you can argue about convexity and you think you see curvature and all the fucking nonsense you want.
Not think you can measure it.
But
That's what
common
we're saying.
sense kicks in and water doesn't behave that way.
It has nothing to do with common sense, though, right?
does
It's just
have
talking
to.
about how the lens.
Oh, I know.
What happens with the lens.
Yeah.
You know, when the military takes these kind of things, they always account for any of the optics having lens distortion. They don't take it as red at all. Matter of fact, when they saw,
But the
You're-
distortion is only helping you here in this case.
Well, I don't
That's
need
right.
help. Wait a second. This is where you got it backwards.
Well, you
don't
know what I
need
mean.
help. You
What he
have-
means.
You have the burden of proof as far as the globe is concerned. You see
What he means, all right? Trying
no,
to play
no,
the
no,
middle.
No, wait. The observation remains the default until proven otherwise. Okay.
What Sig means, very simply, and I'll move past it, right? Is if we're looking at it from the bottom of a wide angle lens in the frame,
Yes.
whenever it happens to stop where it's got the horizon in the background that happens to be positioned in the bottom half of the 1920 by 1080 frame, that we would expect that to bow up, right? Instead, we see it bowing down. And what all SIG is saying is that is an unexpected result based on what we know about
distortion alone,
right. Right. But it is an unexpected result based on having let's just say we assume flat Earth. It's an unexpected result based on flat Earth that it would be bowing in the opposite direction of what's expected. That's all he's saying. And this is not what you're showing right here is what would be expected, right? But what we're talking about is when it's actually orientated left to right with the horizon in the background, and it's below center frame. That's all SIG was saying.
And then
That's all
common
SIG was
sense
saying.
kicks in and goes, that's got to be an optical distortion because water doesn't behave that way.
No, you just look at it sideways, dude. You can just tell it's distorted. Period. There's no horizon there.
But sideways is not what the argument it is, and it doesn't help further the understanding about what we're talking about.
You understand how lenses do work, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's
and
why
what I just
I mentioned to
explained,
you.
you can't explain with barrel distortion alone.
I'm not talking about barrel distortion. That's not lens distortion.
Well, it could be either pincushion or barrel.
That's going to give me an epilepsy.
I mean, rectilinear is best for this kind of thing, but
I agree, Sal.
There's a couple of lenses that they'll get you a flat horizon without any convexity at all. Oh, there you go.
Oh, wow. There's the sun. I remember this one. This is cool. You'll see the moon here too in a minute. There it is.
But the point is right, we can see concavity and convexity, right? Because that's what's expected. Right. That's what's expected in a wide angle lens. We're not disputing that.
That's not curvature.
We're not disputing that it's not curvature.
Okay, so then the idea is like showing the public this over and over again. And they do it on purpose. It's okay.
no, the point is that it's still curved, even though it should only be convex.
It's not curved.
No, it's
no.
not.
It should be, in other words, it should be concave.
It's not concave. It's not convex.
What do you mean? You just
if you're looking at it from the proper orientation.
Lens distortion, and we all agreed that it was lens distortion.
It goes up at the top and goes down at the bottom.
You know what though? Common sense kicks in, and water does not behave that way.
Well, your common sense.
Sorry.
Not common sense, John.
It is common sense.
No.
Can I ask you one question?
It is. It is common sense. You show me anywhere, any experiment where you can get water to convex.
So that's
around
all you got? That
Make
you
a
can't
hump of fucking water.
You can't make water
that's
stick
all
to a
I
ball?
got is all you got is a story, bro.
Dude, we have thousands of pictures from balloons, rockets, satellites,
We just got
RZAs.
Yeah,
What's an
and
RZA?
GPS.
Yeah. We don't have
Geometry?
Space.
It goes
Space-
on and on.
Space is a physically
But there's no
impossible.
flat Earth evidence.
Space is a physically
Yeah, there's tons.
impossible
Trigonometry.
place.
No, you saying that
Celestial navigation.
No, it
water
is.
doesn't do this and gas doesn't do
You know
that is
why?
not
You know
flat Earth
why,
evidence.
Sig?
No
Because
curvature
you
measured
still,
on Earth. Yeah.
you still have not reconciled the physical impossibility of a specific volume of gases without physical containment. You keep going on to, I think I see curve. Well, we already know water doesn't behave that way, and you can't prove that it will.
Wouldn't forces be able to hold gas?
What force?
What do you mean, what force?
Yeah, what force? You've not proven any force.
Well, earlier we
Assume
counted
there was
out
a force holding
electrostatics,
it. Why
right?
wouldn't that work?
No, we're going back to gravity again. Here we go.
Electrostatics are not going to contain a gas either.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
can
we-
actually.
Oh, okay. So then there's electrostatics around the Earth that are containing the
Nope.
gas. Is that your claim now?
That's not the force involved.
Okay. What force?
You know the force.
What? What? Gravity?
The one that's really not a force because Einstein superseded Newton.
Oh, Einstein, and his unproven fucking bullshit mathematics. Get the fuck out of here. We're talking
wasn't a
about
scientist.
demonstrable reality.
The reason that there's tides on the Earth.
I don't give a
Bob.
fuck if there's tides. I don't give a fuck if the ocean drains.
I have an hour
we have
video. you
nothing
can watch on
basically.
time.
Okay.
We have everything.
You don't have anything because you've not.
We have a lot.
reconciled- No, all you've done is go gravity, pull air, air fall down, go boom.
I'm going to ask you a
have
simple
absolutely
question.
No
Stop.
proof of this. You have no.
I'm going to
proof
ask you a
of it.
simple question. Why do tides happen?
I don't know.
We
I
do
got
know.
a video you should
No,
watch.
you
I can-
don't. You
here, I'll
claim that
get
you
you
know.
a video on time.
You don't know shit. You've been told something.
It just happens to align with the orbit of the moon, huh?
That's right.
Yeah,
No,
that's
it
what
doesn't.
Coincidence.
Because
Yes,
there's
it does.
tides. There's
No,
tides
it
when
doesn't.
there's no moon present. Get out of here with
What
that.
do you mean
garbage.
no moon
Wait,
present?
wait. The
Just 'cause
moon's
you don't
still in the
see it?
sky if we don't see it.
I understand that it's not pulling on the water. Okay.
Well, of course it is, because the
No, it
tides
isn't.
happen.
And you can't prove that it is.
So wait, hold on. When there's no light shining on the moon, all of a sudden it doesn't exist.
You can't
Well,
even
admit it's at
prove
least
that
correlated?
You can't even prove that gravity exists, much less that the moon has gravity and is pulling on shit. Get out of here with this.
Wait. For the audience again, why do tides happen? So
prove that it's the moon. Prove that it's the gravity of the moon that's doing it.
You don't agree it's at least correlated?
No, correlation is not causation. But
I know it's not. No
Far
kidding.
from it.
Okay, no more than the
So
oven
you don't agree
light.
that it's at
no more
least
than
that?
no more than the power indication light on my oven is what's cooking the turkey inside of it. Okay,
So at least that. So at least if the moon has the power light on, then that would be correlation.
no, I don't think the moon has shit to do with it.
That's
at
not
all.
causation either.
What is it then?
You don't know.
You
the
don't
science.
know, right? Yeah.
I don't know.
What if we propose that it's the moon?
Do you understand this phrase? Falsification is independent
of replacement.
Yeah, but what if we propose that it's the moon, and we can actually make predictions on when high tide
I
will
don't
be
give a fuck
because
what
of it?
You
Yeah,
can
predictions
predict,
aren't part of science, apparently.
you can predict whatever the fuck you
To the
want,
minute.
but
To the
until
minute.
you can
Not
actually
really.
prove
Yeah, to the minute.
You know,
till
there's
you
nodes
can
that you guys
actually
don't have
prove
predictions for.
the causation.
minute, Raj.
All you
When
have
you
is
get
the
tidal
story.
nodes that you don't have no predictions over.
I'm going to
There's a
tell
ton
you,
of-
I'm about an hour and a half from Pensacola Beach. I'll tell you when high tide is tomorrow. Okay.
Don't
And then
care.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up
Listen, does it convex the water?
to convex the water. Well, yeah,
Does
of course.
the
If there's tide,
convex the water.
Yeah. No,
Yes.
just make it higher,
Where?
dude. Higher.
well,
That's all.
listen,
Height.
going back to
Height.
common sense, right?
Yeah,
If
what?
if there's a natural trade-off between low tide and high tide, then there's never flatness, right? You would agree with that.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with
Not at
that at all, because the fact of the matter is, whether I've got a half a glass of water or a full glass of water, it's still fucking level.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. The volume
level stays
doesn't
the same.
matter.
Regardless what
So
tide is.
if we're shifting, let's just say we're shifting the line from a flatness of the horizonness of the water, or the horizontalness,
That's just the level.
and
of
we're
water.
shifting it constantly. How is it possible that if we're shifting that line constantly without delay, with nothing else impeding it, how is it possible that the water is actually flat if we're constantly pulling or pushing it?
See
You've been
the
in a
top-
bathtub,
see
right?
the top of
You've
this
got-
box?
You
see
take the
top of
ducky
this-
toy
hold on,
and you
you're
move the
idiots.
ducky toy back and forth.
Do you
right?
see the top of this box, right? I'm going to hold it level. All right.
Yep.
Now I'm going to raise its elevation. Look, it's still fucking level. Now I'm going to lower its elevation. It's still fucking level.
I said horizontal. You're doing
That is
vertical.
horizontal. Level
It is
is
horizontal,
horizontal.
dude.
Yeah, yeah. We'll go like this and then color the air and show how the air moves. The air would be a
What the fuck are
medium,
you
such
talking
as
about? I'm
the
talking
air
about-
would be right.
not
Exactly.
convexity.
The air would
That's
be a
not
fluid
convexity.
medium, just like the water. Am I wrong? It's a fluid medium.
It's
I'm
displacing
using this to
water. Yeah,
represent
if you
the
have
top of the water. Okay.
Absolutely. No,
All
you're
right.
doing that to represent the tide moving in and out, right?
Yeah. Right. High tide, low tide.
High tide is a it's
low
horizontal displacement.
Right.
The water is moving closer to the shore, and it's going further away from
What
the shore.
happens when I increase the volume of water in a lake? Does it not spread out? Does it not come up onto the shore? Yes.
gravitational
yes.
potential
But you know what?
really
Mama?
again, God
You
then
know
it
what, though?
causes the horizontalness
surface-
to
the
move.
surface of it still remains level. I don't give a shit. You can't.
We're not going to
prove
make
the
it anywhere
moon
on this.
has
No,
a-
you're not.
You think level is flat,
kidding.
obviously?
You can't. You have no proof of gravity, much less that the moon has gravity,
I don't know
much
what you
less
mean
that
with
anything
proof.
has gravity at all.
Yeah.
You've
And we're
not
back to
proven
the
any of
same-
this. You have these
Science doesn't really
fantastical
prove
stories.
things.
Well, then I guess you're in a fuck problem, aren't you? Because all you've got are stories that you can't verify.
Yeah, we got
You can't-
useful predictions.
no repeatable, demonstrable
We got predictions,
experimentation to verify
Useful
any of
ones.
your possible
Yeah, we do too.
claims. All you have is, oh, it's too big, or you're unreasonable because you want me to
Well, yeah, those
verify
two
these
things you keep jumping to.
impossibilities that I suggest.
The two things you keep jumping to are unreasonable.
Why?
Hmm.
What do you mean, why?
Why? Why is it unreasonable?
Because you're on a planet and you want water to stick to a
Claim. Wait a second. That's your claim. That's a ridiculous claim because I don't
It's ridiculous.
I don't observe any fucking globe. I don't
We
observe
the pressure gradient too.
Well, that's great. There's a pressure gradient, but guess what? You have to.
But anyway, as far as gravity,
you have to have pressure.
In my
first.
opinion, it's just a name.
You have to have pressure first, Sig.
Well, back to gravity.
Oh, okay. So your claim is that the gravity. Your claim.
We
is
see that things fall at a certain rate.
Your claim is that the
and that's
gradient,
just the name of the thing.
I don't give a fuck. Prove
we
that
just
it
named
has
that
any effect.
observation gravity.
You claim that gravity is holding air and causing.
What
a
happens to your
gradient.
tires when you drive up a mountain? What happens to your tires?
All right.
Do they lose? Do they lose?
Ben, I'm sorry. Was my talking getting in the way of your interruption?
Yeah, it was. When you go up a mountain,
okay, good. Why don't you shut up until I'm done then?
Then finish. Hurry the fuck up.
I'll finish when I'm good and goddamn ready. You don't come on here and tell me what the fuck to do.
Well, then finish when you're
Who the
good and
fuck
goddamn
do you
ready.
think you are?
Go ahead.
Well, I got your permission. Thank you.
Yes.
So now you have a claim that gravity causes the pressure gradient and that gravity is what holds the air to the earth against its natural behavior of filling the empty space.
Right.
I want proof or verification through science that what you are claiming
doesn't prove,
is
but we have the
true.
pressure gradient.
I don't care. That's nice. We have a pressure gradient. So fucking what?
Are you done?
No,
What
I'm
happens
not.
when
I'm
you
still
drive up a
talking to
mountain?
Sig. I'm still talking to Sig. So what? We have a pressure gradient. Nice.
Right.
How does that equate?
And that's what a force like gravity would predict.
Well, that's what you claim it would. So you would have to have some kind of verification of this prediction that you have. In fact, can you show me these predictions regarding gas behavior and gravity?
I told you that's pretty complicated because there is no
I don't
like.
care. Bring it on. You're claiming it. I want to
Well,
see it.
watch,
Because you guys always do that.
you wanna
Craig
pull
did
up-
that.
I know you
Craig-
guys hate Bob the Science Guy. You could pull up the vid from the other
I
day.
don't want a video. You made the claim.
I
Show me
actually
your
don't know that, man.
information.
That's really not my expertise.
So then how do you know that the gravity is what causes this pressure gradient?
Well, because it's in the formulas.
It's in the formulas.
Yeah.
Well, let me see that part of the formula then.
We'll pull up the vid. It's only like 5-10 minutes.
You know, is it just a little G in there?
Yeah, that's what it
Oh,
is.
so it's just a mathematical construct. It's not an actual demonstration.
Right. But pilots use
So
it.
that doesn't mean shit.
Pilots
You
use the
understand
charts and shit
You
for
understand that.
for
That
the
that doesn't mean
combustion,
shit, and it's based
the
on a
jets and
myth.
shit. They have to know.
How much
You know,
is
the-
air? Well, then if gravity
It's based
is-
on pressure, temperature, and you can't do it without gravity and get accurate
well,
results.
well, that's great. Okay, so then that means that if gravity is pulling on air, that means that air has weight, right?
Of course, it has weight.
Okay, how much does air weigh?
What do you mean how things weigh because of G times their mass?
Okay, so if I have a balloon that has 14.7 psi inside of it of air, and I remove the amount of the balloon.
Chemistry is not really my thing either.
Well, what I'm trying to get at, what do you mean
Neither is
chemistry?
biology.
We're talking about, you said air has a weight. This is
It
physics.
does. No, but you need to
Okay.
do it with moles and shit to
All right, well,
calculate
wait a
all
second. Wait a second. How come then, if there's 14.7 psi inside of a cylinder, and it's 14.7 psi outside of the cylinder, and I put the cylinder on a scale, and I remove the tare weight, which would be the cylinder itself, why does no weight register? There's still air in there.
Yeah, you
Why
wouldn't
doesn't the weight of
expect
the
it.
air? What's going on there?
You wouldn't expect it to unless it was compressed, and you can't compress it unless it's contained, completely
Well, okay.
contained.
All right. So in other words, in order for it to have any
On
weight,
Earth, anyway.
you have to change its ratio of density to the outside medium.
Yeah, again, with the relative density isn't going to help
Well,
you
you
with
just
the direction.
goddamn fucking proved it right there, because
Well,
you
if-
just told me that I had to increase the pressure inside the cylinder, which is going to make it more dense than the outside air.
Of course. 'cause there's
Okay,
no
so
other way to
that's the
do
only
it.
way you can register weight. So
Well,
then
what's
does
the
that
P in
mean-
PSI?
What does
What's
that
the
mean?
PMPSI?
I can either register weight by
It's
increasing
not
pressure.
weight, dude. It's not weight. No matter
Well,
what
what
you
is the PMPSI?
PSI is displacement. It's pressure.
What does P stand for in PSI?
Pressure.
Pounds.
No,
Pounds.
no, pounds. Yeah. Pounds. What does pounds mean? Is pounds part of weight?
Pounds
Yeah, it's
per
a weight.
square inch. It's
Yep.
a measurement
You get it now.
of force.
Yeah.
No, we got
from
it. already.
pressing in on your body in all
F equals
directions.
MA.
Yeah,
No.
Yep,
you can
you
do
got
it
it.
with like
Okay.
water and
That's
measure
about
volume.
gravity.
Air
Something.
pressure exclusively downward.
I think you learned something here today, Saab.
No, he didn't.
No,
you might,
he didn't.
might
No
think he
way.
had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't learn a fucking thing. All you did was parrot some shit that you heard, and you haven't actually gotten to the meat of the argument at all.
No, I parroted some shit that you've heard.
Well, the shit
You
is
do
that you agree with.
all this useful shit. That
what you
guys
did
are-
right
it's
there,
like
right
walking
there,
into
Sig,
an. Oh, sorry, Saab.
what you did, Sig, was this.
What do you think?
You said that the pressure inside the cylinder would have to be more than outside the cylinder in order for it to register a weight.
Of
So
course,
the
because
one
it's
thing
pushing
that we
on
did
the
was
bottom
we-
of the container too.
But what did we do? We changed the ratio between the two, didn't we? And then we registered a weight.
So,
Well, that
how else could you do it?
That's exactly
can.
right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
No, in that way, there's other ways to do it.
What does
but
that mean?
in
That
example-
means that weight is a quantification of the relative density of an object within a given medium. Because if we change the medium, we change the weight.
there would be no weight if it wasn't for the acceleration downward.
There is no downward acceleration of air.
What do you mean?
Can't show any
Everything
downward
is accelerated
acceleration.
downward.
No,
Acceleration
it's not.
doesn't
No,
imply
it's
that
not.
it's. Oh yeah, no. Acceleration does not imply that it's actually moving.
It's not being pulled or any
Pull
other
up your
such thing.
phone. Look at your accelerometer.
We don't have one. Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
No, we
Why
got
does
real
it
ones.
say
Yeah.
9.8?
Because
do it.
in the medium of air, most heavier than air
No,
than
that
air
works in a vacuum
objects.
too. It has nothing to do with air.
It does.
No.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have to do your fucking tests in a vacuum
Your
chamber.
accelerometer on your phone wouldn't work in a vacuum chamber?
Yes, it would.
Yeah, it sure would.
Yep. And what did you do in the vacuum chamber?
No,
What did you do?
That's not an experiment, dude. Get it out of the game camera.
I don't
Exactly.
care how fast things fall.
Yeah.
That doesn't
It
have
changes.
anything to do with
Well,
the
that's what gives
cause.
us the direction.
How does where did that
No.
cause come from?
Well, you
What
know
was
what
the
we
cause?
say. You know
was-
what we
I
say.
say the same thing without
What
any
was
evidence.
the cause of the observed
Mass
effect?
attracting mass.
That's a
That's
myth.
right.
That's a fucking myth. No one has
It's
ever
not, though.
observed, no one has ever observed two objects just
Do
drawing
you think the
together.
only Cavendish was ever only done in the 17th century?
No, we know when it was
Sure,
done. I've
yes,
seen
and
it all
Kevin,
kinds.
here's the
You don't
problem.
think there's
with
better
Cavendish.
ones, much better ones since?
Yeah, they're
that's
more
pretty
biased. Yeah.
sad that the
And
best
completely
example-
different ones that use like I forget. There's a few different kinds that do give you the
They use
same.
gold balls. They use lead balls. They use silver balls. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, the
I've
lead
seen all
balls
of
in
them.
the shed thing that you guys hate so
No,
much.
but not just lead balls in the shed, dude. I've seen it done.
Cavendish.
Lead balls.
Yeah, there's
or
just
gold
much better
balls
They don't
ones.
like it.
done in vacuum
Much
chambers,
better
all
ones.
kinds of other ways. But that's not a natural experiment.
Yeah,
It
there's
has,
experiments.
it has a very electro bias.
You know where you get it?
from lead attracting
MCTune.net
lead.
has a good list of starting
Yeah.
points.
Ooh, that's a trigger.
I know.
Ooh, you think
It
I
must
got
be at
these
least a
triggers?
dozen.
No, I've looked at Cavendish, several different Cavendish, and you know how they presented.
Have
it
you
as
ever heard of
all
Blue
biased?
Marble Science? You've heard of
Yeah,
them, right?
the hillbilly blue balls, the redneck. Yeah, him.
Yep.
What about him?
Yeah,
He brought
yeah,
three
that's fine.
containers
Whatever you
to
wanna call it.
prove that he could have gas pressure without
He
containment.
did it. He did it in a science class. You've seen him
Yeah,
do that,
yeah,
right?
whatever, dude. It doesn't matter to me.
What was your refutation of it? Did you disprove
I
it?
didn't watch everything hillbilly blue balls did. I just
Oh,
know
that's
he's
weird.
an idiot. He's a photosynthesis idiot. He actually thinks that trees convert carbon dioxide into oxygen, which is completely false, dude.
Do you know what the biggest conductor,
hold on. No,
what
that's-
produces the most oxygen on Earth? It's not the trees. Did you know that?
No, it's
I
algae.
just said it. That very thing you just said, dude.
It's-
What is
algae.
it, Roger?
It's the separation of water. Okay.
In the oceans, right?
Yes, dude. That's where
Yeah.
the majority of the oxygen is made. Yes.
Okay.
Well aware of it, dude.
But from
Interesting,
plant-based oxygen, algae is actually the biggest contributor of oxygen.
But the waves in the ocean produce the most oxygen.
We don't breathe that much oxygen.
No, we don't.
We have a very, very low percentage of oxygen in our atmos. We focus on that, but the biggest amount of gas that you're breathing right now is nitrogen. That is no shit. You can look at the percentages of all the different gases that make up our mixture.
And guess who figured that out?
Right up there.
Well, I don't care.
What do you mean?
That's a fact.
The composition
who
of the
figured that
atmosphere?
out? I'm
You think
sorry.
flat
What?
earthers did that?
I don't know what their cosmology beliefs were. It has nothing to do with the fucking shape of the earth.
No.
Exactly.
This is what cracks me up about you.
That's what I'm
idiots.
saying. Everything
You
good in
idiots
this
all the
world
time about, well, you
comes
use a
from science.
calculator. And I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with the earth being a physically impossible globe?
Yeah,
What the
so
fuck would that
physically
have to do with
impossible that we get
See,
pictures of it every 10 minutes.
Again,
Oh,
you
God,
guys are conflating science, actual science, with your pseudoscience.
No, you're the only one with pseudoscience thinking that you're going to get a direction out of density.
Where's the densest
Oh, God.
medium? Where's the densest area of the medium that we have right now? The air. Where's
Bottom of the ocean.
There you go. Right.
Yeah, there you go. It's pretty damn dense.
But here in the air on Earth, on the Earth part, okay, where's the densest?
And it's actually not much denser than it is at the surface. Maybe like 5%. Just because
air?
there's more pressure doesn't mean it's denser.
Hold on, the air?
No, the water.
I'm not talking about the water. I'm talking
Well,
about
you just brought it up.
Yeah, you can't compress liquids.
Exactly.
Okay.
So,
all
it
right.
was
So
bullshit.
stop getting off track.
You're the one getting off
So,
track.
no, I'm not. I'm trying to explain something. You're going.
I'm just
on about
explaining
the
what's
fucking
wrong
ocean.
about what you're saying.
No, I'm not wrong about it. I'm absolutely right about what I'm saying. You have a
Dude, I just
fantasy
pointed
belief.
out like 3 things in like 5 minutes.
Okay. So where is the densest air?
Where do you think?
Are you going to answer the question, or are you just going to
The surface.
At
Okay,
the
duh.
surface, right? And one of the main reasons is because that's the source of production, isn't it? The source of exchange, right?
No, plants don't produce gas.
Plants do produce gas.
Well, no, not really produce. I mean, they
Yes.
separate all the gas is already here.
We exchange the gases.
It just changes from carbon.
The source,
Sometimes.
Listen, the source is the earth, and that's
Here.
what's- that's
Exactly. The source is the earth.
So that's where the densest area of that medium is
Right.
going to be.
And what does that prove?
Right? Okay.
How does that make it flat?
Well,
Oh,
wait a
God.
second. You just asked about a direction, didn't you? You fucktard.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So if the densest area is the closest to the earth, then that would pretty much mean that the density ratio of the medium would increase in a downward direction, wouldn't
Oh,
it?
really?
Yeah.
Even in a vacuum chamber?
What the vacuum chamber? Yes, absolutely. You don't think you actually had a vacuum, do you?
It doesn't matter how much
Hold
air
on,
is
hold
there.
on, hold on, Sig. You don't actually think you had a true vacuum, do you?
So what?
So all you had was that you thinned out the
Because
medium.
there's no true, even in intergalactic space,
You made it.
there's no
You,
true vacuum.
there is no intergalactic space. Shut
That's
the
right.
fuck up with your science fiction nonsense. We're
Yeah,
talking about
galaxies are a
actual
hoax. You can
physics.
see them through a telescope, but it's a hoax.
Well, you can see it through a telescope. Doesn't mean that you're looking out into a vacuum, into a void. It doesn't
What do you
mean that
all
at
you gotta
all.
do is go up high and know that the air gets less and less.
I
We
didn't
measure
say
with
that it
balloons.
didn't. You claim that that's due to gravity. Now prove that it's due to gravity.
What do you mean? You're saying
What
it's
do you
to do
mean?
with
What do I
density.
mean? You're telling me
You're
that-
saying it's density, but it can't be.
Wait a second. I didn't say that that was due to density. You asked
Yeah,
about
you did.
objects, not the medium. Are you talking about objects in the medium or the medium itself?
What if it's two gaseous mediums?
What do you mean two gaseous mediums? How would they ever come together without mixing?
Don't mix.
How would that ever happen?
What do you mean?
How would that ever happen? Where you have two gaseous things that don't mix. They come into
Well,
contact with each other and don't
I
mix.
mean, it
Why
might
would
take a
that
long
happen?
time to mix, like that sulfur hexafluoride in a tank or whatever.
Now, how much of that do we have in our atmosphere anyways? I'm just curious.
How much what?
How much of that do we have in our atmosphere? I'm just curious about that anyways. Because I notice you still have to take the sodium hexafluoride and put it in a goddamn fish tank. Do it without the fish tank if you want to impress me.
I don't know, none of that's really globe or flat anyway.
No, it's
So,
gas behavior.
It's gas behavior. Gas behavior has everything to
They're
do
not
with
bonded.
it.
Never.
So
gases don't decide to just suddenly hold hands and become a mass. They don't do that. That's against their behavior. They're
So
a
you're saying
fluid. They
gas doesn't
spread
have
out.
mass.
It spreads out and thins out.
Just because you can't easily measure it, it doesn't have mass? Just because it's gas?
I don't care if it has mass or doesn't have mass. What the fuck would that have to do with anything?
Bring it up.
Huh?
You're the one that brought it up.
Well, why would that have to? Why would that? How would you get a mass of gases without a physical container?
Well,
I mean, if gravity won't affect, if gravity won't affect a small box of gas, how can it affect any
I know
amount
you said
of gas?
but what if you freeze it and then you have a block of carbon dioxide?
Well, then that's a solid, and it's not a
Yeah, I
gas
know.
anymore.
It's not,
right?
but it's
okay.
the same,
So now we're out of
element,
the realm. Now you're out of the realm of gas behavior, and
Yeah,
you're into
gas-
solids.
exactly gas behavior.
Right. So if you now, what happens when that melts?
Yeah, no, see, none of that has flat or globe either way.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely.
You say it does, but
100%.
nobody
You don't
else
like
sees
it because it destroys the entire fucking model.
It does no such thing.
It does, absolutely. Because without the Atmos, we don't have any model at all.
Atmosphere?
No,
What?
gases don't have a shape. Sorry.
Atmospherics?
Oh, okay.
It's just the Atmos. It doesn't
the
have a
Atmos.
shape. It
Hey,
doesn't
hey,
have a
Tom,
shape.
I
Tell
gotta-
me, how does gas have a shape?
There you go. Good one.
Who says it has a shape?
You did. You called
Well,
it
it kind
an
of has
Atmos.
a shape.
You
It's
called
kind
it
of
literally
know what
a
the shape
fucking.
is?
You called it literally a vapor ball.
It's like a toroid, kind of.
Jesus.
A fluid is a toroid?
Well, if the globe is true, right? What would the atmosphere look like?
Well, the globe can't be true. That's physically impossible.
Awesome.
That's what we're discussing right now.
Oh, and flat Earth.
Now
is
you're
it?
already going into the idea that,
So where's the edge? Where's the dome?
What edge? What are you
What
talking
edge?
about?
So it's infinite?
I
Didn't
don't
say it was
know,
infinite.
man. I'm not
You
allowed
don't
to
know.
I'm not allowed to go there, brother.
Oh, you're not allowed. We're not allowed.
Yo, neither are you.
Nope. And I've
Right.
tried, dude.
You
I'm
have
trying right now.
You have multi-million-dollar ice cutters to get there.
Hey, dude. You know I'm taking
What?
a trip to Antarctica at the
Yeah,
end of
sure,
this year
Raj.
coming up.
If you make it to Antarctica, I owe you a finger.
You owe me a finger. I'll collect it, dude.
So anyway, this idea of fluids having a shape and just
Well, whatever shape
hanging
you
on
put
to
them
an
in.
object, containerless, just hanging on, just hanging
Yeah.
on.
Hey.
I
Yeah,
strongly
all that's
disagree that that has anything to do with flat or globe.
Well, you can disagree
I
all
mean, you
you
could
want.
think that.
Okay, well, how
I
does
can't
it not?
disagree
How
too
does it not?
strongly.
Because it destroys the idea of going to space. It destroys your whole fucking moon
Which we've been
landing.
doing for decades.
240,000
Even amateurs do it.
miles away,
They
and
do?
all this other
Oh, okay.
nonsense.
Yeah,
that
they
you
do.
profess.
Sure.
Okay, so
Didn't Kobe just show an amateur rocket?
yeah, he did.
Yeah, it went to space too. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Well, probably, I don't know, what, 50 miles or something? I don't know.
Yeah, that's not space.
No.
What do you mean?
The only space is in there is length, width, and depth. That's what space is by definition. The space between the container and
Space
us,
is
that's
just
the only
when you're
space there
far
is.
away from Earth. That's all that is.
So the Kármán line is supposedly at 62
Yeah, 100
miles.
kilometers or something.
62 miles. That's what I
Yeah.
always learned. Anyways, that may actually be the dome itself. The reality of it is this.
The reality
You
is
have
we've
been
been way
given-
past there.
No,
more
we
than
haven't. Yeah.
Yeah, GPS satellites are way past
GPS
there.
satellites.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they
Right.
are, and you could prove it's not towers with radio
You
gear.
can.
No,
Yeah, you can.
You can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Yeah, see any towers in the ocean?
How do you? Are you in the ocean right now?
Could you get a
Show me a demonstration of your.
antenna
Show me your fucking GPS working in the ocean right
Could you
now.
get a directional antenna and show that it's not coming from anywhere but up?
I used the directional antenna in Frankfurt, Germany, and I picked up a distant station in Fort Hood, Texas.
Oh, we get the ionosphere now. Hold on, son.
No,
The
man,
ion-
there's no way. Try to graph it out. I tried to work that shit out and see how it was
No,
possibly
it was
bounced.
either
no
ordinary
possible-
ionospheric
no
bouncing
possible
or
fucking way.
tropospheric scattering.
No.
Oh yeah,
it
sure.
wasn't.
Ducting, they
It
call
was it was high frequency AM band FSK.
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
ionosphere.
directional
Well, then it
antenna.
was ducting.
Direct no.
Yeah, in fact, if you look at the radio record charts that WITSIT shows,
Yeah.
you know that one column that has all those letters that you don't know what they mean? Those are atmospheric conditions.
Awesome.
Yeah,
There's no possible way that I should
When
have been
the
able
solar
to pick
activity
up
is high,
Fort Hood,
radio-
Texas. No, listen.
Yeah. It's known, it's quantified, it's studied.
No, I know. And I was a radio operator. I know exactly what I'm talking about. There is no possible way that
Yeah, I
signal
was at
should have
EE too.
reached around the globe over to fucking Fort Hood, Texas. There is no possible way. Sorry.
No
In
possible
fact,
way what?
that signal could have reached that way on a globe.
If you say so.
I do say so. And I
We
know
got
more about it
Where's
than
the
you,
evidence?
and I know more about
That
it
it
than
even
you.
happened.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I mean,
All
I
right.
believe you, but
So, I don't
I mean,
give
you
a
got
fuck.
nothing
You
as
know
far as
what? I
evidence
don't really
goes.
give a fuck if you believe me or not, because you actually think that water will stick to an object and form to its shape. You think that you can have a specific volume of gases without physical
Yeah, if
containment.
planets are true, yeah,
tells-
that would
and
happen.
yeah, there again. Now you're just really getting loony.
You're reaching.
What if planets and gravity are true? You
Planets
wouldn't
and
expect
gravity
that?
are not true. Wandering
Oh,
stars,
so we
or
see them
whatever
through
you want to call them,
telescopes for no
they're not
reason at all.
balls of terra firma that you can go land on one day.
Floating
You're
around
never
in the
going to
sky.
fuck a green bitch. It's never going to happen. Okay.
It might
That's
not because they're too
fantasy.
damn far.
Well, it's
Damn
always
far.
going to be non-existent. Listen, non-existent is always way too far.
Yeah.
Non-existent. You
Yeah.
can see it.
Why do you guys?
How
put
does that
the,
mean that it's a ball of terra firma that you can land on?
Ifs and buts.
Yeah.
Candy and nuts, and every day would be Christmas. huh?
Unbelievable.
Hell yeah.
I mean, you
Planets
look in
are
the
a
sky
hoax.
and you see some shit up there. What
That's
evidence
amazing.
do you have that would suggest to you, other than them people telling you that those are actually balls of terra firma?
Well, they do. You know, they take
could quite
spectrums of
possibly-
the atmosphere.
They what?
Like take the spectrum of the atmosphere, and they could tell what kind of gases
Spectrum,
are
I
near
see.
the planet.
That's pseudoscience horse shit.
demonstrate
Well,
that.
I mean, it's something.
No, they don't.
Only
Listen
We have
to
the
me.
full
20 years ago,
spectrogram
we
of the
weren't even
sun.
You know
sure
what
there
else?
were
It
planets.
works.
So
Listen, spectroscopy.
now
works
there's at least a
Spectrums.
few thousand.
spectrums of light, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, you know what else gives off spectrums of light?
Every light.
Fucking light.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
What do you mean?
They
Yeah,
don't have
and
a
you know what else
sample.
gives
They're
off spectrums of
assuming
light?
They're making
The sun.
Yeah, but we know what gases will absorb what frequencies and shit like that, so we could
Yeah.
determine
Give me a
to some
fucking
degree.
The sun's like
Give me a
72% hydrogen.
All right,
You
how do you know?
disagree
Sure.
with that?
Oh, yeah, I disagree with that. 100%.
Never mind planets that you could live on
How
far
do you-
away.
how
I'm just
in
talking about the
fuck-
solar system.
How in the fuck do you get a ball of hydrogen to get together? How the hell does that happen?
Well, that's how the universe started, right?
No, it
Big
isn't.
Bang.
How
No,
would-
you
how
gotta
in the-
begin it.
wait, hold on. How in the
Accretion
fuck
does.
how would you even know
No.
that? How would anybody know that?
Know what? We see
because
it.
What you just
Yeah.
said, how the universe started. What
We're
do you
in
mean?
reality, and that's what we see.
Where do you
Mhm.
see this?
The
Stars.
sun.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You mean your assumption of what stars are?
We can watch stars
Well, we've been to
explode
this
and
sun with a good
We can?
probe.
Hold on, wait a second. This we
Yep.
that you keep
Recently.
speaking of. Show them to me right now. With
have
your
you ever seen a
telescope.
falling star, Sav?
Show me with your
So
telescope.
stars are a hoax.
Shooting star.
Sav,
Wait a
have you ever
second.
seen a falling star?
No, I didn't
we-
say the
stars are
stars are a
something
hoax.
different than what you
I'm
think they are.
saying what you say they are is bullshit.
Yeah.
What do I say they are?
Okay,
They're
there's a
bull-
physicist
that's
in you
bullshit.
guys' realm that has a filament theory. You ever heard of it?
Wait,
Filament theory?
Yes.
I actually asked Sav, has he ever seen a falling star?
Well, what they call a falling star? Yeah, I
A
have.
shooting
Yeah.
star. Yeah.
What do you think's happening?
I don't know.
You just think
Can't
it's
don't
like,
test it, can't prove it.
I don't know.
No.
It's
Picture.
really quite curious because nobody's ever seen one ever hit the ground, and nobody's ever recovered one.
what ground do you think a falling star is going to hit? Holy shit!
The Earth.
It's going to hit the Earth.
Well, wouldn't it? Wouldn't
A
that
star
stand to
that's
reason? I mean, you're 9.8 meters per second.
Meteorites don't hit the Earth.
No,
And
have
meteor.
you ever
Oh,
seen
there you
one
go.
hit the Earth?
Yeah.
Show me a video. Somebody should have
There's a video.
videotaped
The one in Russia.
There's
that thing?
Wait,
There you
are
go,
you
Russia.
talking? Are you talking about that one that happened back in the early 1900s?
Well, there was one recent too. I don't know
Yeah,
if they
they-
found it.
We
No,
we
they
know what they
didn't find
found.
it. They didn't
Well,
No,
find
they
it.
didn't find it. Yeah, but they find meteorites all the
That's how the
time.
No, they
dinosaurs.
don't.
What do you mean they don't?
No, they
Yeah, of
don't.
course they
Hunt
do.
meteorites, dude, for
Wait a
a
second.
living.
How if you don't see it come down from the sky?
How the
and
fuck
you're
are
not
created?
finding
How the
it
fuck
in
are
any
craters
kind of-
created?
I'm sorry, I see spin. Was I?
Yeah,
How are
craters.
craters? How are craters
Oh God,
created?
here he goes again.
I guess craters are a hoax.
No,
Yeah,
there's
they're a hoax.
craters. There's
It's not-
100%. There's
not from
craters.
meteors. So they're from other things.
How do you
Other
know?
things that
Craters
are
aren't
like-
from meteors.
So
Okay.
they didn't recover any meteorite. Nobody's ever seen one hit the Earth. They don't know what they're made out of. Where did they get a meteorite
What do you
from?
mean? We know what they're made out of.
How do you
Yes,
know
we do.
that?
People
If you
hunt them
never
for a
saw one
living.
come down, if you've never seen one hit the Earth, and nobody's ever gone and recovered one out of the hole that it apparently
They
made,
have
where?
Where?
everywhere that they've hit the ground. Like
Uh-huh.
Stig said,
Like
people
where?
hunt them for a living.
Where? Tell me a place. One
Arizona.
geographical location. Arizona.
Arizona.
Crater?
Yeah,
Are
do you
you
want me to show you?
There's no
Do you want me to
Well, if
show
they're
you?
really
Do you
little,
want me
they're
to show
not
you a
gonna.
crater?
They're not even going to make a crater, right? They're just going to be like hot nickel and iron, molten into a crystal.
Look,
Really?
it's Wesley. Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you know this?
What do you know? What?
I'll show you a
How do you
picture. I'm
know
going to pull
that
it up.
these
Give me a
things
moment.
were from space or whatever. You find
You
a
gotta show me the
fucking rock
meteor they
in the
found, a
ground.
meteor crater that I've actually touched before. That piece of dross they get out of the mine. Yeah, I know what it is, dude. I've been there. I used to live right down the road from it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
I
not
don't need to
really.
see a picture of it. It's definitely a money making scheme, dude. No doubt about it.
So how do you know that these things are rocks from space that are hitting the ground?
Well, I wouldn't say I know, but I would just pretty much just trust the experts.
There you go. That's your problem.
Yeah, there you go. That's your whole problem, isn't it?
Well, let me ask you something. Do you
When you have
remember
a-
over the
When you have the computer and the internet without experts,
hold on. Do you remember the last 5 years? How the scientists said, trust the science. Go ahead, trust us. Get a shot from a stranger in a parking lot and we'll give you a donut. And if you don't, you're probably going to be dead 5 years from now. And you'll probably kill a bunch of other people. In fact, if you don't go trust the science,
well,
listen to these experts.
well, first of all, I wouldn't say. I mean, the government was highly involved in that, so that's more than just science.
Yeah, but
So
you
were
know
all
who
the
was more
doctors, too.
involved? The first thing you have to understand is science always favors whoever's funding them.
Yeah, that's probably true.
That
Yeah,
is
like the
true,
Vatican?
100%. And the same thing goes along with your heliocentric
I don't know. I
religion.
haven't seen any evidence that that vaccine was as bad as you people say.
Really? There's
Yeah.
people fucking keeling over left and right.
I
all
know
over
there's
the
people that
place.
died,
The
dude.
birth rate has dropped to alarming rates as well.
Well, that has
What's
nothing
the
to do with
claim?
that.
How do you know?
That's
It was.
Well, I don't know.
How come this all started happening after they started introducing this shot?
Now or did they just start talking about it more?
I don't know.
Hey Saab, I got a experiment for gravity for you. You ready?
Okay.
He's doing kilograms again. There you go.
Yeah, good job, Roger.
We know your rhetoric. Yeah.
So I've got 2 masses, a 1 kilogram mass of lead
Mm-hmm.
and a 2 kilogram mass of lead in the same room, same
Mhm.
density,
Mhm.
same everything, and I put them
Mhm.
on 2 different scales.
Mhm.
The kilogram mass is going to weigh half as much as the 2 kilogram mass. So
Mhm.
therefore, the change of mass creates change in force.
And was it no, because you've got still a specific amount of matter there. All you did was just change the density ratio.
Nope, the density ratio is the same.
Because no, it's not, because if you've got a smaller mass and it weighs less, then what you have to do is be like, just like I've shown you, like if this pack of cigarettes right here, theoretically, there's a chunk of air missing where this pack of cigarettes is at. So if I were able to physically have that chunk of air the same size and shape is this, that's what's been displaced, then if I compare the two, which is going to be denser? It's of course going to be the cigarettes. Okay.
You're not changing. Yeah, but you're not changing the density. You're changing the mass.
Exactly.
Right.
That much air wouldn't weigh that difference.
Okay.
Yep.
And
you change the mass, you change the force applied to it. That's what gravity
you didn't change the force. There was no force.
Yeah, it weighs twice
the
as
only
much now.
force involved was displacement.
No.
Yes.
Do you know what displacement isn't a force?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Can an object move? Can something move without a force being applied?
Unless it's already in motion, no.
Okay.
What's it measured in?
Whoa. Well, listen, you're lucky you're even here to begin with, because you're not supposed to be here. My audience hates you. My audience hates you, and I'm not a big fan either. Okay?
Because I bring the facts.
You didn't bring shit. You haven't brought shit at all.
I bring the facts.
You bring the fucks. It's about what you bring.
It's in the look in his eyes, man. I'm telling you.
Okay. So the reality of it is that you're only the object to the medium. That's all you've got. That's all you've got. There's no
It's the same density.
Wait a second. It doesn't matter. It's in ratio. Don't you understand?
You said relative density, so you never talked
Is
about
the bigger object going to be denser than the littler object?
Not necessarily.
Yes.
Well, no, hold on.
Why? Because there's more of it.
No,
so
lead
yes,
is the same
it
density.
will be.
Hold on a second. Lead is the same density. You have the same density. You can use steel, right? You agree that there's take a chunk of steel, split it into two pieces. One is 1 kilogram, the other is 2 kilograms. They have the same density.
Yeah.
Okay, so the density has not
The
changed.
material itself, but in ratio to the amount of the medium that it displays, you've changed that.
Okay, but I've changed the mass.
I don't care.
What else have I changed?
You changed its ratio to the medium.
Yeah, but the density is the same.
Not only on the atomic level.
No, the density of the object is the same.
No, because the object is now smaller.
So you think that changed the density?
It has nothing to do with density.
The overall
It's just mass
density of
divided
the
by volume.
object in ratio to the medium has changed.
You think lead has different density when you cut it?
The amount in relation to the medium.
Sorry, I'll ask my question.
Air doesn't weigh enough.
I'll ask my question a little bit slower this time. When I cut a piece of lead, do you think I'm changing the density?
Listen, I don't even like you.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Fuck that guy. I'm sorry. I can't stand his stupid face to begin with. The bottom line is this. Oh, is that the crater behind you?
Yeah.
What do you think about
meteor crater?
So
Yeah,
let me ask you a question. Where the fuck's the meteor?
Where's the meteor?
Did it have vaporized mostly?
There's lots of craters.
So then somebody must
you
have
understand how it works?
Somebody must have
Yeah, we
saw
do
it.
understand your explanation. Yeah.
Hold on, wait a second. So you
Yeah,
claim
it's old
that
enough that maybe nobody saw it.
so nobody saw it either?
I don't think so. Not that one.
No, they didn't.
Of course.
So then I assume there's no video. Of
Maybe some Indians seen it. I don't know.
Maybe anybody any stories about it or anything? Big rock come from space, make big hole, something like that. Maybe some hieroglyphs.
Russia crushed that whole forest.
There's some
Yeah.
fossil
So
fuel down there.
How do you know that it was a meteor that did that?
Because they have evidence of it.
Oh, like
I've seen the so-called evidence. I've actually touched it, pissed on it.
what's the
I've been there.
evidence?
Pissed on the evidence.
What evidence do they have?
They have
I'm looking for
like
it
a
right
dross meter, like it's like 2 or 3 meters across. It's like a big dross of lead. They said it's a meter. I think it came out of a mine down there. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, I would imagine. Wow, imagine that lead in Death Valley.
Yeah,
Ain't
well,
that
that's in Arizona, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
What do you think this is, though?
The Mojave Desert.
If it's not a fucking meteor, what do you think happened here? You think someone did a
I-
cannonball
you know,
into it?
They dug a hole in the ground,
I
dude.
would suspect.
Yeah.
I would suspect since there could be no rocks coming from space, nobody's ever witnessed a rock coming from space and striking the Earth.
You haven't.
But what we have witnessed are geysers. We have witnessed geysers.
Yep, we have.
And they seem to leave those perfectly perpendicular craters to the flatness of the earth.
Yeah,
and
where the
look
fuck is the water?
exactly like that. Exactly like that.
Where's the fuck of the water out in the desert in Arizona?
Underneath?
Yeah.
Is
The
there?
water table.
Yes.
Yeah, there is.
Yes, there is. Did you know there's a huge inland sea that goes right underneath California and shit? There's a submarine
Arizona,
base.
too.
There's a submarine base in Las Vegas, Nevada.
That's so fantastic. Where's the evidence on screen of a fucking geyser?
What do you mean? Where's the evidence of a geyser? It's right next to your evidence of a meteor.
Oh yeah, there you are. The meteor evidence.
It's
right
right
there.
next to your
Absolutely
evidence of a meteor.
Yeah, pure evidence of a meteor.
So what you're saying is that's a geyser crater?
No,
out in
I
the middle of
think
the
that
fucking
was
Arizona.
No,
desert?
listen carefully again. After considering the various terrestrial
phenomena,
When you started with the conclusion that it couldn't be from space. Okay, go ahead.
well, that's not. Of course. How would it have gotten through the?
Hey, Saab, I got one. 1 minute.
How would it have gotten through the enclosure? How would it have gotten through the barrier that allows us to have this dynamic fluid pressure system that we live in?
Oh, the same way that rockets leave it.
So see,
Yeah, the
so
same way
logic
that
tells
rockets
me,
leave it.
logic tells me that huge rocks falling from the sky is probably not what this was, because we don't ever see huge rocks falling from the sky.
Why'd you say probably?
What do you mean? Why did I say probably?
Why didn't you say it is definitely not?
Oh God, you want to hear my theory about
I don't
the
know
Grand
the
Canyon?
turn of phrase. Does it fucking matter?
I got one, so I'll pull it up.
Okay.
Why don't you stick to things that you've actually experienced or seen for yourself? Just out of
you got a
curiosity.
story to tell.
Cubby, do you think this is from a geyser? Right here?
No, I can tell you what I think it's from. It was dug by miners, dude.
Okay, there's
This
two
is the- I've
ridiculous
seen
theories.
tool
Cubby,
marks
what's your
in-
theory?
What's wrong with my theory, dude? Why are you
It's
laughing? at it?
retarded.
No, it's not. The
Cubby,
entire
what's your
Grand
theory?
Canyon has tool marks all through it and caverns where people dig down and got resources out of it. Arizona's full of these things, dude.
Okay.
It's
All of
rare, but it happens, I guess.
Wow,
people
good
digging
thing that
mines?
good thing that house kept that meteor from making a crater.
Yeah, it did. Look
Yeah,
at
well,
that
it's
thing.
too small to make a crater.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Meteorites, they're varying in size, right?
So what hit the ground there behind you there, I see, Spin.
So let me
So what now?
let's see what we got here. We got this house that said yes, meteorites do hit houses. So we got a house that's burned.
There
All
you
right.
go.
With a
House on fire.
notable recent event in McDonough, Georgia, where a piece of 4.56 billion year old meteorite, they know the age of it even. What they do,
Good
cut
God.
it in half.
Plus or minus a couple hundred mil.
Yeah.
The isotopes in there, just holding that radiation, just from
Uh-huh.
galactic exposure. Yeah.
Shot
sure.
through a homeowner's roof and into the floor, leaving dust and fragments, while other suspected impacts also occur like it's suspected, like in Massachusetts, highlighting that standard homeowners insurance usually covers damage from falling space debris.
Ooh, that
Would
is
insurance
interesting,
cover
huh?
Actual recovery is rare.
Well, isn't it weird though that the homeowner's insurance policy covers things from space?
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, because I don't think it exists.
It's out
but
of
that's your
moon.
opinion.
How often do they really have to pay out on that?
Well,
Right,
here you go.
this-
But
This
still,
isn't the first time that people collected insurance money from this claim, too.
You know, there's people that have afterlife insurance too. Did
Yeah,
you
I
know
bet they
that?
do.
You can
Tell
buy
me
it.
what- tell me about it.
If there wasn't an afterlife, then how could they sell afterlife insurance?
Elaborate on what this insurance is.
Well,
What
it's
do
the
they do?
guarantee that you go to heaven.
So what do I want to go to? Like AIG / afterlife? Like where can I find out more about
I don't
this?
know. You do a good. I was never interested in it because I know it's a scam too.
Did you know you can
like
buy
this.
plots of land on the moon?
Now, do you
That's
think
where-
that they just include that
Yeah,
coverage?
you can go up there and mark your territory, too.
Do you think
right,
that
you can piss
have
on
you ever do you have homeowners insurance, Spin?
Of course.
Okay. Does your policy cover space debris?
I think so.
Does
I
it?
don't know.
Yeah, well, you
I'll
ought to
have to
look.
back at it.
You ought to look because they might be charging you extra for that.
Dude, take it off.
I mean, what do you think it charges a month if it happens once in a blue
I don't
moon?
know.
Right? Like
I
95 cents.
I better get some of that.
I don't know. I certainly wouldn't want to be wasting my money on something so stupid, though.
Oh yeah, I would tell you not to waste your money on that. Yeah.
You know, so I would bet that it's probably not standard with your homeowner's insurance.
Well,
I'm
flood
just gonna go out
insurance is
on a
here in
limb
Florida.
and just say that, you know what, I'm willing to bet that it's probably not covered in your homeowner's insurance.
Nope.
But in any case, so those meteorites that they didn't
Maybe.
really recover, and the guy showed you a rock,
Yeah.
and he told you it was 4.53 billion years old.
Oh, yeah.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Log it. Just know that it happens.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
That's the thing.
So you because the news. Hold on, let me get this straight. Because your news article said
because
that
of this.
the house may. Yeah, I'm looking. Hey, spin. I've been there.
Yeah, I've been there too.
I've been there. In
Where's the
reality,
water?
Okay.
It's underneath it.
Underground, spin.
And the water caused it. The
There's
water just came up and
when I was
blew
at
it all up.
Canyon Springs, they were drilling for a new well, and they went
What
down
part of it?
so deep they hit primary water, and the state of California wouldn't let them use it.
No,
As
They
opposed to
went crazy.
secondary water?
Then they went to drill into
No, they call
another
it primary
spot.
water, dude.
They got down about 150 feet, and then all of a sudden it just like broke through and went down like another 100 feet unobstructed and into an underground lake. This is in Death Valley.
What
Where's
year did the guys
there's
are?
the water under there. I'll tell you that right now. In fact, there's a place that they go down twice a year with a diver goes down with a light twice a year. And it's a locked hatch that goes down to this part of the underground lake. And they go down there and count the amount of these bluefish that live down there. And it's the only place in the world where they live is in this underground lake in Death Valley. And they go down there twice a year and they count how many of the bluefish are down in there.
That's cool.
I got a question for Icy Spin though. Do you believe in a flood? Do you think there was an actual worldwide flood?
Like a
Yeah, the
worldwide
Great
flood, like Noah.
Yeah, that would be a good example.
I don't think I've ever seen evidence of it.
You haven't?
That's what you're
You haven't
asking.
really looked into it, have you?
Yeah.
Right behind you may be evidence of it.
Oh, there you go.
Right behind you might be evidence of that flood.
What you're saying is that the Grand Canyon was created by the flood?
It says in
Several different
Genesis
canyons,
that
dude.
God
Glen
brought
Canyon,
forth.
Grand Canyon.
Well, this is Arizona. It's close
It
enough.
says that God brought forth the waters from above and the waters from below.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think consensus is that there may have been a local flood, right? And that people wrote about it.
For the
I don't
water to
know,
be
man.
5 miles higher than it is, that's a lot of water that would have disappeared.
Receded
No,
back.
not really.
Yeah, we see that's another thing too. I'm not sure how this whole ocean system works. What's really down at the bottom of the Marianas Trench? It says in the Bible that God separated the waters from above from the waters below. Maybe it's like kind of how a bathysphere works. That maybe if you go down into the deeper depths of the ocean, you can actually come out from the Earth system into the, I don't know, into the abyss waters that are spoken of in Genesis. I don't know. But you can actually recreate that condition of having it flooding out a domed terrarium underwater by having it come up through the bottom and by opening the top. By opening the top, you actually allow the water to come up inside because it's actually open in the bottom. The air is holding itself here and pressing itself against the water in the bottom. So I don't know. There's a number of things that indicate that the Grand Canyon, when I first visited that place, the first time I saw it, I remember I was like, this didn't go millions of years, man. This happened quickly. This happened quickly. You know, and that was the first impression I got of it. And this was
Colorado. The Colorado trickled down for billions of years, billions
Yeah.
of years. Yeah,
it's crazy.
Got a hole in it. Yeah.
So yeah, and then mud flood type evidence that we find is kind of indicative of a lot of that shit as well.
Liquefaction.
But the bottom line is there's no rocks going to come from out in some void that they, you know, that's nonsense. That
But
shit
you
is
don't believe in
totally
the Bible, though, Saab. So, like,
Who
why do you
said-
believe in the blood?
Who says
you said that?
Who said it?
You
When?
said that. You believe
When?
there's a creator, but you don't believe in the Bible. You said that.
I said I don't take the Bible at its value. Okay, there's a lot of shit that's been fucked with the Bible. We see that right now with the mind virus of Zionism that's spread amongst evangelical Christians because they call themselves Judeo-Christians and shit. And this is all due to a misinterpretation of scripture by some fucking guy named Schofield, and the misinterpretation of the verse in Genesis. It's a load of shit. When you start getting into that, it's been fucked with so many times. You find out that the King James was designed to support monarchies. You know, it's like, so what Bible, you know? So I go through it and I use that as like, this is interesting that this is in here, and it kind of corresponds with the things that I've found. See, a lot of people think, oh, you think it's a flat earth with a dome because of the Bible. No. Actually, what I figured that out, and then the Bible happened to be right. The Bible happened to be right along with me on that. It said the same thing as what I discovered. And so it's not due to that. It's like it agrees with me. Ancient cultures agree. And this thing is, this is why they give it to you when you're a little kid, because you don't have the critical thinking skills to actually question what you've been told. Now, I can remember when they told me that the earth is a globe and it spins around. I was like in kindergarten, I remember, because we asked, what that was, the globe and everything. And of course, I knew what it was. And I says, does it really spin like that? And they said, yeah. And I said, well, how do we keep from flying off? And they said, gravity. And I said, wait a minute. How does spinning around keep me stuck to something? That doesn't make any sense, because I just came in from the playground and that fucking merry-go-round tried everything it could to throw me off of it. So how in the fuck does that work? Never could successfully really demonstrate.
Spinning is not what does it.
Well, I know it's this myth of mass attracting mass,
right?
Gravity, and that's just nonsense.
Well, you say so.
Well, it is, because up till now, here we are, what, 400, 500 years now since this professing of gravity, and it's still not been proven. That's pretty sad.
Yeah. Well, there seems to be some kind of force that goes in a direction towards the center of the earth.
Well, no, you assume that. There's no force.
It's just an observation.
Where's there a force?
So it's just an observation.
Well, an observation that on land, heavier than air objects drop to the ground.
Well, we already went through that. It can't just be the density, because there's no force there, and you need a vector.
You don't need a force. There is a force.
No, density is not a force.
What? Displacement is?
No.
Yes.
No.
Because in order to move an object, including a medium, from one place to another, a force must be applied.
No, displacement is not a force.
Displace, which means to move from one place to another.
How do you solve for displacement?
What do you mean? How do you solve for displacement?
Exactly what I asked. How do you solve for it?
What is that? Why would that matter?
Well, if it's a force, there's a way to solve for it.
Wait a second. Do you displace a physical thing? In other words, the air, is it physical?
Well, I asked you a simple question, and you're asking me a different question.
He's looking for an equation, is what he's looking for.
I don't have an equation, and I don't give a fuck
it's not
about
a
an
force.
equation. The bottom line is this:
but you'll agree it's not a force.
That was once where I am. Was it moved from that place to another?
It doesn't matter. You would agree that a force has to have an equation.
I displaced the medium. Now
it's irrelevant.
It isn't irrelevant.
No, it is, because there's not an equation involved in it, so it's not a force.
Okay, well, then I'm sorry for you that you have to have an equation. Did you need an equation to wipe your ass?
No, there's an equation for forces.
Is there an equation for wiping your ass too?
No, because it's not a force.
No, then it's no good. It's no good. If you don't have an equation for wiping your ass doesn't exist.
You're starting to understand. Good job.
No, we're not.
You're a moron, dude.
I suppose. But you don't have an equation for your force.
I don't need an equation. The bottom line is,
if you want it to be a force, you do.
The physical medium.
Yeah, you did.
The physical medium of air was displaced from one place to another.
So,
okay.
Causing a force.
So,
cool story.
Objects cannot move without a force being applied.
If I said the same thing to you, Saab, you know what you would say to me? Cool story, bro. So I'm going to say it to you.
Okay. I can see that you've worn out your
because you're
fucking
moving
welcome.
it, you're giving it energy.
You've worn out your welcome for here. You're gone. Okay. As soon as you start acting like a fucking dick piece, you're done. Okay. I don't have to tolerate your fucking nonsense. You dig?
Gentlemen, good evening.
Hey, what's happening, Andrew?
I've been listening for a while, and in regards to these different types of alleged craters, this is one that I actually went to against. What's that?
Ubahibi. Ubahibi. That's the one out in the desert.
Yeah, this one is in Utah. When I was out visiting my girlfriend when I was in the military, my mom and my sister wanted to come out to Utah and spend some time with us as well. And my mom said, "All right, we're going on a little tour." My mom likes exploring and driving and stuff. So we went out to this one particular spot, and this is fucking massive. And it's like a copper, gold, silver, quartz, I mean, whatever you can think of. They're just mining this shit down a long ways, and I can just show you again. Did it switch over? I hope so. So yeah, it's again, it's just massive. And
strip mining.
Yeah, so it's just they just spiral down and down and down as far as they possibly can. And
remember my theory, so I write about the Arizona crater was an old gold mine or something back in the day. Yeah,
that's what I think might have been the case. Yeah. But if they were to stop working on this and just let the rain and erosion of the wind and stuff, eventually it would probably just look like a big fucking crater.
Yeah.
Whoa, man.
Yeah. So then there's also there's Crater Lake up in Washington, and I mean, there's craters all over the place. And so far, I've been yet to see a single crater that has anything but a perpendicular type of impact, if they even want to call it an impact.
Yeah. I don't think they are impacts. No,
I don't think they are either. Yeah, I think this is something that's naturally forming, and
there are no big rocks in space. There's no space. Stop with this dumb shit.
The asteroid belt?
The asteroid belt.
Oh, you mean the Kuiper belt? Oh, the imaginary place that doesn't exist?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop too. All right, Saab, man. Take it easy. Later, dudes. Yep.
Cool.
Later, CY.
Yeah, it's just
night, Bren, dude.
There are loads and loads of these different examples throughout the world, and the one that is in Utah is about the same size as the one that's in Arizona, except the one in Utah is a little bit deeper. But I mean, that's probably what happens. It starts to get filled in with all kinds of shit. But I did see a documentary about that one back when I was a Glober, and they were saying they were trying to figure out if there was actually any proof that it was an asteroid or something like that. And they got permission from the USGS, or maybe it was even the USGS that went in there, and we're using ground penetrating radar and metal detectors and blah, blah, blah. And they found absolutely no evidence whatsoever in the entire basin of that crater that, if you want to call it a crater, I guess.
Well, how would you know?
Yeah, good question.
Well,
I mean, it's just ridiculous. And then all of a sudden they know how old the fucking thing is and all this other dumb shit. And it's like, how you just make up some fucking story and then charge people to come look at something. You know,
yeah, it's a gimmick, dude. It really is. Think about it. You get to sell space and make money off tourists off I-40 at Meteor Crater. Tickets.
You know, before that asshat started going, what's your equation for that? I'm like, fuck you. The reality of it is this: the object will either displace the medium, or the medium will displace the object.
Due to its density between the two. Yeah,
that's it. And it's the ratio of density between the two. And it's per volume. Okay. That's what's going to end up giving you your weight, because you can change that medium and you change the weight every time.
We're still going back to gravity, though, Saab. Every time, every turn, dude. Gravity. The assumption of gravity, the little g, the big G. It's an endless merry-go-round. Yeah.
Gravity. gravity, everybody.
And the Cavendish has a bias because they use lead balls. Actually, they have lead balls attracting lead balls. They have an electrostatic.
Well, it's an unbalanced force, for Christ's sake. It's torsion dynamics is all. It's not mass attracting mass. You got a stick with a fucking heavy ball hanging on it. Of course, it's going to be off balance.
Yeah, and we can
Jesus
slowly
Christ.
watch it with a mirror and a laser and hope it moves a couple of.
I know.
You got
What a
some
dumb
background
bunch of
noise
shit.
being
And
made.
it's never consistent. It doesn't do the same thing at the same speed every time or anything else like that. And sometimes, half the time, you can't get the fucking thing to even work. And I'd be goddamn embarrassed if that was the best proof I had of gravity was some fucking crackpot bullshit from the 1700s. Holy crap.
Look up the one they have at Harvard where they do demonstrations. It's made out of styrofoam and plastic, and it has a machine mechanism in it because they can't get it to work every time right. So
Of course not.
Yeah.
Of course not.
It's just for demonstration purposes, you know.
Look who joined us. We got D-Man up here.
Yeah. You got a little background noise or something.
He's got a
going
hiss.
on.
Yeah, it's
Sounds like
probably
a fan or something.
I don't think
And-
I think he might be muted or something.
Can I ask you, Andrew? Can I ask you a question right quick?
Is that
What's
better?
your-
Yeah.
There you go.
Again?
There you go.
What's your equation below your name? It's P equals what? I can't see. It's really small.
I to the power of 2 times R.
I just want to say I listened to the whole thing, even though it's extremely painful listening to their logic. I couldn't talk because I've already talked to Luca frickin' 3 times in a week.
I saw
and
that.
I'm still
I did.
getting shock treatments. So
Yeah, I don't know if that's like something I can listen to anymore. I know that Keith is being nice and cordial and stuff like that, but like
Jesus,
he has a major speech impediment and
God
he's
help him.
stupid.
Yeah, you notice
I
he
threw-
couldn't refute that Himalayan demonstration I brought up. He could not give us an answer. He did not have one.
It's like he resets like a goldfish.
Yeah,
You know,
Since midnight hits.
it's like at midnight, everything goes right back. Boom. I don't know how many times. And I just tell him on there, I say, dude, you've had this explained to you. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, that lady Vicky was like really laying into him, like, go somewhere else.
Yeah, Vicky doesn't like Luca, dude. Vicky
No.
does not like Luca. No.
One thing too, I threw a link in there to play for those guys. For I see Spen and the other guy. I threw a link in the private chat for them. That's specifically for them.
Hey, Saab, have you seen the airplane with the Himalayan mountains going to Dubai?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw it yet. That's a what, almost 2,000 miles observation of the top of Mount Everest from the airport in Dubai. Like, that's nuts.
Oh, I don't mean to detract from that because I thought that was very interesting earlier.
So this is for those two that were just up here.
Yeah, that's accurate.
What
okay,
you've just said
I'm just
is
sharing
one of the
my
most
screen real quick here.
insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
It's like, you know, why would you need why would you need an equation to merely to illustrate the idea that if the medium, which is physical, has moved from one place to another, that a force was involved?
Well, I think they need it for space, though, Saab. That's what they're
Well,
looking
that's
for.
what they can't get their fucking heads out of space. Maybe they need to pull their heads back into Earth and breathe a little bit of oxygen so they quit being so goddamn dumb. Holy crap. All the time with them with their fucking space and their goddamn planets and bullshit. Well, look at Jupiter. That's not a demonstration. That's another goddamn claim. What the fuck?
Fantasyland. As soon as it gets difficult, they're like, "Well, Fantasyland says."
Yes. It's like you're all the time going off to Fantasyland. It's like, dude, you know, give it a rest with that shit. Let's actual, demonstrable, real, repeatable physics. Let's go. You know,
We literally got Luca to say, yes, that doesn't make sense that we see that 700 miles away. But when he got to the point where he had to think the next step, which was the reason you're seeing it is because there's no curve, he just said, well, obviously it's a lie.
Yep, that's what he did with the Himalayans too. Did exactly
There you
the
go.
same thing.
So
Yeah.
you're not going to tell these guys anything. Let them live in fantasy land. I think that went way too long, by the way.
Yeah. Luke is
Way
caught
too-
up in the idea that the actual horizon starts at like what 1.3 miles away from him or something.
I know.
Yeah.
He doesn't realize he just lifts himself up, and
No,
that
in regards
convergence
to
point
real
moves further
practical
away.
physics, that's what I actually have is the little caption underneath my name, which is this is Ohm's law. This is demonstrably factual. I've tried to debunk it. I can't. And anyways, it's used in electrical engineering and physics and also in chemistry. But yeah, it's P equals it's no. So P, it's the four different functions right here in the center. So P is power, it's basically meaning watts. And then from there, power equals amps squared times resistance. And that's how you can solve for something. And I put it up there because it's one of the more difficult ones for people to understand or to remember. But it's an inverse property to the other one right below it.
Boy, Andrew, it's just gravity.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I like teaching things that are practical and useful rather than like read a Shakespearean poetry fucking something and then write a report on it. It's like, it does nothing for me.
Is there an equation for this equation? Because I don't believe it.
It's all the equation. It all works. All 12 pieces.
Nice.
They correlate. Yeah, you can't disprove it. No one has.
Can I go back to Wesley for a second? You know,
Yeah,
I'll
stop sharing. Don't worry.
I'm just
I don't want
kidding.
to hog
Go
it.
No, I don't want to hog it. I just wanted to go on. I just thought about it. Like the only thing he changed in those two weights were the volume of it, which will displace greater volume of the medium. Correct.
Of course.
There you go.
That's what I tried to tell him. He said, "No,
no,
yes, stupid ass." I mean,
Go
some
ahead,
of the
Andrew.
shit that they come up with this is just amazing to me. That guy telling me that it was unreasonable. It's unreasonable for me to ask you for actual proof of this impossible condition that you suggest. Really? Why is that unreasonable? Well, because we can't. That's basically it.
Yeah.
You see,
And they're living, but yet they don't hear the things they say about how impossible everything they said is.
Oh my God.
So I mean, come to that conclusion. Look at the person who's actually saying it.
Hey Andrew, share your graph in the back chat. I'll save it too.
Oh, it's
probably
just
just
called
look it
Ohm's
up.
law. All I did was
Yeah.
just type it in and go to images.
I like saving them. Okay, what's the name of it?
It's Ohm's law. OHMS.
I got it. Yeah, I know what law that is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was kind of a small one. I should have actually copied that and made it, and I blew it up on a bigger part of the screen. It was kind of hard to see.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was digging through Mage's observation, the 3-hour one. I was looking through. It's not level. None of that. Half the time, it's on tilt. It'll wobble back and forth. You don't get a true level, so you can't get a real horizon with this weather balloon. That'd be the last thing I'd use to do it. It's subject to the winds and stuff too. On top of that.
well, there again, that's more of that trying to prove it flat.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I can turn into a gorilla, prove that I can't.
Burden of proof fallacy.
Yes.
Whole thing right there. And they got a bunch of flat earthers out there scrambling around. Prove this, prove that. Fuck you. You're the one with the impossible condition. You prove your shit.
That's why it always starts with every time. It always starts with prove your flat earth. It's
I know.
Every time, dude.
You know?
How many times can you bang your head?
Wait a second, Dave. Are you saying that you can transform into Sasquatch?
That
Prove
too,
me.
yeah.
Prove them wrong.
Prove that I can't.
And you're getting globe dyslexia, Saab. You said there's a bunch of flat earthers saying prove. I'm not saying.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah, right on.
I do the same myself. You were
But
you were
know,
trained like
that. They're always wanting you to prove a negative.
Yeah.
And that you don't have to. That's the one that has a positive claim, right? There ain't one of us here in this audience or anybody watching this tomorrow or anything else that has ever had a firsthand observation of a globe Earth. Everything you believe is coming from secondhand hearsay information. Okay, it's no other way to put it. So the positive claim is that of a globe. Incidentally, last night's stream isn't on YouTube. because in a copyright dispute with him on there about it.
Oh boy.
But in any case, it doesn't matter. I didn't get a strike or anything. And if that happens, everybody know that YouTube makes me edit out shit. And then, you know, sometimes I have these copyright things and whatever. If you want to watch the full version, go over to Rumble. They don't censor dick over there.
Yep.
Nothing. So the full show is always up on Rumble, and make sure you're subscribed to that channel too. Because like I said, you know, YouTube's going to get kind of fucking hairy here probably real quick because of all the noticing that's been happening. If you cut a lead pipe, no, I've changed the amount though. I've changed the amount and its ratio to the medium. I absolutely have, because now it's only displacing half as much as it was before.
Yeah.
But I'll still get the same effect.
Also, if you take that lead, spread it thin across there, it'll just sit on the top.
Yeah. 100%.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I was
just going to say also subscribe to Saw's backup channel.
Yes.
That was another good place. I'll drop the link here in a second, guys. Go ahead.
100%. Yeah, I'm fixing to get off here anyways, man. We're going 4.5 hours. That's pretty good for tonight. We got carried away there with them guys for a little bit, but that was fun. Because once again, we illustrate that, bam, they don't ever have anything except for their fantasy bullshit. Look in space, look at the stars, you know, and all these assumptions about the shit that they see. You know? It's that quick. It's that easy, you know? Once you get past that bullshit, I think, you know, you can start to really understand what's going on. You know, once you get your head out of the spaceships and get your head out of the soul lure system and realize what this place really is, the sooner you'll figure out what you really are and your place here. That you're not just some random accident that happened. Think about the difference. They've seen it psychologically. A child who knows that he was an accidental pregnancy as opposed to a child who knows he was planned. The psychological effect of that alone is amazing. Now imagine it if you do it to the whole human race.
Yeah.
If we continue down this path, I'm going to make a prediction before, like way ahead of time, that if we continue down this path, eventually we're going to have blind Chinese kangaroos that are transgender and they're in a space program.
Wow.
That's gonna, I really think, I know I'm being extreme when I say that, but look what's happening. There's Don Pettit already.
I know, right? It's called really good engineering.
So, all right, guys.
Andrew, was that a scientific prediction, by the way?
Oh yeah, I have. You
absolutely.
want to see my calculus on it?
100%. We need a formula for that.
Yeah.
If you want to see some interesting things in regards to mathematics, look up how people have calculated the speed of Santa Claus. And yet some people still believe in Santa Claus.
Oh, my word.
There's an actual mathematical formula for it.
Gravity.
Gravity. Refraction. It's got to be. That's how
All right, Dave, I'll see you tomorrow online.
Yeah, man. 7:00 tomorrow on Tinfoil Sombrero. I'll be on there tomorrow. So if y'all want,
Oh, it's gonna get fucking weird.
Oh, good. I like it.
Oh yeah.
Did they invite Karen B over again?
Okay, we're not.
This is a joke, dude. I wasn't serious.
I don't have any control over who joins in. I'm sort of like the front man in a lot of situations, and I almost like the bodyguard. But you'll see. But anyways, yeah, Dave's gonna be on tomorrow with us.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna get fucking
Join
weird.
us over there, and I want to thank everybody for coming up tonight.
Good to see
D-Man
everybody.
showed up a little bit late, but he probably would have tore into those fucking guys.
My blood pressure's high enough.
It's high enough as it is. He had enough. He's wore out from Luca. And I know, buddy, I feel your pain.
I'm still getting shock treatments.
I've been there. I feel your pain 100%. Roger and Cubby for coming up. Thank you. Everybody that showed up out here, we had like over 200 people watching at one time. That was pretty good. We've been building it up. We're doing pretty good on here. Like I said, tomorrow on Tinfoil Sombrero at 7 o'clock. Be sure and join us there. And I want to remind everybody, never forget, the Lord loves a working man. Don't never, ever, ever trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him because he'll probably kill you. And if you heard the shot, it probably wasn't meant for you. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Good night, everybody.